Senate Business and Commerce Committee will come to order. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Schwertner.
Present.
Senator King.
Here.
Senator Blanco. Senator Campbell. Senator Hagenbu.
Here.
Senator Hinojosa.
Present.
Senator Johnson. Senator Colcourse.
Here.
Senator Menendez. Senator Sparks.
Here.
Dean Zaffarini.
There being 7 present, a quorum is established. Good morning, members, and good morning, everybody and standing and in the audience. There are overflow rooms in E1.016 and E1.036. This is the Business and Commerce Committee's 3rd interim hearing. And members, I very much have been looking forward to this hearing. I'd like to start by emphasizing that today we should recognize that Texas is winning. The challenges we will discuss in this committee are challenges of a vibrant, thriving, and dynamic economy and state. And electricity is more and more powering this economy. How we meet and manage the electric load growth, encourage new technologies, and respect homeowners, businesses, and landowners, all at the same time as providing for generation adequacy and a resilient and reliable grid at an affordable cost, is the challenge of this committee and of this upcoming legislature. Make no mistake, that challenge is large and load growth is here. To highlight this, I'd like to bring to attention an update related to our electric grid. Last week on July 22nd, the ERCOT region reached an unofficial all-time summer and July peak demand of 91,089 megawatts, surpassing the previous record of 87,403 megawatts set the day before. Before that, the record demand was 85,508 megawatts set on August 10th, 2023. This record highlights the continued growth in our state and the importance of ensuring our infrastructure is equipped to meet Texas's evolving energy needs. It's clear that energy abundance is essential to the growth and success of our economy and future. Members, I've asked ERCOT to compile a graphic, which y'all have before you, showing how our generation fleet was performing the moment when demand hit record highs last week. Despite the massive demand on the system, there is more than enough capacity with more than 20,000 megawatts available in reserve. In contrast, 2 days before that, a neighboring ISO, the Southwest Power SPP, encompassing the Great Plains and Mountain State regions, was in Energy Emergency Alert Level 3, the highest threat level, due to extreme summer heat and unplanned outages. Under similar conditions, Texas's grid hit peak demand with room to spare. There were no conservation calls and no emergency conditions. This success is due in no small part to the leadership in this state and the work of this committee from prior sessions. With that, I would like to lay out the committee's business for today. We are tasked today with discussing 2 of the interim charges. The first one is assessing the state of the Texas electric grid, and second, evaluating 765 kilovolt transmission lines and private property rights. Our first charge today will cover the progress made from when Winter Storm Uri hit the state in 2021 through last session, when Texas led on enhancing regulatory requirements for large loads seeking to interconnect to the grid. We'll hear from state agencies and industry regarding the novel large load batch process at ERCOT, load forecasting, and the large load interconnection standards that include significant financial requirements. We will also discuss the transmission cost allocation study done by PUC and the changes being made to ensure large load customers are paying their fair share and residential consumers are protected from increased costs. Equally important part of this discussion will revolve around the design of our energy-only market. Many changes have been made to this market over the past several years, and we'll hear from key stakeholders on how these changes have enhanced the market and whether or not further changes are necessary. Then, the second part of the hearing, we'll discuss the need for large transmission projects, and the impacts large transmission lines have on private property owners, communities, and ratepayers. State agencies will outline the CCN filing process for new transmission lines and how the public can participate in the process. We'll also further clarify what House Bill 5066 did and did not do as it pertains to the Permian Basin Reliability Plan. We'll hear from the utilities that have filed CCNs for the new 765 kilovolt transmission lines at the PUC already, how they engage with the public, and what their routing process has involved. We'll also hear from parties regarding the need for these lines and how the need was established at ERCOT and the PUC. Finally, we will hear from impacted landowners and their representatives to fully understand how these lines will affect Texans and their property. From the concerns we've heard and will hear today, their testimony is essential on how we are informed to improve the process to ensure landowners are properly notified, afforded due process, and participate in decision-making. With that, members, I'd ask if there's any remarks before we begin from any member on the dais. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also want to thank everybody for being here today. Chairman, if you have no objection and the rest of the members don't, I know we've got a lot of people that want to testify today, and we want to make sure they all get their opportunity to. And so I would ask that we have, for lack of a better term, strict enforcement on the time limits for people to testify. I know the chair will set that at whatever time period he thinks is appropriate, but 2 or 3 minutes, whatever it is, I think it's 2, just to make sure that everybody gets to testify. Because, you know, folks, if you're not used to coming to these hearings, if you've got 50 people signed up and they're speaking at 2 minutes apiece and transfer times and everything else, that turns into several hours. And we want to make sure that everybody who drove down here gets their opportunity to tell us what they need to tell us. So that would be my motion or request.
Thank you, Vice Chair King. I agree with that. Members, any discussion? With that, strict enforcement of the 2-minute rule for public testimony is enforced. We will not be cutting off public testimony at any one time. Anybody that is registered by 11 o'clock will be able to be heard today or tonight regarding these issues. My plan is to hear first from invited witnesses and allow time for questions. After we conclude invited testimony, we will hear from members of the public. Those wishing to provide public testimony will be given 2 minutes per person per charge. If you plan to testify, please register at the kiosk located outside the hearing room. Registration will remain open until 11 a.m., at which time it will be stopped. And again, we have overflow rooms in E1.016 and E1.036. Senator Colkers.
Just point of clarification on strict enforcement. If one of the members has a question of a witness,
We have all the time in the world if members
thank you
have
so
questions.
much.
With that, we'll begin our first agenda item. We're going to go to charge 1, people listening. And chair opens up the floor and calls Thomas Gleeson, Chairman, Public Utility Commission of Texas, Pablo Vegas, President, Chief Executive Officer, Electric Reliability Council of Texas, and Benjamin Barkley, Chief Executive and Public Counsel, Office of the Public Utility Council, and member of ERCOT. Voting member of ERCOT. Yes, sir. Yes. Chairman Gleeson, welcome.
Chairman
As always, you get to begin.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Schwertner, Vice Chair King, members of the committee. For the record, Thomas Gleeson, Chairman of the Public Utility Commission of Texas.
Pull that just a little bit closer.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Chairman of the Public Utility Commission of Texas. I appreciate the opportunity to come here again and discuss all of the work that's being done at the commission. Chairman, I also appreciate you pointing out all of the work that's been done really since Winter Storm Uri. It's been a lot of work to ensure when we see a lot of load on this system, we are prepared to meet that demand. And I think everyone in this building, everyone at the commission, ERCOT, all the stakeholders deserve a lot of credit for the progress that has been made over the last 5 years. You mentioned what happened in another territory. I would also, say something happened a few days ago in PJM. As you all know, we're the tip of the spear on a lot of this. 3 days ago, PJM made a proposal for new data centers to have to temporarily curtail so that they don't go into emergency conditions. This is something that we addressed in Senate Bill 6. So again, you can see that Senate Bill 6 and all the other legislation, we tend to go first here. And I think that's a good thing because I think we're well positioned to address a lot of these issues. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to go over, being cognizant of the time, a few highlights. I know there'll be a lot of questions. So speaking of Senate Bill 6, you know, probably the most high-profile rulemaking coming out of that we've completed is our net metering rule. Members, you may remember that this issue is the co-location of data centers with existing generation, taking generators that are currently serving the bulk power system and signing purchase power agreements with a customer in order to serve that customer. That rule was adopted in March of this year. We have approved a few of those agreements and arrangements, and in those we have put conditions on them to ensure that reliability of the grid is still paramount, even with those purchase power agreements in place. Concerning the work that we still have in progress, Chairman mentioned the large load interconnection standards. That is our effort to standardize how this is working, what is required of these customers by all utilities. You may remember last session, a lot of discussion that it was being done differently depending on which TDU you were working with. And so the goal there is to really standardize that, and we are in progress of doing that. The goal is to have that adopted by late summer. And just a little detail there, staff received and is reviewing over 1,200 pages of comments in that rule. So a lot of interest in what those interconnection standards are going to be. And then also the chairman mentioned our transmission cost recovery. You may remember at the last hearing that we had, this was a major point of discussion, how we are going to ensure that with all the transmission build out that is necessary, it's not going to have a negative impact on residential ratepayers. That was a big point of conversation at the last hearing. So we published that rule recently on August 11th. It addresses four main things as I see it. The 4 CP model that we've been operating under, and the proposal changes that to 12 CP. Those coincident peaks have an interval. Right now they're 15 minutes, so if you were trying to avoid those peaks, you'd have to find that 15-minute interval. The proposal expands that to 30 minutes, so a longer interval. We are going to review the percentages, how those costs are allocated to class. Right now we do it every 4 years typically. The proposal has us doing that every year. So if you see a big increase in the amount of industrial load coming onto the system, that will be shown through in rates annually with those changes rather than waiting 4 years, so we won't have that lag. And then finally, a minimum demand charge, and this is something that I've been talking about a lot, where, you know, the concern that has been expressed is that some of the large industrial companies can avoid some of their costs, and you know, in some cases maybe a good portion of it. So setting a minimum demand charge that no matter what your behavior is, you're still going to pay a minimum allocation on the transmission system. There's a lot of detail around that we're going to have to work through in our rule. Senate Bill 6 requires that rule to be adopted by the end of this year, so we are on target to have that adopted in December of this year. I know Pablo is going to talk about the batch process. I think on batch, all I'd really say is, you know, as you all remember, the reason we went to batch is because in the fall or early winter of last year, it became a realization that large loads were not effectively being interconnected on this grid because of the process by which we had always interconnected them, looking at them project by project. We were in this kind of doom loop of restudy. So we endeavored to figure out a process where we could look at this holistically, study everyone together, and we think that's a much better process for interconnecting large loads on the system. Pablo will go over kind of the details of where we are on batch 0, but the other thing that this does is it provides these companies certainty. So where we were last fall, there was no certainty around when these companies could ultimately get electricity. The batch process gives them certainty. If there is not enough capacity on the grid today to serve them, we will come up with a comprehensive transmission plan that gives them a timeline on which they can be fully served. So that helps them make their business decisions. Mr. Chairman, I would also talk about the Texas Energy Fund. You know, that was a big piece of what you all have done recently. Those programs are doing really well. Right now, if you look at the ERCOT loan program, 8 loan agreements have been executed for a total of $3.65 billion. That's roughly 5,000 megawatts through that loan program that we are looking at right now. Due diligence, we still have 4 projects totaling about 2,300 megawatts. And in that, 2 of those projects are in the west zone, 1 is in the north, and 1 is in the south. For completion bonus grants not associated with loan program money, we have over 1,400 megawatts and 5 grants awarded. That's $173 million. And then the outside ERCOT portion, 8 grants have been executed, 15 projects affecting over 1 million customers for about $650 million. The backup power package is the last piece of this, and Senator Johnson, you and I have had numerous conversations about this. My hope had always been, as I know I shared with you, that this would be the program we could get implemented as quickly as possible. It has proven much more difficult to do that. We just had to have another workshop earlier this month to work through a lot of the technical details of that. So where we stand right now on backup power, we hope to have those applications launched and ready for people to fill out in early 2027. That's where we are on that. Mr. Chairman, for URI update, Senate Bill 2 and Senate Bill 3 coming out of that session, all of the processes that were put into those statutes have been implemented at this point. We do have one process that is still an interim process that ultimately we will put a rule around, and that's how we approve protocols. But I think when you talk to folks, the interim process is working well, I would say. And so while that process still needs to be codified in our rules, the interim process is working well, so we're focusing on other things currently. So concerning where we are on market design, obviously this committee is well acquainted with the PCM that we discussed for a while, looking at resource adequacy and trying to incent additional gas generation. We have implemented the DRRS. The rules around that the protocols have been approved. ERCOT is in the process of operationalizing the DRRS that you all put in statute, the Dispatchable Reliability Reserve Service Ancillary Service. I think that's going to go a long way to helping us on intraday operational issues. I still think we need to have conversations about the long-term resource adequacy of this grid. Chairman, as you mentioned, we hit an all-time peak and we had no issue meeting that peak. If you look now at net peak and when that's really becoming an issue that we're having the closest calls, it's really shifted from originally those times when we were at gross peak, 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Then as you all well know, it's kind of now turned into where we have had batteries run, the sun is going down, and the wind hasn't yet picked up, and so we kind of chase that peak. ERCOT's now seeing that time where we have kind of the closest calls really moving even later in the night because the batteries have run, they haven't recharged, and so that's where we're seeing it. But I still believe, as I said many times in this committee, that we need to find a way to provide long-term incentives for gas generation in this state, and we still plan on having those conversations. There is a project at ERCOT, a protocol revision, that they had turned the DRRS Plus, which was taking the DRRS construct and using it in another way that wasn't really necessarily envisioned in the statute, but to use it as a resource adequacy tool. Where we are with that, Mr. Chairman and members, is we're going to use that as a repository to catalog what ideas other people may have for us to address resource adequacy issues. And so that's kind of where we stand on that one. And Mr. Chairman, the last thing I would say is, I appreciate the recognition from everyone of all the work that has been done at the commission. I know some of you all were in finance yesterday. We've gotten a lot of resources added to the commission to deal with all this work since 2021. When I was executive director, we had about 170 people on staff. Today, we have well over 230 people on staff to deal with all this. So I appreciate the commitment from all the members of the legislature to give us the resources we need in order to complete all of the work that you've asked us to do. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I will conclude my prepared remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, that's from an efficiency standpoint, I'd like to have the panels give their full testimony. We can write down the questions we have or the ideas we have. And we'll get into it, and any of the members can ask at the end of their provided testimony, and we get into a discussion at that point instead of isolating these two while we harp on Mr. Gleeson for a while. Let's get all y'all at the same time. Mr. Vegas, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Schwertner and Vice Chair King and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Pablo Vegas. I'm the President and CEO of ERCOT. What I wanted to brief you on today, just touch very lightly on Senate Bill 6. Chair Gleeson, I think, has covered that very adequately. Spend more time on explaining where we are with the current batch zero process, kind of how we got here, what it means based on where we are today, what we can expect going forward, and then close out with some perspectives on how we're seeing growth in our generation queue and kind of what we're seeing overall with our load queue growth over the next several years. I would like to point out there's a document that I believe has been shared that shows the data that Chair Schwertner discussed early on around the peak demand period when we hit the record on Wednesday of last week. That was the 91,000 megawatt
Could you
record.
speak up? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Bring that closer.
Sorry
Thank
about
you
that.
very
Is that
much.
better?
People, thank you so much, Pablo.
Yeah, no problem. There's a page 2 to that I want to draw out. On the peak day, you can see where we hit, 91,000 megawatts, and there's a number in the center called the net load peak. What that means is we calculate the net peak as the difference between the amount of load that is being served on the system minus the renewables that are serving them. So it gives you a perspective on how much of the thermal fleet is required in order to serve the load at that current time. During the very, peak period, 57,000 megawatts was being served by thermal load at that time. That was what the net peak was, while the total peak was 91,000. As you move forward into the day, and as Chair Gleeson alluded to, where the scarcity period really has evolved, especially in the summer, is later into the day, and if you turn the page between 8 and 9 p.m. that night, it was still around 99 degrees in Austin at that point in time, so air conditioning load was extremely high. The total load was 84,900 at that time. That's almost what the record that we carried through this last week for the highest peak. It was a little over 85 was our record that was set back in August of 2023. So we were almost at that level at 9 o'clock that night. The net peak, when you take out the renewables, because there's no solar at that time, it's nighttime, it was 75,000. So the burden and the requirement on the thermal fleet maintains very, very high throughout the scarcity periods and throughout the peak periods on the ERCOT grid. And there's a lot of stories that come out about, what saved the day, for the grid. The reality is everything on the grid is helping to contribute at points in time on the grid. But I want to underscore that we continue to put a significant amount of accountability and need on the thermal fleet in order to be able to reliably serve. Even during the peak period at 91,000, over 60% of the energy being served was coming from dispatchable resources of some kind. And when we got to the net peak that night, it was closer to 90% were coming from dispatchable resources. And it's just as important to be able to provide energy at that night period as it is at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So it tells a tale of a couple of different perspectives as we go through these challenging periods on the grid. So with regard to Senate Bill 6, the only thing I'm going to add is that where we are today with this co-location provision, we've had several projects move through that. That gives us the most flexibility right now to be able to manage scarcity conditions, because we can call on those resources in anticipation of getting into an emergency in order to curtail. We can call on the data center and say, hey, we expect to be an emergency at some point, so we need you to get ready to curtail, and we can even ask them to curtail in advance of that. And so that is only applies to projects that are building behind the meter of a generator that was in place as of September 1, 2025. So this is about existing generation that's on the grid today. A project gets built behind one of those facilities, and so being able to make sure all of the output from that facility is provided to the grid during a scarcity period, this gives us the most flexibility in that construct to be able to do that, this co-location provision. And so we've got several projects that have gone through this. We expect to have quite a few more. As we look at the, if we move over to the presentation that I shared, I'm on slide 3, which is getting into the batch. And I just want to highlight real quickly kind of what the key point of what the batch is. So it's a mechanism to manage all of this concurrent large load growth that's coming into the state. And it's got 3 key outputs that it's working to produce. One of those is a very clear year-by-year megawatt allocation between 2028 and 2032 of what load can come online during that period of time. So essentially, as projects are being built, they have plans to start energizing 27, 28, 29, all the way up through 2032 and beyond. And what this is going to produce is going to say, this is how much capacity on the transmission system in ERCOT can be served at each of those years. And then for a project-by-project basis, explain to them how much they're going to be able to consume in that. The second thing that it does, it provides transparency and clarity on what the financial obligations are going to be of any incremental infrastructure that's going to be needed to serve it. So it's going to highlight what interconnection costs are going to be required, what upgrade costs are going to be needed on the system, what financial security expectations are going to be needed in order for projects to continue to progress. So it'll provide clarity on what the costs are going to be coming out of that batch in order to build infrastructure to support that. And then the third thing is actually a transmission plan. So what it incorporates is the transmission that has already been either approved or endorsed to move forward over the next 5 years is already baked into that batch zero plan. What'll happen as we look at all the projects that are going to be evaluated, it's going to identify gaps. There's going to be situations where there is not enough transmission capacity to serve these projects. So something new will have to get built. This will highlight and show what new needs to get built, how much it will cost to do so, and at what point in time it can be done. At which point those projects will have an opportunity to make a decision whether they want to move forward with that kind of a plan. So turning to the next slide, to slide 4, talks about the overall batch study framework process. I just want to highlight, a couple of things. This was put together, very quickly. We recognized at the end of last year, on November, December, that this risk about being able to reliably and in an organized manner provide a pathway for these types of large loads to get onto the grid without the chaos that Chair Gleeson described. And so between December 2025 and June, we had literally dozens and dozens of meetings with hundreds of stakeholders across the entire market spectrum, from utilities to power providers to the data center operators and everybody in between. And we came up with a couple of rules, a planning guide and a protocol that was approved in June, which is the rules of how this batch is going to perform, how it's actually going to work going forward. And so effectively right now we're in the process of evaluating the last set of criteria to determine who is going to get into that batch. So if you look at the next slide, slide 5, it gets a little bit more granular about the period of time we're in right now. Where we are is everybody has already submitted all of the studies, that period to submit studies to see whether you have a pathway to be considered a baseload project or an allocated project. All that has been submitted. Today we're looking at the checklist of items that have to be submitted per the commercial rules to get connected into the grid. So do you have a letter of security, financial security available to cover the costs that you're going to need to bear in order to do this? Do you have proof of ownership of a site control? So are you controlling the land that you're going to be building this on? Do you have proof of ordering equipment, long lead time equipment, so that it's trying to determine the seriousness of these projects in order to qualify, in order to be included and evaluated. That work will go on effectively through the end of August, and this batch then will start no later than September 2nd, where we would start with who qualified at that point in time. I handed out a supplemental slide. This is the latest and most current data on the batch process in terms of what we have. So this is as of yesterday. And so there's basically three, in this bar chart that you see, there's really three numbers that are the relevant ones to batch zero. Starting at the very bottom, the 65, that's 65 gigawatts of projects that are eligible to be included as what's called baseload. Baseload basically means that the path for them to energize over the next 5-6 years, meaning how much transmission they need, is clear and is visible on the grid based on what is here today and what's going to get built over the next 5 years. So effectively, they've got the ability to energize through their pathway all the way to their end date. The number above that, 25 gigawatts, those are projects that are kind of an in-between stage. We're not sure yet if they've qualified to be baseload, but they have qualified to be in the batch. So they will be either an allocated or a baseload project, and between now and the end of September, or between now and August 7th, we'll have an answer as to which they fall into. And then the 114 number, that's 114 gigawatts of projects that are going to be what's called allocated load, meaning they don't have a guarantee of enough transmission to serve them over the next 5 years. We will evaluate in the actual batch process how much can they get year by year, and then anything incremental above that would be new transmission that would have to be built to serve them. And at the end of the batch, those projects would have to make a decision as to whether they're going to move forward, meaning they would make a commitment, they would put financial security, they would put all of the things necessary in order to commit, and then that would then lead to then the transmission companies putting together a plan to serve them. I'll briefly finish then, I know I'm running out of time.
Yes,
here.
go ahead, please finish.
I'll briefly finish with just a couple points on kind of how things have been evolving in our queues. So on slide 6 on my original presentation, to give context, this batch zero eligibility, it's at 205 gigawatts today. That's a ceiling of where it is today. As we go through doing all this qualification, projects are falling out that are not qualifying. So it is going down. That is a ceiling. It will be less than that. But to give context, there's over 400, and as you look at the chart here, well over 400 gigawatts that are 474 in total that have been trying to get into some process here. So we're far below half of that number going into this batch zero. And this also shows it takes time to build these. These are going to be built over the next 5 years, not in the next 12 to 18 months. On slide 7, this is a view you've seen often. It's the generation queue. I want to point out that, the generation queue remains very healthy. We have over 460 gigawatts of interested generation development. The number that really kind of stands out to me is we're up at around 78 gigawatts of gas right now. So when we were having this conversation 3 years ago, that number was less than 10. And so it really has increased. I think a lot in part is due to the expected growth that's coming. So a lot of projects are positioning. We have been hearing from data center projects that many of them are planning to build generation as part of their projects. That is likely part of that as well. So we'll see how that evolves, but we've seen that number really kind of grow, continue to move and grow relative to what it was before. The majority continues to still be solar and batteries. They make up well over 70% of that mix. And then lastly, I was having a conversation in our last committee meeting in April, and Chairwoman Colcourse and I were talking about kind of the operational characteristics of the different types of fuel and the way that we operate the grid. This view, I think, is helpful. This basically casts our generation fleet through that lens. And what you see on this chart, the purple is effectively our thermal fleet, and it shows how much capacity we have in our thermal fleet. The red bars show what we have in terms of duration-limited resources, so those are battery storage. And then the blue is what we have in terms of intermittent renewables, so that's wind and solar. And you can see how, by the characteristic of fuel type, the grid has changed going back from 2000 through 2025, and where the growth has been. The same view, there's a similar view with cuts like this. That's my last slide. And it just shows the percentage of the grid, total grid. So going back and saying if 100% of the energy that's of generation that we have in our grid back in 2000, what was it compared to what it is today? And you can see how rapidly over time we've seen that shift occur. And it takes time. It takes time for these. This is a large, like a large, cruise liner to move. It takes years and years for this mix to change. And so as we talk about market design today with the thought of if we wanted to bend this curve and try to have more dispatchable generation to meet the growing state and the growing needs of this state, it takes time. We need to make changes early enough that we can start to see this shift occur because it doesn't happen overnight. So I'll pause my comments there. And
Thank you, Mr. Vegas.
Thank
And
you.
Mr. Barkley, give us your comments.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Schwertner, Vice Chair King, and members of the committee. My name is Benjamin Barkley. I'm the Chief Executive and Public Counsel for the Office of Public Utility Counsel. As many of you already know, we represent the interests of residential and small commercial consumers in rate cases before the PUC and rulemaking projects before the PUC, ERCOT, and other state agencies. Before I get started, I'd like to express some appreciation to the legislature and specifically this committee for all the effort that they've done in looking out for residential consumers, and I'm looking forward to continued work on this matter into the future. On the subject of Senate Bill 6, I spent a lot of time in April with you discussing different coincident peak methodologies. I'd like to revisit that in light of the decision to move forward with 12 CP with a 30-minute interval. As I mentioned back in April, 12 CP is certainly going to be a lot better than 4 CP for residential consumers. And especially as you start seeing additional transmission being built, 12 CP is going to reduce the slice of the pie that residential consumers are going to have to pay. Excuse me. That being said, the minimum demand charge is also going to significantly assist residential consumers in reducing how much they're going to have to pay. And a robust minimum demand charge is probably going to be needed to ensure that residential consumers continue to see a reduction in the amount of transmission charges they have to pay compared to other classes. If transmission grows at the rate that we think, the minimum demand charge in 12 CP is going to result in a slowing of the rate of increase in transmission charges for residential consumers. And the reason for that is that the pie is getting larger. The amount of transmission that we're having to pay for in the system is getting bigger. So the slice of the pie the residential consumers are going to pay is going to get smaller. However, just because the pie is larger, it's going to result in slightly more charges for residential consumers. The question of how much more is going to be determined by the amount of additional transmission getting onto the grid. And 12 CP plus a minimum demand charge is going to slow whatever rate of increase exists, regardless of the how much transmission is going onto the grid. And OPEC has been grateful to work with the PUC to bring some relief for residential consumers and small businesses on that. Now, looking over to the minimum demand charge specifically, right now it appears that the minimum demand charge doesn't have an exit fee or anything like that, and so it leaves the resolution of a case where a large load ceases to operate up to some sort of dispute between the utility provider and the large load. We think that that could potentially result in some issues where the large load is perhaps gone out of business and it's going to make it difficult to recover costs from that large load. There are some other places that are considering alternatives like an exit fee. That might be something that's worth considering for the future. However, nonetheless, I think that there's still, with a minimum demand charge, you're going to see a lot of large loads paying into the system at a rate that is going to help residential consumers. But we still need to continue policies that ensure that the infrastructure costs for transmission growth that is caused by large loads is paid for by large loads. So if you're living in a neighborhood and you have a small neighborhood street and then a shipping center moves down the street and it needs to build a highway to serve it, that shouldn't be paid for by the neighborhood. That should be paid for by the shipping center. And it's the same idea when it comes to transmission charges for data centers. I think that the chairman has done a great job of going through the other SB6 related projects. We've participated in all of those projects. I think we filed a total of 14 comments over 4 projects that are currently have gone through the process. I know there's a couple more that are going to go through. We'll certainly be participating in those as well. We've seen some of our comments being adopted into some of the draft proposals for the large load interconnection standards. We think the net metering arrangement is going to be very helpful for consumers. On the large load forecast, we concur with the legislature and the PUC that the current process leads to inaccurate and potentially counterproductive results. And so we appreciate things like the batch process, which is going to whittle that down to ensure that only viable loads are going to have any sort of transmission built for them. So the fewer speculative investments that you have actually resulting in transmission, the better it is for everyone, residential consumers, small businesses, and everyone else. And happy to answer any questions, but OPEC is going to continue to stay engaged in these matters, and our priorities are always going to be affordability, reliability, and transparency. So appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Barkley. We got lots of questions. I'll start off here. The load, the forecast of the load. I'm not for sure we still, even with the new methodology of interconnection standards and batch zero, this 65 of base and up to 205 overall in batch zero, correct? 205 between now and 2032 in batch zero. That visibility relative to the attestation methodology that was employed by ERCOT prior to this, is that methodology sufficient enough to have the visibility Texas needs when we're considering what we need from a generation and transmission standpoint? The going from 91 gigawatts of peak load just with the additional 65 in base between now and 2032, not to mention the 205 overall, that's a pretty massive increase between 2026 and 2032. Is the methodology sufficient in Chairman Gleeson and Mr. Vegas, your eyes, your minds, to give us the visibility we need as regulators of the electric utility industry?
You want to start? So I'd say initially, I think we're still in to your point, I think the envelope of uncertainty is still very large today.
I think it is too.
With regards to what actually is going to get developed and what the real forecast is. What we are planning to do, just to kind of give you some perspective, because we come in every year and talk about the load forecast for future years, and you know, we've deferred coming up with a 2026 official forecast until getting further through this batch process. What we plan to use for our load forecast going forward is only the load that qualifies as base load, because that really is the highest likelihood development that we expect, because it has the ability on the system, based on the plans that are in place today, to come online. And so
That would be the 65
that'd be
gig.
just the 65 gig component. We'll include that in our forecast, and then basically the organic growth of Texas, which if you recall, that number was getting us to about 110 gigawatts by 2032. So the combined in our forecast will be somewhere in that 175 range for 2032.
2030.
Yeah.
Mr. Gleeson.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with that assessment. I would also say that we have asked ERCOT to perform some sensitivity analysis on these numbers as well. So as we're thinking about issues around like the reliability assessment that we have to do and whether or not we need to do something to put more revenue in the market, we'll have sensitivities around these numbers so that we have a lot of data in front of us, not just a number that, to your point, while we have much more visibility than we did prior to Senate Bill 6 and what we've done since then, there's still a lot of uncertainty around this. And so I think it's incumbent on us, you know, we've talked often about not wanting to overbuild the system, to take these numbers and then model them with sensitivities around what we think will actually come here to protect as best we can about, you know, from overbuilding our system and putting those costs into the ecosystem.
I know a lot of people have questions. Regarding cost allocation for build, we had a 4CP methodology. We changed it, Vice Chair King, and in Senate Bill 6, and even before that in Senate Bill 3, we asked y'all to look at changing cost allocation. And this new methodology, 12CP 30, and then a minimum demand charge, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barkley's still testifying that ratepayers are not fully protected versus large loads coming to Texas. Do we still need to do further work on the minimum demand charge portion of this to absolutely make 100% sure, when I talk to residents across the state, that they are not bearing the costs of large load coming to Texas, and that our residential ratepayers and small businesses are protected?
Yes, sir. So I think we have everything we need to do that. I don't think we need any additional tools. What is out there right now is a proposal which is meant to elicit comments. As Mr. Barkley said, OPUC participates in those projects. We will read those comments before we ultimately adopt a final proposal for cost allocation in December. So all of the different ideas that we've talked about a lot in this committee and elsewhere will be considered to ensure that residential ratepayers are not on the hook for this. The minimum demand charge, I will continue to say, is really the key to this, because it does a couple of things. It really changes the allocation in a way that is so dramatic for the loads that applies to. Instead of being charged based on the energy you consume, which is how it has historically been done, we would look to do it based on the amount that you have contracted for. So, you know, one of the concerns we've heard is, well, what if a data center comes here, they say they want a gig, maybe they asked for too much because they knew they wouldn't get a gig, they really needed 500. Well, if I'm making you pay 80, 90, 100% of what you contract for, you now have an incentive to right-size that and not ask for a gig. Yeah. But if you actually do need a gigawatt of power, we're going to charge you for that. And so whether or not you ever actually use it, if it takes you 10 years to ramp up to use that gig, you'll be pay. It'll be a take or pay. And so they'll be paying for that. So there will be insulation there. The other thing that I think maybe isn't discussed as much is these projects will have, you know, more than one line. So there's definitely going to be instances where, you know, a TDU may say in the next 5 years, we need to do all of these upgrades. But those upgrades now have to be moved forward to serve this large load. Those upgrades that are going to benefit the entire system would now be a part of that project, depending on how we do this, and be paid for through this minimum demand charge construct. And so that's the benefit I don't think is being talked about enough, is that is an option in this, is how big you make that project. There could be the opportunity for these projects to pay for additional infrastructure upgrades that otherwise would have been paid by all ratepayers, but now, because they're necessary to be moved forward to these projects, will be paid for by these large electronic loads.
Consistent with what Governor Abbott has directed relative.
Yes, sir. So we are tasked with not only making sure that residential ratepayers and small businesses are not, on the hook for these costs, but that it actually benefits them for data centers to come here, and that's what we will do.
Members of this committee.
Absolutely. You all have been talking about this since data centers became an issue back in 2023, and that is what we will accomplish with the rules we promulgate in December.
In my third and I guess final, we have pretty much every light up here. Regarding dispatchable thermal generation, there was some graph there about how much was, I think 70 was about new generation, right? So there has been a shift toward a new generation with DRS, changing ORDC curve, as well as TEF, with the amount of load forecasted and the reliability of the grid in the sense of fluctuations and the need for base load, but also, peakers. And is there still a great need to enhance that through further changes in market design? And then DRS plus, I'm going to ask you very specifically of what I asked you in my office. That is not PCM in sheep's clothes regarding, we passed PCM light and with 11 guardrails. And this committee roundly rejected, and the legislature rejected, a large-scale capacity methodology for dispatchable generation. Last session was a contentious battle, right? Yeah. And I just don't want it reincarnated as DRS plus. And I want your word on that about what were you doing. I'm not for sure what DRS plus is, so maybe you can explain it to the dais.
Yeah, thank you.
And how did it come about? I do like the acronym though, because I came up with DRS plus and SB3. DRS. And someone threw a plus on there and made it look good.
Just improved, just one step better.
Yeah, one step.
New and improved. No, it's so effectively, and we talked about this back in April, that the underlying market design that we're operating under today is effectively unchanged from what it has been over the last 26 years. And so what is getting built today is because the incentives in the market incentivize the resources that are coming online. I do think, and I mentioned that we've got a larger queue of gas generation lined up here. I think we are going to see some of that come online. We've been hearing a lot of discussion from the large load community that they want to be good citizens where they build. So they know that building thermal dispatchable generation contributes to the reliability of the state and into the communities that they're going to be operating in. And so I think that will be part of the story. But I want a big but. Data centers are just part of the growth. Texas is continuing to grow beyond data centers significantly. We're doing great as a state, continue to win on almost every front. And so there is still going to be need to serve all the rest of the non-data center load. And that is going to require, again, a balanced mix of resources to do that. So we've been working through the various mechanisms, PCM, working to try to find ways to change the incentives in the market so that we can get consistently a different mix of resources coming onto the grid. The mix that we're seeing today come onto the grid is well over 90% made up of renewables and battery storage. And so if that continues while load grows very rapidly, we're going to get to a place where we'll have a lot more scarcity events. The ease at which we got through last week's peaks would not be the way I would characterize the future in 2 to 3 years. I think it'd be much more difficult. And the provisions that you all provided us in Senate Bill 6 to curtail load when we get into scarcity could be used very regularly over those years, which I don't think is a great way to operate a grid. It makes it look like we're right on the edge and in an emergency during those periods of time. So what we've been trying to do is find ways to use the real-time energy market, which is what's unique about the ERCOT market. We don't have a capacity market. I know capacity is kind of like the boogeyman here. We don't have a capacity market. Other systems around the U.S. do, we don't. We don't have something called a load serving entity obligation, where effectively those who serve loads are required to cover what their obligation is to serve load here in Texas. We don't have that requirement here. That's a tool that other parts of the state use. That's how they ensure that generation gets built. Here, the only way we can ensure generation gets built is when it gets paid right now for serving energy today, this minute. That's when they get paid. And then whatever we buy in the ancillaries, which is the reserves, that's the total amount of money that's available for somebody to earn. So to change the mix going forward, we have to somehow change the allocation of where those dollars are going. Because under the rules of the market today, remember, the lowest cost resource gets dispatched. The lowest cost resource is the one with the lowest fuel cost. Solar, wind have zero fuel cost. Whatever is built on solar and wind, they get dispatched first, always. So they make up as much of the energy requirement of the state as there is existing on the ground. What is left is then served by the next highest cost and the next highest cost and the next highest cost. That gets you up to the gas fleet, the coal fleet, and those components as well. So in order to change the market, we have to somehow insert a revenue opportunity for thermal generators to earn that consistently, because even if we didn't build a new megawatt of renewables in this state for the next 10 years, we still have we have the largest fleet in the U.S. It's going to continue to operate. And so something has to provide revenue to those other resources to be able to justify billions of dollars in order to run for the next 10, 20, 30 years. And so that's what long back, but the reason why I keep coming after this point is there has to be something in the incentive that changes. And what DRS Plus does, it's an ancillary service, so that means it's something we buy every day. It's used in the real-time market to provide coverage and cushion for any kind of a scarcity event. And what it would do is that when we get into scarcity periods, those thermal resources that are available and committed to provide energy during those periods of time, they would get an extra revenue. And so they would only be eligible for that, and they would get that in order to be ready to commit and be available during scarce periods in the real time, not in the future, not 2-3 years down the road like PJM does it, but today in the dispatch today.
And differentiate that from DRS, ancillary service.
So DRS as an ancillary service effectively says, we need to reduce the amount of RUCs. We want to buy another set of generators in order to sit out there and wait for it to be called on in case there is an error in the forecast or we lose a power plant. So it's effectively the very same as the existing ancillary services we have. The ones we have today are in case a power plant trips offline, we've got a power plant ready to spin up and fill its spot, or a battery ready to jump in. And so what it is, it's very similar to those existing ones. It just has different performance requirements. DRS as it's in the statute today. So it just adds to a portfolio of very similar performing tools we have today. What Plus does, it says it's a new revenue only for thermal resources, and only when they commit during the scarcity period can they earn that. So it incentivizes them to build and be able to earn those monies.
Only when they
Yeah, it's a little bit different because PCM, they created a market where you could, buy and cover this obligation to serve during the scarce periods. It created that kind of a forward signal. It wasn't like a 3-year forward signal, but that's why it was characterized often as a capacity tool, because it did provide that kind of forward signal to the market. This does not.
Okay. I don't want to get too deep in the ancillary services issue, but it's an issue that how do we incent dispatchable generation? DRS plus, PCM, load serving entity obligation. It's a topic of further discussion, and one I don't fully understand what DRS plus is exactly, what y'all are envisioning, but I need to know. I want to know more. I think everybody on this dais wants to know what y'all are doing regarding this. My last question is curtailment in Senate Bill 6 of these large loads when there's time of scarcity. It's under EEA 2 is what you've advised me, and you also advise that to better manage the grid during the upcoming times during this new 65 gigs, a new and potentially more over the next 6 years or whatever, that y'all might need some increased operational flexibility by changing that to EEA 1. I'm sure the data centers and everybody else out there is loving this comment, but that is something that would allow for the grid to be more optimally managed prior to EA2 and further away from that, obviously, load shed type timeframe.
That's correct. So the Senate Bill 6 as
That would have to be legislatively done.
it would. This would be a policy decision that you all would have to consider and change if you wanted to. But the situation that I think is realistic over the next few years is that as these data centers come online and as we're waiting for the transmission to get built and we're waiting for generators to get built, which we know that takes longer, that there will be periods of time that we'll get into, peak hot days, peak cold days, and using the tools that are in Senate Bill 6 essentially requires us to get all the way into an EEA level 2, which means we're one stage away from ordering load shed. EA3 is when we order load shed across both residential and commercial as well as, industrial customers. So getting into EA2 effectively is going to look like where the grid is right on the edge of a load shed event. And each time we would do that, we'd have to get into that condition in order to ask data centers to be able to curtail. So if you wanted to have the grid operated differently, where we weren't in that situation, you could require or allow ERCOT to notify and call on those resources to curtail before. You said EA1, I would suggest even prior. So just before getting into an emergency, so the grid doesn't have to be in an emergency every time the data centers help out to pull back on their usage. That would be, I think, a preferred way optically to operate the grid versus even getting into an emergency level 1.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to pass it off to my members here in order. Hangbu, Campbell, Menendez, Sparks, Johnson, King. I want to recognize, again, Senator King, Senate Bill 6. That was the work that was done on that bill. If we didn't have the provisions in Senate Bill 6 regarding visibility and load and how to management of load, it would be very difficult at this time. So thank you for
Team effort.
working that last
Team effort.
session. Senator Menendez. I'm sorry, Senator Hagenbu, Campbell, Menendez, Sparks, Johnson, King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great discussion here. I'm trying to figure out whether we really need to make any changes, additional changes to the market, our system here, to really get reliability, or whether the things you've done already in the past on what's going on in the market is going to give us enough thermal generation, and really understand that better. And then secondly, if we do need to make some adjustment, is DRRS, the two of you, Mr. Gleeson and Pablo, you talked about long-term and short-term. It seems like the DRRS Plus is short-term, where maybe think about long-term. So the question is, do we really need to make any changes? And then if so, is DRS the right way to do it? And so can we get to something specific? Do we know how many megawatts that we need? Would you have any estimate of how many megawatts we need of reliable energy to be added to the system? And is that look like it's happening or not? That's the first part of that question.
So I do think it is. I do think something needs to be changed, because absent something changing, the trends, I'd say the economic signals remain the same. So without anything changing, the economic signals will be the same. The economic benefit that renewables and batteries will get will continue to go forward. There's been talk about, like, federal incentives also has come up, like those are changing. The OBB that was passed, it does change the production tax credit and investment tax credit earning potential for wind and solar. As it went into effect, July 4th this year is the kind of the cutoff period. Projects that were initiated before July 4th this year have through, I believe, 2030 to construct in order to receive their credits. Those that start after July 4th have to be done, I think, by 2028, by January 2028. And so, but for battery storage, the full investment tax credit potential is available to them as long as they continue to meet what is going to be the new set of requirements around foreign entity of concern components. So they have to be manufactured with an amount of non-foreign entity of concern components, but they will continue to get the tax credit. So those federal incentives will continue to play a part in impacting the outcomes in our market. So absent doing something else, we should expect to see the same type of a resource mix coming on board. So I do think we need to do something. So that your question, how much, that's not an answer that's easy to give, because the grid has become so variable that it becomes, it depends on how fast and how much load comes online. It depends on what the weather is at any given day. When you look at this, our net peak, which was a very high net peak of 75 gigs last week, that was covered all by primarily thermal and wind that was available. and batteries. So it's a question of what resources are available during that time. What I would say is we need to continue to be adding resources to the grid. Last year we added over 16 gigawatts, but it was almost all in solar and batteries. If we were still adding that same amount, but the mix was 50% thermal and 50% something else, then I think we would start to see a different reliability picture start to emerge very quickly with that kind of a change.
Let me just follow up this, because this is a really important decision, obviously, whether we have any more regulatory change. And some in the industry who are building these thermal generation have said, please stop. Just keep it like it is. That's the best way for us, business-wise, to know how to do this. And we're adding enough. There's enough coming online. So that's a tough decision to make. I'm not sure. It's a good answer. I appreciate that. I'm not sure how to make that decision, so we have to keep thinking about it. Let's say that we do need to make the change, and there's a lot of things you've said here today that would indicate possibly. But Mr. Gleeson, you talk about long-term versus short-term reliability, resource adequacy. So is DRS is just basically extending the number of hours, right? That we during the scarcity period that we would have, we'd be paying for reliable energy, right? Is that going to meet our needs for a long-term reliability?
So DRRS is an ancillary service. Those services are really meant to deal with intraday operational issues. We missed a forecast of something. The load forecast was higher. DRRS Plus is really an attempt by ERCOT to provide those economic incentives for the long-term investment in these facilities. To your first question, Senator, I would say we adopted a reliability standard at the commission. We are doing that first assessment of where we are on that reliability standard. We're going to begin that later this year. And that will tell us in 2029 if we are short megawatts. And once we have that data, then we can have a discussion around what we can do to address that shortfall in 2029 and what the cost of addressing that shortfall is. So I think once that assessment is completed, we'll have the data we need to have a robust discussion about, is this an issue that we really think we need to infuse more revenue into this market? And if yes, how do we do that in a way that doesn't upset the market, that doesn't provide incentives that we don't want there, but that we can guarantee will get us the build that we want? Mm-hmm. Because the thing, and we've talked a little bit about the PCM. The thing that we've heard a lot since Winter Storm Uri is we don't want to put a lot of revenue into a system and not see the investment. So you're just paying existing resources potentially more money. So that's really where that discussion has to be. What incentives need to be there to see that long-term investment? And we can do that much better once we have that reliability standard assessment completed.
So just to be clear, you're going to tell us how many additional megawatts we need to be reliable.
Correct.
And we can look at how we're tracking with all the, things we've done regulatorily to try to get there, plus just the market itself and whether we're tracking towards getting there. If not, we may need to make some additional adjustments. And is that right?
That's correct. We would look to use our existing suite of options or propose different ones to get that additional revenue into incentive.
And when did you say we're going to have that?
So we begin it this year. It'll conclude next year, and it'll be looking out on a time horizon of 2029.
Okay, one more question. Mr. Barkley, you talked about there's going to be rate increases essentially, right?
Depending on the amount of growth, there is the potential for residential consumers to pay a little bit more because of that increased growth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
However, that amount is not going to be as high as it would have otherwise been thanks to changes made by the
Sounds like a rate increase. I know you can't exactly predict it, but can you give us a range of what that could be?
That would heavily depend on what's being built and the exact language for the 12CP and the minimum demand charge. So that's hard to say right now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That had to do with transmission, though. If we do anything like DRS Plus, PCM, I think, was going to increase rates 40%. I mean, it was a significant amount. Am I wrong about that? He's shaking his head. It was a lot. We weren't happy about it at one time. So, Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barkley, you'd said that if we're looking to protect Texans from really increased costs of transmission, cost of their electric bill, if companies can game the CP 415, are you assuming that they can't game the CP 1230 or the 12 CP 30? I think I have my numbers back up.
So there's a potential for, no matter what kind of coincident peak you set, that very, very flexible loads could potentially engage in demand response.
I mean, that's why we're going to the change, right, from 4 CP 15 to 12 CP 30, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But yet, if the companies can game it down at 4, they can game it at 12. That would be my assumption. They're good enough to game it that it needs to be changed. Not sure what 12 will do. So by saying that, I'm thinking that we also need to look at a different tool. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is that 12 going to be every month? Or is it going to be, I'm hearing different stories of how it seems like it'd be every month, but I'm hearing it could be twice in September or whatever.
Yeah, so the proposal right now is to have one every month, but you're right, we will get comments on the full spectrum of options for how to do that. We've heard, you know, you could do 3 in the winter, 3 in the summer, and have 2 each month. You could weight them differently based on the you know, what you see in the data. All of that we will get robust comment on. What I know the answer has to be is we have to have the data be able to show that whatever we adopt is a net benefit to residential ratepayers, and that's what we will do.
Chairman Indes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, appreciate the discussion because that's exactly a great transition. What we have to do, find ways, since we don't have a demand response program currently for residential and small businesses, that they find a way for not to subsidize the industrial one that we do have. It'd be great if we did have a way to give every resident of Texas who wants to conserve energy a way to participate in this, in the curtailment and the reducing the demand. That would be the ideal. I want to ask Pablo about the batch study, and I want to thank you for that because as I read slide 3 here on the batch study where you have the annual megawatt allocation per request, then the financial commitment requirements, and any actionable transmission plan. Basically, you're saying anything that you are going to cost the system because of your addition, your large load, we need to allocate those costs to that event. Is that an accurate assessment?
Correct. To capture what is driving the increased infrastructure and then be able to take that bucket of dollars and through what Chair Gleeson is describing, make sure it gets allocated fairly.
And just for the folks who don't normally sit in the room, who aren't paid to be here, and those watching, that those costs traditionally would have been socialized and put on everybody's bill, right?
Yeah, typically, they get spread across the different rate classes based on a pro rata share of their load. And so what we're talking about here is having more of a fine-tuned way to make sure those costs go directly to those who are incurring them, driving them.
The ones that are causing the cost and will benefit from the increased cost. I think that's a huge improvement over what we've been doing. As I look at the increase demand, the large load eligibility, one of the things that I haven't seen that I'd like us to take into account on your slides, slide 6, where you have large loads by project type. You're showing here that over 90% of those are data centers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We have 4.8%, the next largest would be industrial, right? At some point, I think it would be important to know per megawatt of demand, how many jobs are you bringing? Because one of my concerns is, what if we were to just add all of this demand without enough generation, and then we have, potentially, I can remember, I guess I've been here a little too long, when Toyota was looking at coming to Texas versus going to Tennessee and Kentucky, and they brought 4,000 jobs. And part of the reason they chose us is because reliable, inexpensive cost of energy. They're about to add another line. That's another 2,000 jobs. That's 6,000 jobs. Yep. High-paying jobs. That's my concern, is that how many jobs do these data centers bring? And so I think we need to really be thoughtful about how we go about doing this. Because yes, number one is the reliability of the grid, at what price to our consumers, and 2, that we don't stretch ourselves out so thin that we can't attract new large employers. Let's see here. I'll make it quick. Mr. Gleeson, on the standards for interconnecting large loads, customers in ERCOT's power region being developed, my understanding is that project number 58481, which is currently in the rulemaking process because the standards are still being developed, there's a question of what the standard rules for large loads like data centers will pay to connect. Is there any resolution? I think there's a broad section of the state and country that are really concerned about how data centers, are they paying their fair share to interconnect?
Yeah, so the way those standards are proposed right now is we will get a letter of credit for $50,000 per megawatt in security for that financing. And then as those costs are incurred, we will draw against that. The current rules currently have that if you opt in, once you know your allocation, if you commit, 20% of that is non-refundable. And so if at some point after your commitment you back out, we will give you back 80%, but 20% of that will go, and if that project ultimately isn't needed, if we don't need to build anything to serve a load there, we will take that revenue that we now have and reduce rates for the customer classes. So that's how we're thinking about it right now. It's a letter of credit. It is not cash on hand. There's a large amount of money. One of the concerns about using cash instead of a letter of credit was you may push out a lot of smaller projects that don't have access to that kind of cash, and you'd end up with maybe 5 or 6 data centers that could actually get that type of financing. So a letter of credit was chosen. But that's how we'll do that. We'll have that minimum 20% once they commit to protect, and we will charge their direct costs to them.
Many people around the state feel that these data centers are driving the need for increased investment in the state's transmission and others. Is it true that, is it your opinion that data centers are the only reason we're looking at increased transmission capacity like the 765s?
No, there's a myriad of reasons. I know we're going to talk about the Permian Reliability Plan later, but that, a lot of that demand is mostly oil and gas demand that we're looking to serve. Right now, there's about 11 gigs of demand there. It's estimated by, I think, 2038 to go to 27, 28 gigs of demand. And so there's a lot of reasons. Pablo talked about the organic growth here that is even outside of any type of large load. We continue to see small businesses and citizens moving to the state, and we have to be able to find a way to efficiently and effectively move all of the generation, wherever it's being built, because we don't site generation in the ERCOT region, to the places where it needs to go to serve the loads.
Have you or the ERCOT quantified how much power were you losing to congestion, to transmission constraints?
So I believe the estimate I've seen is the congestion cost savings annually of the 765 plan would be roughly $500 million per year in congestion cost savings.
$500 million?
That's the estimate, 300 to 500 million.
Who would benefit from that?
All consumers benefit from lower congestion costs.
I'd like to see how that plays out to the residential and small businesses, and I'd hate for it to be all absorbed by heavy, big industrial, large loads. I'd like to see a breakdown of that.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barkley, I appreciate the work that you do, and I want to say, I think I heard you say on a couple of occasions that you're concerned with the small business and the residential payer, correct?
Yes, sir.
The question I also have is, later we're going to hear from folks about their concerns about the process for the transmission lines, right? I want to know if you feel that that they have that you've been able to hear enough, and that there's been a system in place to contact you and get assistance from OPEC.
So we try and communicate through a wide variety of means, through social media, through our website. We have an annual meeting that we've held out in Austin in odd years, and out in Texas in even years. So there are opportunities for folks to contact us. We regularly receive phone calls from people who are concerned about their rates or have questions about their rates or potentially options for them to resolve an electricity bill, and then we connect them with the appropriate resource.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you guys for your testimony today. My hat is off to y'all. Y'all oversee an incredibly complex but very necessary ERCOT system, and appreciate all the work that you guys do. I want to get into a few specifics. So in this chart, Mr. Vegas, that you showed on page 7, and you showed in the queue, we've got gas of about 77,000 megawatts. How much of that is actual base load, roughly? Ballpark.
Yeah, the majority of what's in our queue is actually peaker type of gas, so I'd say probably less than a third is baseload.
So I think that's part of, it's such a, this is such a complicated system, and it's such a, having discussions like this, it's easy to get lost in some of the details. But what I thought I heard testimony from at least 2 of you gentlemen is that there is still a significant need for thermal dispatchable base load power to be added to the ERCOT mix. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. The kind of load that's coming is around the clock running load, so that requires around the clock supply to serve them.
Thank you. So, and so what we have in the queue right now, we've got a lot of solar, we've got quite a bit of wind, we've got a lot of battery, which, you know, it is, I mean, it's helpful to the current mix, and we've got a lot of peaker plants coming, but we have very little base load, which tells me that we still, I hear oftentimes, gosh, we've made so many changes, you know, within the market, that we just need to let things play out. Do you think, I think this question was asked earlier, but let me just clarify. Do you guys believe in your professional capacity that there's still some things that may need to be tweaked or changed to the market system in order to attract thermal dispatchable baseload?
Yes, I do, and that was the discussion with Senator Hagenbu, and the underlying incentives are still the same today as they've been the last 5 years. So something has to be changed in order to get a different outcome than what we've been seeing. Okay,
thank you. So on page 8, we've seen over the last 26 years, we've seen a significant increase in intermittent power and batteries. Can you give me an idea what if we, at one point in time we were told, hey, this is going to greatly decrease residential electric rates. Have we seen greatly reduced electric rates for our residential customers?
Are you talking about recently or back in the original deregulation?
If you want to go back and give us a little bit of history, that might be helpful.
I think what we set up here in the ERCOT market was a model that was designed to drive the lowest cost supply being built and operating on the system. So everything about our market is driven around the economics. So what is the lowest cost resource? So I think Texas has significantly benefited over the last 26 years of having some of the lowest rates over that period of time. Today, residential rates are in the bottom half, that's good, being in the lower half of rates in the United States. Industrial rates are even lower; they're in the top, the lowest 5 in the U.S. And so we've seen the benefit of this market producing low energy cost over time. The challenge is that when it was designed, and we talked about this last time, I won't go through it again, it was designed for a system that looked like all the purple. All of it was dispatchable. It was all thermal. It had the same characteristics. And so it was truly going after the cheapest reliable energy possible. With the introduction of new types of resources that have very different operating characteristics, those incentives give you different reliability results that I don't think were contemplated back when this market was designed. How could it have been?
Could not have been.
There could not have been.
Right.
So here we are, 25 years later, the mix is radically different than what it was when it was designed, and we are seeing very little reliable thermal generation being added because it's not incentivized under the market design. That's the fundamental issue.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Gleeson, the Texas Energy Fund, is it fully subscribed at this point?
The deadlines have passed, so we will not see additional projects put in, but we will not meet the 10,000 megawatt ceiling. We'll end up somewhere probably in the 7,500, 8,500 zone around how much ends up coming online from that. Just from the money in that, I will say there have been a handful of projects that have left the Texas Energy Fund and have told us that they intend to still build. They just didn't need the low interest loan anymore. So I think when you look in totality about the impact of the Texas Energy Fund, I think we will be able to say that we got 10,000 megawatts in total.
Okay, that's encouraging. How much of that was base load?
So I believe the majority is peakers. I believe in the projects that were moved forward, there were 2 combined cycle submissions, and the rest were all peakers.
I believe both of those are in my district, so
I believe that is correct, sir.
I'm excited about that. So since we have you guys here, and I don't think there aren't very many other people on our schedule today that could talk about with expertise, generally speaking, wouldn't the most efficient system encourage power to be generated close to the demand? If you just take all the other characteristics away and say, we're looking for the most efficient way to generate power and get it to customers, wouldn't you generate power close to the demand?
Yes, everything else being equal, the closer that you generate power to where it needs to go, the more efficient it is.
So we're going to talk later on today about the Permian Basin, and here the Permian Basin, arguably the most energy-rich region in the United States, and yet we generate very little thermal dispatchable baseload out there comparatively, and we continue to struggle to get them to build that and actually put it on the grid. We have some new projects that have been announced that are going to build out there that are going to be off the grid. Which I think is an indication that, again, as you guys have stated, the market probably we still need to consider how we encourage the market to attract that capital. Thank you very much. I appreciate all 3 of you gentlemen.
Thank you, Senator. Just a quick question regarding the 65 gigs and base on the zero batch. How much of that is data centers?
Let me validate that for you, but I think the proportion of these projects, it'd be the vast majority,
89.
over 90% probably are going to be data centers.
We've had discussions in the past about firming requirements on weather-dependent resources, and of course that part of that's in law for future build. But on the load side, a load serving requirement has been discussed as a methodology based going all the way back to the E3 study, right, with PCM. And can you target load serving requirements on compute load on data centers in the sense of making sure they essentially firm on the load side regarding, is that a methodology that's ever been used as far as you're aware in the United States?
I'm not aware of anything like that ever being done for a particular type of load. That would be a novel.
Well, we are considering though dividing the interconnection standards between compute load and non-compute load, industrial load, Toyota load, right? So you could actually do it regarding what we could require them to do otherwise too, from a firming and our generation resource standpoint. That would incent the market overall, would it not?
Yeah, it could, and that would be a policy decision that would have to be contemplated and put forth. I don't think under current rules we'd have the ability to do that,
right,
or current authority, but I'd let Chair Gleeson clarify that.
Yes, it's something we could look at doing. You know, one of the things we've been talking about is if a lot of these facilities are bringing their own generation, and they're bringing the mix of generation that makes sense for them, and in some cases bringing excess generation.
But they're on 100% all the time, right?
Correct, but
so you want base load in that respect, and you can demand they do it by doing a load serving requirement on them, right?
So potentially, I think the other way you could look at doing it is, time to market to power is really important for them. So you could also look at using kind of a carrot and say, if you make some amount, some percentage, 51, 75, 100% of the co-location gen that you're bringing gas, you could do that and then say, if you do that, we will give you kind of a head start in the interconnection process. There are things like that we could look to do and talk about, because what we try to do in the light hand of regulation is find ways to put those incentives out there for them to have that behavior. And if as most of them say, all of them say actually, that getting grid interconnected is ultimately what they need, giving them an incentive to bring a certain type of generation to serve their native load and giving them the incentive that you would get interconnected more quickly to the grid is one way to do it. I'm sure there are, the people behind me are probably thinking of a myriad of ways that we could do this. But things like that are ideas we are talking about, because, we'll get through batch 0, we'll work on the batch 1 rules. But, unless something changes, this is
And
something
your
we're going to...
resource adequacy study in 29, right?
Correct. We're going to have to keep analyzing and
You said incent
iterating.
and light-handed regulation, but I, as a policymaker, and I'm sure my fellow colleagues, our ultimate obligation is to the people of Texas and making sure we have a adequate, reliable, resilient grid. And if certain entities are coming and putting upon our grid significant load requirements and connection requirements and transmission requirements,
and I would say
we don't have a reciprocal ability to look at for what we need from an absolute requirement standpoint, which is, again, a reliable, resilient grid that's adequate.
Correct. And, those data centers have, the healthiest balance sheets of any companies. And so coming up with incentives to bring that capital to bear to benefit all of Texas is what we will try to do.
Okay. Just an thought. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for this panel. It's always highly edifying to have the three of you up here. I'm going to start with some of the easy stuff, but important stuff. Mr. Barkley, you mentioned a few concepts that I think are worth of this committee and this legislature considering, to the extent that legislature is going to be involved at all in this. You talked about a minimum charge. My colleague, Senator Campbell, raised the very serious consideration of whether or not shifting from 4CP to 12CP invites just a different version of the game. We've talked, I think we all understand that it's harder to game a 12CP, but it's still gameable. And am I understanding correctly that this minimum demand charge, is meant in some way to buffer against the possibility of gaming a system?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And if we set it low, it just looks like we're trying to stop gaming the system. But if we set it at a substantial level, we're actually trying to stop people from gaming entities from gaming the system, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the fact that it's 12 CP, not 52 CP, means it's more manipulable than 52. But a 52 would lose some of the demand response that we actually want on the grid. Is that actually an advantage to 12 over 52 to some degree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So everything's looking pretty good. And then you brought up this point of an exit fee. Should that be a deposit up front in case, say, somebody builds, for example, a data center that later gets converted to a pickleball court because, it just didn't fly, and they declare bankruptcy, and then they can't pay their exit fee, yet we've already had all these upfront interconnection costs?
Just straight up cash would be one option. There are other options that are also being discussed. This has not gone into final rule, so it's being discussed currently in the rulemaking process.
It's a very interesting thing to be considered. Thank you for bringing it up. Been some talk about the lack of building of thermal generation, and talk of how capacity markets, no one actually said this out loud, but capacity markets have the inherent benefit of providing predictability. However, they're not very efficient, so we do a much more efficient thing, and we're trying to get the benefits of a capacity market without the limitations. So we have DRRS, maybe. We have seen, I think you've already testified, that the market demand itself is sending a signal, and we are seeing generation get built. Do we even need another rule? Or is the surge in demand going to provide the price signals and price stability that generators need to build?
I'll take a stab at that. That's a really good question. And the challenge I would offer is that even with a higher set of, so let's say we start to see that demand increase, we start to see price support go up, what would distinguish or make the mix change from what we've seen before to tomorrow? Does a solar or battery facility become less economic with more money in the market than they are with less money in the market? Today, less money in the market still supports them at low pricing that we see today because of their low variable cost. And they know they're going to be dispatched. When there's more money in the market, does that disadvantage them? It doesn't. They still have the opportunity to earn that higher amount proportionally, and the guarantee of the dispatch and all that comes with it. So I think even with that, the kind of the tide rising, in this case, it doesn't lift all boats equally because the incentives that are in place are still skewed towards the players that are coming onto the grid. And so I think we'd probably see a similar mix unless, and again, I said this before, if the data centers or the large loads directly bring their own thermal, for whatever reason, there's a carrot, there's a requirement, whatever it is, that's different. That would be changing kind of that dynamic. But absent that, the economic dynamic is still the same. So there's no reason to think we won't see just proportionally more of the same mix.
So it's a mechanism intended to get a healthier mix for the future of our group.
It is. What it's intended to do is actually add a little more to just one portion of the money that flows through our market that only can be earned by the type of resources that we're not seeing build with the consistency that we'd like to see.
So let's talk about the Permian for a minute. My colleague Senator Sparks brings up the very obvious, it's not a very obvious principle, the important principle that proximity to demand is a good guide. It's curious that in the Permian, where you have high demand for electricity, you obviously have available natural gas to run the plants. We had a TEF in place, and it's very, very close, and yet nothing got built. Is the missing element to building in the Permian, the market building in the Permian, the availability of transmission so that those who build generation out there are guaranteed the demand they're going to need to justify the investment?
I think you're on to essentially the basic principle, which is even with, as the system grows and as you add generation to the system as part of that growth, oftentimes the question is postured as, do we need the generation close to the load, or do we need the transmission to move the generation around the system? And it really is, it's not a one or the other decision. It's not a binary decision. Both are actually needed because as the whole system gets larger and electrically larger, there's going to be points in time where there will be power coming from one location that needs to move to another at higher volumes, at larger megawatts. So you need more transmission to move it around. And so even if you built all of the matching generation to the load that's coming into the west, right there next to it, there will be periods of time where that power is going to be needed someplace else in the state based on what's happening with the weather. And so there will need to be bigger lines or more capacity, not necessarily bigger, but more capacity to do that. And that's why you really need both as the system grows to increase together.
And so we're
saying West Texas is not its own grid.
Exactly. It's not. It's one big interconnected. It's like water. It flows to the lowest cost, lowest place, and it does it instantly. So,
just putting it bluntly.
And this conversation is not to shortchange this important conversation about what it would mean to have more transmission. There's a very important conversation we're going to have later today. But to link this to DRRS, in a sense that you just described, transmission is changing market incentives, right?
It definitely is. Today, with what we're seeing, if you look at our trends over the last few years, you're seeing congestion cost increase on the system year over year. That's a cost that's paid by all consumers. That's a reflection of the system as being overconsumed in portions, and so there is a cost that is being burdened because of that the lack of transmission. That sends market signals in and of itself.
Thank you. Lastly, on the batch process, it was introduced during last session. Texas continues to lead the nation in thinking of ways to get things done. We're all very pleased to see that happening. There have been questions about implementation, questionable things in the implementation. It was conceived of to be an objective process to advance the most meritorious projects, the ones we know are going to get built, the ones we know are going to do some good. It appears that many projects got into batch zero that weren't fully baked, and that some projects that were very well baked, very well capitalized, very well established, in line for a very long time, didn't make it in. And now we have, reportedly, I don't know this stuff firsthand, we have companies dropping out because they were just kind of speculating. And so we have 205 gigawatts in batch zero. We don't know how many are going to drop out, but we do know there's some really good projects, it seems really good projects, that weren't considered due to things that appeared not to have been in their control, that it had to do with TSPs and ERCOT. So as we're watching fly-by-night, I don't want to say fly-by-nights, as we're watching not fully baked projects drop out, and we know there's some good ones that didn't get in, should this process be reopened so it can be restored to its original purpose of advancing the most meritorious projects? Or was everything just fine? I'm just based on some things I've heard. It sounds like everything wasn't fine.
Yeah, I think I understand that perspective as well. It's very difficult if you're on the project development side to see an outcome that is not what you wanted to see, like, your status either not being included at all or not getting a baseload consideration. I can tell you that the process that we went through, while it was rapid, it was very well communicated what the expectations were. And so the timelines and the requirements to meet those timelines were consistently applied to every project. And there was variability in the execution of the work. To your point, it was the TSPs and ERCOT working together to validate and do studies. And so there are 26, 27, transmission companies in the state. Each of them performed and did their work differently. We're one entity. We did ours as consistently as we could, working with them. But there were situations where you had projects that started years ago, but didn't finish an aspect required by a deadline for many reasons. And so if they didn't, we consistently apply the regulation or the rules to them.
And so well, I'm sure we're going to hear more from various players on that later.
Yeah.
And we've all turned a paper in late and gotten marked down a grade, or asked for extra time after the fact. And it's too bad. You turned your paper in late, you get an F. I get it. But what if let's drop the academic analogy. It sounds like in some cases you had meritorious projects trying to move forward. TSPs didn't complete their portion of the process, and so the project got left out due to something beyond their control, while some TSPs just kind of let anybody in without any vetting. Is there some merit to that criticism of the process, and should we do something to address it?
I don't think there's merit to that. Every transmission company had to do a validated study, and it was validated by ERCOT. So I can say there was a yeah, they had to do them, and then
but did they do them?
And in some cases they did. And then what happened often, this is where things got tricky with a lot of these projects, is down to the very wire, because with a validated study, the other projects that are around that project, the electrically impacting other projects that are around them, if one of them finished all of their work, let's say on Tuesday, then everything that was going to get submitted on Wednesday to be reviewed needed to factor what happened on Tuesday, because it got Tuesday's kind of projects finished, locked in, did their study, got it validated, they're done. Then the ones who were turning in on Wednesday said, well, wait a minute, I didn't know about that. That was the nature of this. There were so many been happening concurrently. That was happening every day. And so a project that they thought they were tracking on schedule, they heard with 2 or 3 days of time, you need to factor in this other project that got finished because it affects your load. What we're going to fix in this going forward is eliminating that cycle. And we're going to move to an integrated transmission planning process that doesn't have this kind of a base allocated designation process. It's going to be completely different in the next iteration. This first one was having to clean up this kind of rough process we had and just get everybody in, and that led to some of those outcomes.
I still think it's better than the attestation method.
I think the whole effort is a laudable effort and a good one. It sounds like implementation was rocky, and there were a lot of different players.
The criteria used about
Bless you.
What parameters you seek when you're load. Judgment call.
And maybe we need to look at it being our judgment. Thank you for answering.
Thanks.
Senator King, then Senator Matos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, thank you for your kind comments a few minutes ago about SB 6. I just want to thank you. You were involved in that every single day, all day long. And so thanks for your leadership in that. And also, it was a joint effort of the entire committee and the Lieutenant Governor's staff, and then also our counterpart, Chairman Ken King, over in the House. And so definitely a team effort that nobody gets to take individual credit for, but thank you. And I think it would be, in fact, Mr. Gleeson, Chairman Gleeson, just let me ask you, are there any other states that have passed any similar legislation, just out of curiosity?
Not to my knowledge. I think, like we said at the outset, we go first. We have the benefit of going first and, blazing a trail for everyone else to come in behind. We've seen this consistently since Uri, whether it's our weatherization standards or finding a way to, in a managed way, bring on large loads. We tend to be the test case and figure out how to do it here that others can borrow from.
Right. Yeah. And part of that's because we've got our own grid.
That is a
Have some
major part of
flexibility
the
and
reason.
creativity and all that.
That's correct.
Okay. At the we're talking about market design. Well, let me go to this first. In looking at the batch process, and I guess this is for anyone that wants to answer it, but one of the concerns that we've talked about is, let's say that Texas is trying to recruit another SpaceX or another Toyota or some other Caterpillar to Texas, and they're going to be a large load, and our economic development folks are telling them, come here, and we can do this. And then now, because they're a large load, they're thrown in the middle of this batch process, and the concern has been they're going to go, well, what is this? And they're being told, well, you might be able to be a part of batch 1 or 2 or whatever. Where are y'all at on trying to differentiate those type of traditional those enterprise, big commercial, large load projects? How are we kind of differentiating them so they don't get tossed in with the data centers?
Yeah, Vice Chair King, on a go-forward basis, I think we have to figure out a way to have a bifurcated process. I think what we've found, a lot of the development kind of cycle for a traditional industrial or a Toyota, Samsung, what have you, doesn't really match with the batch process, and a lot of that capacity ends up getting taken up by data centers. So Pablo and I have started talking in our staffs about a way moving forward we could look to bifurcate the process and even potentially have the traditional industrials go back to working with their transmission utility to figure out how to have a plan to build out for them. And then you would layer a batching process for data centers on top of that. Those are still in the very early stages, but I think we've seen the same thing that you're talking about, that this may not work for all large loads. And if it doesn't, we have to figure out a way to accommodate all of them, not just have a plan in place to deal with data centers and make others fit within that framework.
And I would really encourage you to put out there in a very public statement that you're working towards that, so we don't scare off or deter anyone else. Because what'll happen is we'll be competing with Illinois for a project, or Florida, or wherever, and they'll say, well, you're going to get thrown in this batch process, and we need something we can point to that says, no, look on the PUC website, they've got a particular policy statement about this, and they are going to bifurcate that and just get rid of that argument, because that's, if it's not happening, it's going to happen. So,
Yes, sir.
So we've been talking about having enough capacity, having enough generation capacity. So the way the energy-only market should work, as opposed to the capacity market, the way it should work is on most days, most generation is just sitting kind of idle, not spinning. Everything's spinning on the really hot and cold days, but not on fall and spring and just normal mild days. And so theoretically, as those new large loads come in and enter into power purchase agreements, or they're just buying however they're buying it, that excess capacity is going to get to where it's spending 24/7, which is a good thing because that means those generators are making money, and that's going to send price signals into the marketplace to, hey, come build not intermittent but dispatchable generation in Texas because you're going to get used up. We're not sitting idle, 15 hours out of the day. We're running 20 hours out of the day or more. Am I thinking about that wrong? I mean, there is not this extra demand in the long run in an energy-only market going to lead to incentives within that market that are already there? Isn't it going to stimulate those to where, folks are going to go, hey, let's go build a power plant in Texas because those plants aren't just running, 50% of the year, they're running 90% of the year. And it's going to be for dispatchable. That's not an incentive that's going to be there for wind or solar or batteries. It's going to be incentive for a price signal for dispatchable. Am I thinking of that right?
Well, everything I think up to the last thing, I think I agree with. The last point, no, that the incentive is just as strong for the wind and the solar and the batteries because they're going to get the opportunity to serve that load as it grows. Like the solar, they'll serve it all during the day. So today we're at 91,000. As we grow to 110,000, if we had 110,000 of solar, it would get dispatched before the gas, before the coal, before all the dispatchable resources. So it has a lot of headroom that it can continue to grow and serve that load during the day. Can't do it at night. So then at night you have to have something else. And so it depends on how much generation comes online between wind and batteries and thermal. The challenge is, I agree with you in theory that as it raises the demand, we should see a mix of resources added to the system to serve it. The challenge the gas system has had over the last 5-6 years is that the more and more renewables that have come online, their utilization has gone down, right? So they get dispatched less often, to your point. And so the prospect of being able to earn enough to justify building the power plant gets harder when you look at running that power plant less frequently. In the future, as we grow the system, if we continue to add a lot of solar and add a lot of batteries, those continue to minimize the opportunity for gas to get dispatched. So even though the overall load is going up, gas may get the dispatch during those periods when there's no wind, no solar, and the batteries run out, but those number of hours that is available to do so are still shrinking because of the other resources. So it's kind of a moving target that's happening as the system grows. And again, fundamentally, unless there's that consistent potential to earn enough to cover the cost of investment, I think we might see a significant lag in the thermal keeping up with what we would expect to happen.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
So you mentioned, and it may have just been kind of off the cuff, but you mentioned a little while ago that maybe we needed to have, some target of 50% of the new generation coming in being thermal or something like that.
Yeah, that was completely off the cuff. I don't have a target or a mix at this point. It's really, and where we'll be able to give you much better quantifiable information is at the end of this year, as we finish this reliability standard, to show you what would be the best mix to efficiently serve the growth in the future.
Okay, so we've looked at legislation in the past that said, and it hasn't gone anywhere, but we've discussed it of should you have a minimal standard? Should we say that from a point of interconnection that 50% or some percentage of new generation has to be dispatchable generation, as opposed to just letting the market forces guide that? I mean, should ERCOT and the PUC come up and say, we see that, we're setting a standard that we want a target of 60% or 40% or whatever it is of all new generation coming in to be dispatchable, and then have some kind of rule or statute that requires that? I mean, that's not a capacity market because you're not paying for it, but it's just saying you're not going to get internet connected to the grid. What I suspect would happen is you would have a dispatchable go team up with a renewable and come up with, some workings where they can both come online.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would be a pretty significant policy change to have a requirement like that. I think I guess I would go back to I think the best driver for making changes like this is good data to support kind of what's needed in the future. This reliability standard should provide us much better data and insight into where we think the gap is, how big it is, and then ideally we can work together to find the most efficient way to close that gap. And if it's something like that, that could be a policy change.
Well, you know, the other benefit from a policy standpoint, just for the gas-fired plants, I mean, you know, the oil and gas is such a big part of our economy, and when you build more gas plants, that's not just benefiting the electric market and the consumers. It's benefiting what's probably 30 or 35% of our economy at any time, and we've got enough natural gas here to burn for the next several hundred years. So it seems like we ought to be really targeting how do we bring in that dispatchable without going, I think, without going into a capacity market at all. But somebody mentioned, I think it was Mr. Barkley mentioned an exit fee. That also, I don't know at all if that's a good idea or not. We've never, on anyone that's wanted to interconnect, to my knowledge, Toyota or anybody else, thought, well, they may go out of business, so we ought to have a charge to them if they do. I would think if you ever considered anything like that, which doesn't sound like a good idea to me, but if you ever did, again, you would want to for sure bifurcate out traditional large loads, wouldn't you think?
That would make sense.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, I just hadn't thought about that, but it just seems we've never required that of anybody to prove that you're actually going to stay in business forever before we interconnect you. So we just need to think about that. And I know data centers are sort of a new deal, but they're really not sort of a new deal because we've had a lot of them around here for a long time, so they seem like they're going to be here for a while. But maybe it is something we need to talk about. I don't know. When would you anticipate that you could give us a good picture of what the resource needs are for the next 10, 15, 20 years? I mean, that is just the most central thing to planning seems to be, you know, how big yeah.
That's correct. So the reliability standard is targeting the fall of 29. We'll have that for you to discuss during the next legislative session. And so we'll have data for you and that we can come and present and discuss. And, you know, it's how you quantify two things, not just the amount of generation you may need if you're short, but how much that generation is going to cost. And you can, you know, kind of run the analysis of the cost and benefit of the risk versus the reward of getting that new generation online and really make a decision using that type of data around, you know, if you're short, say, 500 megawatts in 2029, and the perceived cost of that might be something that, you know, is so exorbitant that you may not, you know, want to actually put that revenue into the system. But we'll have the data actually have those conversations publicly during next year.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only last thing I say, I just really want to compliment all three of you and your organizations and really the whole legislature. I mean, no state and probably no country in the world no one has ever had to try to find a way to deal with this large of growth in such a short period. And on top of that, it being really what's relatively a new emerging industry. I mean, we've had data centers, but AI is really the emerging industry. And it's really exciting that Texas is getting to take the lead on this because I think the data centers and AI can have tremendous, tremendous benefits for our state and for citizens and for business community and for everything. There's a lot of downside there we kind of got to work through too, and I understand all that and issues we got to deal with. But I just want to congratulate y'all. I think you've made tremendous headway on doing something that has really never been done in the world at this level before. When you look at the gigawatts and the transmission issues and everything else that come to play. So just thank you, and I know sometimes you come here and we're always mad about something, but we probably will be before the day's over. But really want to congratulate y'all. I think y'all have made tremendous strides in the last 18 months or so. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I find it very interesting, the discussion about, of course, adequacy and how do we get there as a state. Market, try to incent it historically, pay for it by changing the curve. Latest incentive, RS plus, or the thought process. And then mention essentially a mandate by throttling the interconnection amount of dispatchable generation. I mentioned earlier, putting a requirement on load that they somehow purchase some methodology, a certain amount of dispatchable generation. There we go. Y'all heard all that. But so interesting discussion. I'm not going to repeat all that. So you got Senator Hinojosa, Hagenboo, Menendez, and then Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here on the panel, helping us answer some questions here. I wanted to piggyback off of some of the questions some of my colleagues raised or posed a little earlier, starting with the batch zero process. So currently, you said in the batch zero, we've got about, 205 gigawatts of large loads seeking interconnection. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so I know you said we're waiting on a checklist of eligibility for qualifications to be met. Assuming all of those meet those requirements, would all of those projects get greenlit? We're able to provide that energy to them?
No, not necessarily. What the only ones that have kind of a commitment for adequate energy transmission to serve them are the baseload ones. So those that are in that 65 gigawatt bucket at the bottom of that chart, those are the ones that have a clear path to getting energy on the timelines that they're requesting. The balance that are going to be what's called allocated loads, they're going to get studied to see what's available after those 65 get all of their service. And so what that'll end up doing is showing certain projects might get most of what they ask for, depending on where they are in Texas, where they are on the grid. Others might get a very small portion. And so then the study would show them, here's what each project gets each year for the next 5 years. And if you need to get if you want to continue to stay and get built, then here's the additional transmission that we'll build for you. And it'll show a plan and a cost for that plan to build that. That would be the output.
But that's still technically in your batch zero.
That'll all happen in the batch zero, exactly. And the results would be in April. We'd come out with how much everybody got allocated that was in that allocated group.
So kind of to Senator Johnson's point of half-baked projects that may have gotten approval that may not be able to meet the checklist of eligibility, assuming there's anything available for fully baked projects that can meet those qualifications that maybe didn't get into batch zero, is there a consideration for any of those to potentially be in a? I'm not suggesting stalling in the first batch of anything, but maybe in a batch 0.5 or something where you can get in a few extras that do qualify on queue.
So I guess maybe I'll start with I'm not aware of any half-baked projects. They either met the qualifications or they didn't meet the qualifications. So the qualifications were fairly rigorous around what had to be done on a technical side, which is what ERCOT looked at with the transmission companies. And then there's a commercial set of requirements. Those commercial requirements require all the financial security, $50,000 a megawatt, ownership of land, ordering of the equipment. So all of those things had to be met in order to meet whatever criteria, in order to get into the batch. So if they got in, they got in. So
then why would we see a drop-off?
Because as projects are getting in and they don't have the ability to do that, they will come out.
That's my point. So if they don't have the ability to do it, then they have to come out, but others do have the ability to do it. Why are we not letting them in?
Because we would have to then go through another restudy process for the hundreds of projects that are in there. If we let new ones in, we'd have to ask them to all restudy their work for the new projects that got in. And so it would add months and months to the process to go back and redo
So you
that.
didn't study all the projects that were submitted timely?
Yeah, we did. We studied all of them that were submitted timely.
Okay, and so similarly, I guess I'm a little confused. Similarly, I've heard about instances where projects came in, met all the requirements, ready to go, and still technically not considered, or in what you expressed were not included. But again, if they were submitted, they should have already gone through that vetting process. So
Yeah.
I'm still confused as to why we would need to re-vet, reopen that up. I mean, couldn't you just take the next couple of companies that had that requirement, that met the eligibility into the batch?
So let me I tried to explain it before with kind of the, every project that got studied and approved that was electrically relevant to another project had to be included in that next project studies. So now we've got a set of projects that have gone through the studies and have been validated. What would have to happen is those who didn't finish in the timeline. So you asked if we studied all of them on a timely basis. What happened is all the way up through July 10th, we were getting updated studies and projects were finishing with the validation of their studies. That was happening every day leading up to July 10th. When a project finished and got validated, it basically had its spot into batch 0 clear. It was a validated study. The next one that came after that, if it was affected by that project, needed to ensure that that project that just got approved, could have been that very day, was considered in their study. In many cases, they only got a day or two to be able to respond to that. So the transmission company couldn't finish a restudy factoring in that project that just got done that affected them. And so they weren't able to get it done, and the whole validation couldn't get done by July 10th. That's what ended up happening as why some projects didn't make it. So now, if we open it up and say, let's include a project that their studies weren't finished, didn't get done by that timeline, and we were going to validate that they're going to work, all the projects that have finished before them didn't include that one that didn't finish, the one that we were opening up to study today. They have to go back and redo their studies to see if it affects their base load or their allocation study. You understand? Because everything that affects somebody else electrically affects them electrically. So then we'd have to go through a months-long process of restudying all the ones that are finished with the new ones that we're evaluating that are coming in today. That's the reason why. So if we don't stick to the timeline of the process, we're going to delay the whole process.
I can appreciate the delay factor, which is why I suggested maybe a 0.5 or something, about 0.5. We'll move on, but going to, I think one of the intended purposes of SB 6 was to try to prevent what we call ghost loads, or some of these speculators coming on that, we started seeing a little bit of an issue where they were, wanting to secure energy commitment and really not trying to do that before they created an actual project. And I think that's part of what this whole checklist of eligibility came about. I think y'all have done a fairly good job about doing that. As it pertains to like your deposits, those for energy, I know, I guess the question is, as far as your ghost load issue, do you see that mostly in the data center industry, or is that a problem with other large interconnect entities?
Yeah. I think this issue we're dealing with trying to figure out how much of this load is real and not real, has been a new development since we've seen this kind of explosion of interest in data center builds. And I think there's some reasons for that, because you've got multiple types of businesses that are investing in and developing the facilities to be able to serve data center requirements. Some of them are the actual owners and operators, like the big brands you hear about, Meta, Google, Amazon, others like them. And then you've got others that develop on their behalf. And so what they're trying to do is they're trying to get in and get a project that has the electrical ability to support them, and then they go and sell it to the person who's going to actually use the data center. So that's I think the challenge we've been working through, is that you've got all of them out there trying to secure electrical access to be able to serve these projects, and discerning which ones really have the customer and that have the financial security, have all those things. That's been kind of a unique issue with this set of projects.
And so, I appreciate that answer. So, that's kind of my point. If it's kind of more industry specific, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't occur in others, but if the lion's share of that issue is based off of the data center industry, why really are we, putting some of those constraints on our other large industries?
Yeah, the intention is not to constrain the other industries, and in fact, what we've seen as a result is the risk of putting other industries into a queue process that is long, it's drawn out, it might not meet the economic development cycle of those types of industries. So I think we need to address that. That was an unintended consequence.
I agree with you, especially in my district's industry heavy, both ends of the district, and I think that's something that we're hearing from some of those guys. But Mr. Barkley, I always appreciate our conversations. You do a lot of great work in trying to help protect the ratepayers, and that's something that is vitally important for me as well. Help me walk me through in understanding, some of Madam Chair's Campbell's concerns about gaming the system. I know we're trying to move from 4 CP coincident peak at a 15-minute interval to a 12 CP 30-minute interval. How might that be gamed?
Yes, sir. So there are a lot of sophisticated actors in the market who are going to be able to say, based off the weather, based off some other information they may have, that demand is more like peak demand for a particular month, because that's how 4CP currently works, is it's month-based. It's June, July, August, and September. And they'll say, what is the peak of this month? And they'll probably say there's 2 or 3 days where there's a 15-minute increment, or perhaps just one day with several 15-minute increments where they can power down, and as a result, they can avoid some transmission costs.
How do they know when you're going to do that?
That's just, there are experts out there who that's their job.
Okay.
And it could be weather dependent. It could be a variety of different factors. It could be where you are. So
how is that determined? Just out of curiosity, because I want to understand the history of all that. So the 4CP method, and you're now taking a snapshot, you said, between which months?
Right now with 4CP, it's the summer months, June, July, August, September.
But yet a lot of our big users weather doesn't really determine as much. It's not like residential folks where we're running our AC a lot more in the summertime versus the wintertime or fall and spring. But with a lot of the industrial folks, they're consistent throughout the year with whatever they're manufacturing, whatever they're doing. They stay pretty consistent. It's not really weather related as much. So why was it that we're dinging residents on the highest times of our utilization versus what was the decision to just capture those most utilized months for residents?
The idea there was that those were the times at that period of time when 4CP was designed where the system is going to be under the most amount of strain. There's going to be the most amount of demand on the grid. Residential consumers are inherently peaky. When they come home in the summer and turn on their air conditioning, that's going to increase demand on the grid. And at the time, the easiest way to address that will be to create a demand response program that incentivizes large loads to reduce their consumption in order to allow for some additional space there for residential consumers to increase AC as they come home.
So walk me through that, because I know it was a question I asked, and I said, look, I get my electric bill, and anytime our contract is up and I'm looking and shopping around for the cheapest rates for providers, some of them may have a little bit lower rate if our utilization is at a certain amount monthly, right? So what do is we have it nice and neat on our bill. It shows every month exactly how much we utilize that month. So if I'm trying to figure out what my potential usage would be for the year, I take all my January through December, I know exactly how much I used, I add it together, divide by 12, and I've got an average. Why are we going to this CP met? Well, why couldn't we just do that with large load users too?
Absolutely. That's certainly a policy option that could be pursued. It's one of the ones that we considered when we were looking at alternatives to 4CP.
But your answer was because we're trying to incentivize.
Yes, sir. We're trying to incentivize some form of demand response, which is why the coincident peak model was used with 4CP, and there would still be some form of demand response with 12CP. And as a result of that demand response from industrial users, residential customers pay a little bit more because they're just inherently more peaky.
And again, I guess if there's an incentive for lower demand, that kind of goes to the whole gaming idea. They wouldn't know to throttle down unless they knew when you were going to measure. Is that fair?
If they were able to correctly predict, because normally that's not done over one specific 15-minute increment. There's a window, and that's when they'll typically power down a little bit, and they'll think, within this window, we think there's going to be that 4 CP 15-minute interval.
And by the way, I don't think also it's fair you measure the highest level, and I understand some of my industrial folks concerned that, hey, we might peak a couple of times a day or maybe, a couple of times a week, and that would be, really hard economically if that snapshot was taken at that moment at our highest peak, and we were, assessed rates depending on that snapshot. At the same time, if they have the ability to throttle down or have people notify when, I shouldn't to Senator Menendez's point, what's the announcement to the residential and small business guys to say, hey, we're about to take a snapshot. Why don't you guys have an opportunity to maybe use a little less at that point too?
That's something that occurs in some of the munis where if they have an aggregated distributed energy resource program or some other residential demand response program, they're able to do that. And I know that there's projects going through the process right now to enable that for people in other parts of Texas. And it would certainly help in trying to equalize some of those transmission costs.
Okay. I appreciate all the work you do on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, just a point of information, Charge 1 has 51 witnesses and Charge 2 has 156. We have 7 more panels between the two interim study things. And then with that, I'm going to recognize Senator Hagenboo, Senator Menendez, Senator Sparks, and Senator Colkhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I get it. I'll move it along. 2 quick questions. One on reliability, one on batch zero. On reliability, is there any chance that these new combined cycle thermal plants will, when there's no subsidies at all for wind and solar, when someone's making an investment decision, what kind of power to build, is there any chance that it'll ever get to where the combined cycle, more efficient plants will, economically equal or be close to what renewables are?
It'll help, certainly, when you take off the imbalance from the subsidies. That'll definitely help. Right now, the kind of the equation's tilted in the other direction because there's such a limited supply of the infrastructure for building thermal.
The turbines, yeah.
Yeah, turbines and everything else. The prices have increased almost double to 3 times on average. So we need to get it back into balance on all of that.
But so that's going to get ramped up, obviously. They're going to produce more. Is any chance that'll ever happen?
It could. It definitely could. It definitely
Interesting,
could.
yeah. On the batch zero, so you get a certain number through the eligibility requirements. It's the 65, is it gigawatts or megawatts? Gigawatts, I guess, right?
It's 65 gigawatts,
Gigawatts. So,
the base load.
They're lined up there. They're in that group. How do you decide who goes first? And this is back to my point in that first hearing, which is the people of Texas have a valuable, rare commodity, which is this grid we have. And the question is could you require something more to be first in line? Perhaps we'll build more power than we need. Require them to build more thermal power than they need just to operate their own plant to contribute back to the grid or something like that. Are any thoughts about how we pick who goes first?
We actually aren't picking who goes first in that batch. So what happens is, effectively, once we start the batch and they kind of know that they've got that baseload status, they're open to build and ramp based on their schedule. So they'll all kind of go in parallel.
I got you.
Is what'll happen.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Just let the record reflect Senator Blanco, Senator Campbell, and Senator Johnson joined us. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 questions for Pablo. As I look at the large loads by project type on slide 6, it looks like over 90%. So you got 90.2 are data, a small percentage of data crypto, and then a percentage of crypto. I think as we move forward, and you've done this first batch of batch 0, moving forward, I think you need to check about policy decisions. I mean, obviously, we've already come to the conclusion that we want to reserve some of our power for the ability to attract new industrial users for our natural growth and that sort of thing. So the bifurcated, we need to look at policy decisions. And one of those questions I have is on the batch 0, was utilizing existing infrastructure and an effect on property rights considered when these new data centers were applying. Because I have a concern that if you have to buy right away or you have to increase infrastructure, it's going to increase the overall cost to the system. And if we don't allocate that to that actual user, then it's socialized, and the rest of us are helping pay. We're subsidizing that data center.
Yeah, as they worked through their energization, each project worked through their energization plan with the transmission company.
Yeah.
They would have gone through a detailed study of everything that needed to be upgraded, added in infrastructure to serve them at that site. And that would be the basis for what the financial security they'd have to cover in order to be able to proceed forward.
So moving forward, and this will be a final question on this panel, if you could help provide us the criteria for batch zero, I think there need to be some policy decisions. We have other resources that are finite where that we get from HUD tax credits for affordable housing, and the state legislates the QAP. That means we legislate the policies that we want to see in place to how we allocate these. And there's a point system, so they compete for points to see. So in essence, all of these large loads would compete, and the ones that meet the most of our legislative priorities would rise to the top.
Yeah.
And so it could be jobs, it could be amount of jobs per megawatt, it could be, do they bring more power to the system, do they use less water, are they more, are they being good neighbors, are they out of, not next to any communities where they're not disrupting the community. So we could actually put in some policy decisions in there that would, raise the number of points and make those rise to the top rather than they're just whether they're able to, and whether I like to see a bond on whether or not if they leave and they keep us with stranded costs.
Some surety bond.
A surety bond of some kind, yeah. Thank
We
you.
did that with reclamation of solar and I think wind projects, right?
Yep.
Regarding the bifurcation, do y'all need statutory authority? If y'all were to go that route regarding bifurcation of interconnection load and
No, Chairman, I don't believe we do.
y'all have the authority, okay?
I believe we do.
Senator Sparks, you turned off your light? Okay. Senator Colkhurst, you're the last one on this panel.
Thank you. I want to go back to the mix just quickly and to make sure that I.
Is your mic on? I'm not for sure it is. Okay, good.
I think it is.
Great.
When I look at page 7, Mr. Vegas, of your presentation, in the graph, obviously you see solar and battery in the years really exponentially very large. And you've talked about the megawatts coming and gigawatts coming onto the grid as being mainly that. Do we consider battery dispatchable? I mean, I know that we've always kind of talked about that, and there's arguments.
Yeah.
It's not traditional dispatchable.
It's not, because it's not a generator, right? It's not a generator. It doesn't create electricity. It basically stores it to a point when it's needed, dispatches it. So it's definitely very dispatchable. So it's really responsive. It's fast. So it has characteristics that are very useful in that regard. And then for the period of time that they can run, they behave like a dispatchable generator. But it's for a limited duration.
Duration is, how long can they run?
The average in our system is just under 2 hours, is the size batteries that we're getting on the system. Now, in total, the fleet, will see them perform over a period of 3, 4, 5 hours, depending on, but they throttle that. They basically have inverters that they can throttle how much electricity they put on the grid. But the battery sizes that the ERCOT has been incentivizing has been around 2-hour batteries.
So going back 2 hours and 18 minutes ago, I think Chairman Gleeson, you talked about, and so did you, Mr. Vegas, a little bit about the net peak. Chairman, you talked about 91 being the net peak last week. There was a characteristic that I think is real important that doesn't fall on deaf ears. We typically looked at the 4 to 5, which was you still have manufacturing going on. You have people coming home. They're turning their air conditioner on. They're running their dishwasher and their washing machine. Jimmy likes it when I do that. It's not often enough. He has more responsibility in that. But that is typically what happens. But what we saw last week was, I think your word was a rollout. out a little later. True or false? What was that description?
Yeah, so when we first came into this market, the gross peak is what we were solving for, when we were actually had the most demand on the system. With the proliferation of renewables, net peak has now been the time. So when you subtract out those renewables, that, you know, when the sun's going down and the wind hasn't picked up, batteries fill in a large part of that gap. I said, my point was, you know, in talking to ERCOT recently, we've now seen that even push back further. So I believe on the day that we hit that 91 peak, or maybe the night before, the previous day when we also set a new peak, it was actually in the last hour of the day, like that 11 to 12 o'clock at night, where we actually had the tightest conditions, because batteries are now running long enough to fill through a lot of that ramp down of solar, ramp up of wind, but then they're using their state of charge. And so when they run out of state of charge, we're now seeing that net peak moved even later. And so as we see the proliferation of batteries and different resources, we're going to keep having to analyze when the times of greatest concern may be and solve for that time as we're looking for incentives for generation.
Batteries get charged mostly by taking power off of.
Correct. They are a load that then dispatches.
They don't load off of. A lot of people think, oh, the batteries are next to the solar farms and they're charging there, but they're really going out to where, in my district, they're just going underneath the power line and pulling it off, right?
Correct. And you'll typically see their behavior. They charge when prices are really low and they dispatch when prices are really high because our margins are thin, which is a great attribute of a battery. It's really helpful in that regard. But yes, it just, again, the attributes of all these different types of generation facilities cause us to have to make different decisions in what we're doing. And again, we've been blessed to have so many batteries come on to really help that ramp down of solar before the wind picks up. They've helped us there. They've just now changed the game again to where we're now seeing that time of greatest need pushed back in the day.
But when I go to Mr. Vega's presentation on page 7, and again, that should concern us if we're looking for thermal dispatchable, what we sometimes call base load, right? And so there's been a lot of talk today about incentives, DRRS plus. Chairman, thank you for your questions on making sure that we completely understand what that is. Here's my question. In what, Mr. Vegas, you talked about what would trigger those thermal plants. And I appreciate my colleague's explanation, Senator Sparks, about your, your area and what Senator King said about having so much natural gas. We're a natural gas producing state, and I think that it makes our grid more reliable. So in DRRS, I understand there's a 2-hour window, and that's, by, I think, section 39.159 that requires the resources capable of running at least 4 hours, but there's this 2-hour window. And here would be my question. Perhaps we should go to a 6-hour window, which would allow our coal base to fire up, and it would be an incentive that would help versus the battery. I think the 2-hour window, which is not, all of us could argue, if you're looking for something quick, 2 hours is not exactly the quickest thing ever. It seems like almost that 2-hour window was designed in statute for batteries, which we're now seeing on page 7 of your presentation. By 2031 is going to be the leader. And over here we got gas, and it is what I personally desire for what the chairman talked about was reliability and resiliency. So has anybody ever talked about potentially?
I think it's 2 hours ramp time and 4-hour run time, if I remember correctly.
It is.
Yeah, that's right.
But what if you extended that, and that would be a part of our mix in DRRS plus, and it would be a part of a more incentive base to get more gas generation?
Yeah, I think it would effectively, the DRRS plus would effectively do what you're describing, because what the coal plant would have to do in that example would have to tell us during the operating day that they're committed in to serve energy, And as long as they're committed, meaning that their ability to come, they're online or they're ready to come online, then they would have the opportunity to earn that revenue.
That's right.
That would be their opportunity to do so. And it would only be for those that are thermal and dispatchable. We could define it narrowly, who's the criteria. And so it could work exactly as you're describing.
So it could be a part of kind of ramping up. Mr. Chairman, what you talked about is how do we incent it? And Mr. Vegas, you have talked about the incentives. We've talked offline about what we're seeing. The megawatts coming to this grid are not thermal right now. Correct?
Correct. We're seeing much larger increases in solar and batteries. And I think the key to this is, DRRS, dispatchable reliability reserve service. What we're talking about here is thermal dispatchable resources, because batteries are dispatchable. And so you would look, if you want more gas on the system, you would look for target revenues that are targeted just for thermal dispatchable resources,
Correct.
not just all dispatchable resources.
And if you look at this grid, I think that it is incumbent upon us to focus on this area right here. So I want to put all the tools in the toolbox. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, I've been around this building for a while, and I go all the way back to Enron and those days that were very dark, Uri, literally, figuratively dark. And, all three of you have such an influence on the state of Texas and the decisions that you make and the boards that you report to. And so, undeniably, I would ask y'all, none of you have a conflict of interest in any way, do you?
No, ma'am.
You would never do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for your insightful questions. Going back to DRS, if I remember correctly, I mean, we need batteries and shoulder periods at the time when that was devised in SB3. And if we were to actually formulate some sort of a methodology system that incented something that could last like 12 hours, or you would actually diminish EEA3 dramatically, in the sense that we don't have a lot of winter storm Uri events in which we have 3 days of outage. You're usually looking at a time frame that's relatively short when it comes to EEA3. So yes, we need all above, actually, with the growth that we're seeing. And we need the right resource mix, of which fast, frequency fast, for instance, with batteries, which are very important in battery. And then we need intermediate time frames, we need longer time frames. So it's a difficult problem. It's a good problem to have. Again, going back to the initial comments I made regarding Texas is growing, we are succeeding, we're winning, and we have to manage this. So thank y'all very much for this panel, and appreciate all y'all do very much. So the second of 7 panels, I did some quick math of the 200, and let's see, 207 individuals. That'd be about 7 hours of public testimony after the 7 panels, just so y'all are aware. The chair calls Mark Bell, Warren Lasher, Christopher Matos, and Clift Pompe. This panel will have 5 minutes apiece. We'll try to let them get through their public testimony. Y'all write your questions, and we'll ask them questions at the end of the testimony of the invited witnesses. Mr. Bell, welcome, sir. You're beginning. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mark Bell on behalf of AECT, the Association of Electric Companies of Texas. AECT is a trade organization representing all segments of the investor-owned electric industry, both inside and outside of ERCOT. Over the last 3 legislative sessions, the Texas legislature has passed 73 significant pieces of legislation to strengthen the reliability, resiliency, and affordability of the Texas electric grid. Chief among them is Senate Bill 6, passed last session, the first of its kind in the nation, putting Texas ahead of other states and regional transmission systems in integrating these large load customers without compromising reliability and affordability. SB 6 directed the PUC to develop a more structured, transparent, and system-wide framework for large load integration. And as we heard earlier, the PUC and ERCOT have been working on its implementation. Much of the focus in recent months has been on the batch process, a necessary mechanism for determining which large customers are ready to interconnect, taking a system-wide approach in evaluating groups of large loads together, allocating transmission, and contemplating needed generation. The first stage of the batch process is batch zero. The batch zero stakeholder process was unprecedented, and ERCOT did an extraordinary job in facilitating it. And the PUC's approval of the batch zero rules in June was a key milestone in demonstrating there's a plan to meet this electricity demand in the near future. We believe batch zero rules for interconnection provide certainty for companies looking to invest in Texas and the necessary signals for infrastructure development for transmission and generation projects over the next 5 years. With batch zero coming to an eventual close, and because technology projects move at a much faster pace, it's critically important that we pivot to batch one. While large load interconnection standards are expected to be adopted in September, these standards, as outlined in Senate Bill 6, are effectively in place now through the batch zero process. In order for large loads to be considered for batch zero, they must have met several of the following requirements that we discussed earlier. Those include disclosure of duplicative interconnection requests in other parts of the system, load information, including ramp schedules explaining how much power is needed and when, dynamic modeling showing the load's needs during the day, proof of site control and financial commitments, and various attestations about how the load will operate, whether it will be a controllable load, and if it intends to have a co-located or backup generation. Under the new batch process, the transmission service providers will collect applications required by in the criteria and report the information to ERCOT, which then determines the product's readiness. We believe this standardized process is an improvement that promotes transparency and efficiency while gauging the overall health of the system. The final decision, as I mentioned earlier, is on implementing large load interconnection standards at the PUC under Project 58481 is still ahead and will be a key component in determining how large loads can help fund transmission development to avoid impacting residential consumers. Our member companies are proud of the role they play in supporting Texas, its businesses, and large industries throughout the state. Texas has made phenomenal progress in developing and implementing rules to promote affordable, reliable electricity while bringing on new customers. And we're ahead of other states in this regard, which is part of the reason so many new businesses want to locate here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr.
Happy to
Bell.
answer your questions.
Mr. Lasher, Warren Lasher.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairman Schwertner, members of the committee. My name is Warren Lasher. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Texas Oil and Gas Association, the Texas Association of Manufacturers, and the Texas Chemistry Council. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in this hearing. I will keep my remarks brief. Regarding the ongoing batch process, I have two issues. First, we would like to thank ERCOT, the PUC staff, and participating stakeholders for their hard work over the past 6 months. It was an astonishing amount of work in a very short amount of time. And the effort has set the stage for the first of its kind comprehensive analysis of future transmission needs to integrate new large loads. Given the accelerated nature of this effort, the primary focus has appropriately been on large electronic loads, such as data centers, AI facilities, et cetera. But as written, these new batch rules also apply to large traditional industrial facilities, as has been already discussed. And our concern is that some of these requirements may not be well suited to traditional large loads. A few examples. Large industrial facilities often have limited siting options due to the location of required feedstocks or specific transportation requirements. Rather than being able to submit applications for several different locations to seek out places on the grid with available transmission capacity, they may be locked into one location long prior to the being included in a batch study. It's not clear how well they will be able to compete for transmission access with data centers that can be built in a variety of different locations and can buy and sell transmission access in secondary interconnection markets. New large load facilities may have relatively inflexible development timelines, often tied to deliveries of long lead time equipment. They will likely not have the flexibility to operate at some arbitrary percentage of their desired usage as contemplated in the batch study process. So while their site development may take several years, it would be helpful if they could work with their transmission company to ensure that the completion of their transmission connection is aligned with their site development. Large industrial customers often build new phases or expansions at their facilities depending on global markets and plant profitability, which is can be difficult to predict. So it may be difficult for a large industrial customer to commit to these expansions in advance. Industrial facilities should be allowed some accommodation to pre-position themselves for expansion without being unduly penalized. Large industrial customers that have made substantial capital investments for a project are unlikely to walk away. To the extent batch requirements are designed to weed out speculative projects, these requirements may not be necessary for large industrial loads. In particular, we should ensure that financial securitization requirements meant to discourage speculative project development do not affect the relative competitiveness of siting new industrial facilities in Texas as compared to surrounding states. So we would ask that as ERCOT and stakeholders work on the rules for future iterations of batch studies, that accommodations for large industrial facilities be considered. Perhaps specific rules can be adjusted, or maybe, as has been discussed, we need separate tracks for large industrial facilities. Second, we would also ask that ERCOT be attentive to the fate of medium loads as they are building their batch models and running their planning studies. Senate Bill 6 from the previous session stipulates how large loads should be included in ERCOT planning studies, but for facilities using less than 75 megawatts, the language of House Bill 5066 would still seem to be applicable. ERCOT and the transmission companies should ensure that credible, medium-sized loads continue to be included in planning study forecasts so that as we plan for the future, there is room on the transmission system for all customers. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here today, and I will do my best to answer questions that you may have.
Christopher Matos.
Chairman Schwertner, Vice Chair King, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to join you today. My name is Chris Matos, and I lead Google's energy market development here in Texas. Google owns and operates 2 data centers in Texas, one in Midlothian and one in Red Oak. Since day one, we have maintained a commitment to operating data centers responsibly and efficiently, paying our own way and running safe facilities. We welcome the opportunity to discuss how our data center investments support local electric grid reliability and strengthen Texas communities. Texas is a critical hub for America's digital economy, and Google is proud to have a presence in this state for over 15 years. In 2025, Google helped provide over $55 billion of economic activity for hundreds of thousands of small and large Texas businesses, nonprofits, publishers, creators, and developers. These are tools and services that Texans rely on every day, such as Google Workspace, YouTube, Maps, Cloud, and Gemini. And all of these services, of course, rely on data centers, many of which we have been operating in the U.S. since 2006. We are committed to responsibly growing our infrastructure in the Lone Star State to meet this demand. Just last year in Texas, we announced plans for $40 billion of investments through 2027, which powers the internet. This investment will support hyper-efficient facilities that house the compute technology which powers the internet and ensures that the United States remains a world leader in new and advanced technologies. Being a good neighbor also means investing in the things that matter most to Texans: local jobs, education, community centers, and nonprofits. Through our Grow with Google program, we have funded local organizations to train 1.1 million Texans in digital skills. Additionally, to help develop the labor force to build the new infrastructure we need, the Electrical Training Alliance, with our support, will train existing electrical workers and more than 1,700 new apprentices in Texas by 2030, more than doubling the projected pipeline of new electricians in the state. We know it is critical to meaningfully engage with the residents and local leaders of Texas communities where we operate or hope to grow. We've adopted a Google First strategy whereby we engage early with community leaders as Google to build trust from the beginning. Furthermore, to maintain our commitment to transparency with communities, we continue to publicly report our energy and water usage in our annual environmental report. We believe growth should strengthen the grid we rely on. Google is committed to responsibly growing our infrastructure by bringing new additive energy resources to the ERCOT grid, paying for our costs associated with our operations, and supporting community energy efficiency initiatives. The upgrade to the energy generation and transmission capacity that are associated with our data centers benefit all customers of the shared energy system. Our efforts to responsibly develop projects in Texas include contracting to add more than 7.8 gigawatts of new grid-tied generation and capacity to the ERCOT grid in advance of our energy needs, and $30 million in energy impact funding to scale and accelerate energy efficiency initiatives. We're also advancing efficient projects in Gray and Roberts counties, like our Meitner Energy project, where we are co-locating energy resources with our data center to reduce grid impact. These investments are built on a commitment to deliver data centers the right way, through responsibly increasing energy capacity and reducing system impact, using air cooling to limit water consumption, and support thousands of jobs in the region. With the passage of SB 6, Texas led the nation in establishing a constructive framework to address large load integration, foster economic growth, and encourage progress. We remain deeply committed to meaningfully engaging in the efforts at ERCOT and the PUCT through the implementation of SB 6. Since its inception, we have provided feedback on the Batch Zero framework to shape an interconnection process that is both rigorous and fair. We fully support ERCOT and the PUCT's efforts to ensure grid reliability and have participated in the stakeholder process, providing suggestions and formal comments to enhance the batch process, including how to right-size financial commitments that hold existing ratepayers harmless for stranded costs. We urge regulators to avoid retroactive financial penalties that could inadvertently stall mature and already advanced development. In conclusion, we are deeply committed to developing and operating data centers in a manner that respects both the grid capacity and the communities we call home. Our proactive efforts, coupled with our constructive engagement with Texas regulatory agencies and the legislature, will help ensure our upcoming facility interconnections bring new, reliable power capacity online in direct support of the stability of the ERCOT grid for all Texans. Thank you again for the opportunity to engage.
Thank you. Clift Pompe.
Chairman Schwertner, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Clift Pompe. I'm Vice President of Power and Emissions for Compass Data Centers, a Class A community-first developer with an existing campus in Red Oak, Texas, where we've already invested over $100 million in grid infrastructure and additional tens of millions of dollars into the community directly. While the committee's interim charge touches on a range of grid reliability topics, I'd like to focus my remarks on one particular issue, which is the interconnection queue ERCOT built to implement Senate Bill 6, large load reforms, and how it's being distorted from both directions. Ghost and phantom loads being given allocation while real projects are kept out. That's wasting real resources on false demand and costing Texas communities real economic development opportunities. On one side, a lack of requisite criteria and inadequate prerequisite criteria in the process is enabling speculators to create false demand in the queue. In the weeks leading up to the July 10th deadline to post the required $50,000 per megawatt securities, and just following the TSP's alerting projects that they were given allocation in Batch Zero, Compass was personally pitched 14 plus sites totaling over 15 gigawatts by various speculators. These speculators needed us to front dollars in order to meet those security deposits, adding to a combined $790 million in deposits that they did not have the ability to post. On cursory review of these projects, it was apparent that they were not viable. For example, legitimate hyperscale data centers rarely exceed 1.5 megawatts per acre, but many of these projects claim 2 or 4 times that density, basically impossible to construct. Right off the bat, it would be physically impossible to utilize that capacity that they were asking for with the available real estate. So what happens to allocation provided to these projects if and when they are not able to post the required security? With the current process, as you've heard from the previous panel, that allocation rolls into Batch 1, which will not be kicked off for over another year, as Batch 0 concludes in April of 2027. On the other side, fully compliant projects from proven developers with real capital behind them were excluded from Batch 0. Compass's second project in Red Oak was filed with our transmission provider in May of 2024. We worked with our provider continuously throughout the period between when we submitted our load requests until now. The provider did not file our project with ERCOT until March of this year, nearly 2 years later. Throughout the batch process, we engaged with ERCOT and the stakeholder process. We understood from our transmission provider that they were also working with ERCOT. At multiple times, we were required to provide information, for example, enhanced site control, site surveys, and $6.5 million deposits. We were told these requests were to demonstrate the seriousness of our project, which we were happy to do. We understood the rules proposed by ERCOT for the Batch 0 were to ensure legitimate and mature projects were provided allocation. Unfortunately, as we sit today, that is not what ended up happening. Last week, our transmission provider confirmed that our project was excluded from batch 0, but regrettably, they told us that they also were stopping work on the required dynamic stability study for our project as they waited for more guidance from ERCOT for the next batch, essentially batch 1. The same day, ERCOT created a good cause exemption for projects that substantially met batch 0's requirements. Unfortunately, this exemption required that a transmission study had been completed. That makes a lot of sense. But because our project had not had that study completed, we could not apply for this exemption. The fact that, so all of this makes sense that we should need that study. The fact that our study isn't complete does not make sense. Without a firm completion date of the study from our transmission provider, we're at real risk of this project finding itself in the same position next year during batch 1, excluded, having done everything we can and everything we were asked to do. We're asking this committee to support 4 changes in the batch process. First, evaluate allocating resources and allocations that were not being able to be met by phantom loads right back into batch 0 as opposed to rolling them into batch 1. Second, require financial security earlier. You heard from the previous panel that there are folks who are not able to meet those requirements after significant resources were spent studying those projects. Third, adopt basic qualification standards to vet whether these projects are real or not and whether these developers have the ability and financial ability to develop these multi-billion-dollar projects. And finally, most critically, put transmission providers on binding deadlines with real visibility into project status so that real developers know where their projects stand. I'm almost out of time. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all all. Matos, is that how you say it? I'm sorry.
Matos.
Mr. Matos. You mentioned, I think, Google had 7.8 gigs of new generation associated with the data centers here in Texas. What is the portfolio generation type breakdown there?
It is a mix of wind, solar, and storage.
Do you know what percentages are wind and solar?
I know the majority is
Can you
solar.
talk, louder too?
Oh, sorry. I don't know the exact percentages off the top of my head, but I can get you that information.
I'm advised that it's pretty high wind and solar and not a lot of dispatchable, but
We're increasing the capacity of storage as more projects come online. I know we have at least one large project in the Haskell County area, but it's increasing also closer to the sites as there's some need to provide grid reliability near them.
yeah, am I correct about the overall gigs, 7.8?
Correct.
Okay. And y'all run on a full-time load, essentially. You're always on.
Correct.
Pretty much a base kind of amount. You don't fluctuate a ton of just like a industrial plant would, for instance. And as Senator Sparks said and others, that's an ideal kind of study case for base generation, which is thermal generation, not wind and solar. But a lot of the data centers, because of ESG mandates and just the company philosophy, utilize wind and solar as the preferred methodology to obtain those gigawatts through power purchase agreements, I assume, right? To meet your ESG criteria.
Yes, it's physical power, but yes, power purchase agreements.
Right. Okay. So my thought is, going back to what I said in the prior panel, is that there's some methodology or some, just like you can mandate, you can also mandate where they get their power from. You wouldn't like that?
So Google's policy is a 24/7 carbon-free energy, which is inclusive
So y'all not going to come to Texas?
We have contracted for some natural gas firming at our sites in Texas.
If I mandated it, along with my colleagues and signed by the governor, are you going to exit Texas, the state of Texas?
I don't think our intention is to exit Texas.
I don't think so.
But we would encourage market-based solutions to figure it out.
All right. Senator Menendez and Senator Colkhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it Pompe?
Pompe.
Mr. Pompe. I was listening to you as you were reading your remarks, and you had several suggestions for improvements to the process. Could you provide us with a written copy of those, please?
I believe those are in my written testimony, but we would be happy to provide expanded information as required.
Very good. I also hope that as we listen to the failures of or let's say shortcomings of the process, that we can decide to maybe revisit this process for the next upcoming year, because I think we need we can't, I mean, obviously speculators are always going to happen, but you said that once you were hit with how many requests for people to purchase real estate?
It was a number of requests, 15 plus gigawatts, $790 million worth of security deposits.
Right. Okay. Very good. And then I think it was is it Lasher? Mr. Lasher, your interest representing the Association of Manufacturers and Oil and Gas Association and Chemistry Council, your interest is that we do everything we can to keep the cost of power down. Is that correct?
That would be a yes, Senator. That would be correct.
And I think I've heard a lot up here today about how the legislature can manipulate the market in terms of, try to force more generation. I mean, and I guess I shouldn't ask you to speculate, but if this is probably more of an AECT, if your members could get a return on their investment, they would just build a combined natural gas plant, would they not?
I think that's correct. I mean, it's the market, the market has to be there long-term in order to see a return on those investments. And right now, for dispatchable generation, that doesn't seem to be the case, other than what's already in the queue. And we've seen, as mentioned earlier, a very large increase in the generation queue for natural gas.
Yeah, no, typically, I mean, the time I've been here in the legislature, the free market seems to be the way that people like to make things go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I just want to follow up. Mr. Chairman, you said, or to Google, 7.8, was that right?
Gigawatts. Yeah.
Gigawatts. And y'all run 24/7. And I just want to make sure I get this right. You can prioritize and say we want wind and solar. Is that correct? I don't know who to. Can you just say that's what we want our mix to be as a company? Or you buy credits to do that?
We buy power, and we are technology agnostic so long as we can achieve our carbon free. So that can include gas CCS or nuclear or geothermal, which Google has made investments in.
Okay, so, and I think this is important to understand, because I was dealing with a smaller data center in Senate District 18, and they did this great little presentation after they made the deal with the city or the county or whatever, and they were very proudly going to say that they were going to be zero net carbon by 2050, and I was like, well, perhaps you're in the wrong state, just saying. So I want to go back to something that's super important. And as we look at this mix, and I'm just going to put common sense into this, but the net peak when we were talking in the earlier panel on the day last week, the 75 at 8 or 9 o'clock last week, 60% of that was dispatchable thermal at that time. And so
at 9 p.m.
And even when it peaked at 4 p.m., 60% was dispatchable and thermal. And so I'm really just trying to piece this together, because I go back to this chart here on page 7, and so this is something that I think we have to grow. If at peak 60% is thermal dispatchable. And so I just wanted to clarify your statement, because it is something that when you say, Mr. Chairman, I like to write down quotes, journalism major here, adequate, reliable, resilient grid. And I just don't see the part that makes it reliant and resilient growing. So thank you. I just wanted to get point clarification.
Do other states mandate utilization of a certain amount of wind and solar and weather-dependent resources in approval process of the data centers?
I would have to do due diligence on the individual
California,
jurisdictions.
New York, who knows? Okay.
So my principal region is Texas.
What's that?
My principal region is Texas, so I'd have to do due diligence.
Senator.
Chairman, just a question of Compass. When you were left out of batch zero, and I think you had 14 projects, was it, what, 15.68 gigawatts?
Something like that, yes.
Not rounding maybe, or
Yeah,
8.6
it was
gigawatts.
about 15.8 gigawatts was
Okay,
offered
15.8.
to us.
Have you had any offers from speculators to partner?
The offers that we got were various types. There was sale offers and there were some partnership offers.
So I want to make sure that we understand this. And in batch zero, if you, and I simplify things sometimes, you know, you're above the line, you're in. And so someone asked down here, I think maybe, thank you, Sarah Hinojosa. You asked the question of, you know, speculators and different things. So obviously there were some speculators if they're willing to partner or sell you their access to this.
That's correct.
I don't know if we foresaw that we've now created a whole new
market.
cottage industry,
market.
perhaps. I'm not sure that
Market within market.
I'm not sure that was the that was the intention. And one last thing about, you know, batch zero, and I should have probably asked the last panel, but it was getting along, is I'm struggling, and I'll ask this to this panel. I'm really struggling in Senate District 18 with a lot of projected data centers and in rural areas that just, I'm not sure they want you, quite honest. I mean, and we went through ad nauseum on Senate Finance on Monday, so I won't relive that whole thing about incentives and the sales tax and perhaps $3.3 billion that we're missing from our revenue projection. So here's the question. Do y'all think that batch zero perhaps could have gotten some of the tire kickers, you know, like 6 data centers projected in Austin County? Austin County, population 26,000. They don't want them. The Commissioners Court probably just passed a moratorium. They're not going to let them. They're going to fight them. It'll go all the way to the court, but they're all trying to stop it. So do you think batch zero is going to help get rid of some of the tire kickers versus, perhaps even if you're a tire kicker out here, you can now buy the market within the market? What's your answer to that?
What I would say is that the load forecast is dependent on the number of requests that are coming through. And the number of requests are full of, to your point, tire kickers that do not intend on building or do not have the financing to be able to build. Those individuals are looking for allocation. Once they get that allocation, to your point, the cottage industry is now, you've basically created liquid gold. And those individuals are going to real developers and they're saying, I've got allocation in batch zero, which is a finite resource that's worth something. There are a finite number of Class A developers like Compass Data Centers that can either partner or take that allocation. And so you're gonna have some speculators that are left on the outside without a real developer to take their project. Our suggestion is that the financial requirements, the site control requirements, and everything else that's basically forcing the speculators to try to sell their projects because they can't meet those requirements. If you move those requirements earlier on in the process, you could eliminate the tire kickers from the process altogether, and then you could fix the load forecasting, which would right-size the amount of build that you have to do.
And perhaps I should, instead of calling them tire kickers, I'd say prospectors, maybe.
Yeah, I would say that there are new entrants and there's phantom load. SB 6 did have provisions in there for disclosure of similar, substantially similar projects where folks are putting in load requests in different regions, et cetera. I thought that was a phenomenal requirement to help folks putting in 5 or 6 projects that they only intend to build 1 or 2.
And Mr. Bell, what do you think about my proposal on 2 to 6 hours with the DRRS plus?
Certainly something that we would look at, and it could incentivize more dispatchable generation within the space.
And we're looking for that incentive. Mr. Chairman, you just came up with another idea. I'm making a list of our ideas here to utilize the resources of Texas and also create the resilient, reliable grid that we look forward to. I look forward to working with you. Thank you for your honest answer there. Really appreciate it. And I know that Compass was left out, and I'm not sure how, but thank you for your suggestions.
Thank you.
Compass is a multi-tenant data center.
We build hyperscale data centers for single tenants.
Single tenant.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I get you want better standards, and you mentioned the 4 things, obviously, and regarding the interconnection standards that are associated with the study. Yeah. Senator King and Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Matos, so you've got with Google, and I compliment you. You did a great job of laying out some of the economic benefits in Midlothian and Red Oak?
Yeah, Ellis County.
Ellis County. And I will say this, though. Google and the entire industry has done a horrible job over the last few years since this gold rush started. Y'all have done a horrible job of telling people about the benefits of data centers.
Yeah.
And you've done a horrible job working with the local communities to try to mitigate the problems that any type of large construction like that and new things like that can bring.
Yeah.
Y'all have just bombed terribly at this.
Yeah.
And we hear about it every day. I can't go into a restaurant in my district that someone doesn't come up and expressing a concern about water or electricity and all these things that we're working through and making a lot of progress on. Legitimate issues, but we got to work through them. The location, the siting, all those things. Y'all have done a horrible job. And I'll just speak for myself, but I bet I'm speaking for every member of the legislature. When we're just really kind of tired, I'm looking at you, but I'm preaching to the whole industry. We're just getting kind of tired of that.
Yeah.
And so y'all need to do a better job of working with the local communities, working with neighbors to sites, working to mitigate concerns, and also making sure people understand all the benefits that can be here for communities and for Texas.
Yeah.
You know, if nothing else, just the property tax opportunities to lead to giant property tax cuts for communities is amazing. I've got one small county, I've said this probably a dozen times, 3,800 people. The data center and the power supply, they're bringing their own power, is going to be on the appraisal rolls at $10 billion. That's, for that county, almost $200 million a year in property taxes in a county where the total property taxes collected year on year are $9.9 million.
Wow.
So the opportunity for schools and to cut property taxes for homes and businesses are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, you got water, electricity, siding, all these things you got to work through. And y'all are doing a horrible job. And I'm just tired of getting worn out on it, for what it's worth. That said, you did a good job laying out some of the economic benefits, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Do better. So,
Heard.
how long have those 2 data centers been in place?
So the Midlothian Data Center energized in 2019. And
Speak up, can't hear you.
The Midlothian Data Center energized in 2019, and the Red Oak Data Center is energized in the last year.
Okay. And do you off the top of your head know how many data centers Google operates in America?
32, I believe. It's 32 or 35.
Have you ever had to close any of those?
No, we actually end up rebuilding or expanding them.
Okay. And Mr. Pompe, so I've been concerned that when batch 1 comes out, August 10th, I think it is, and all the announcements, I've been concerned there's going to be a bunch of lawsuits. And listening to what you were talking about, it sounded like you're kind of heading that direction too, maybe. I'm just guessing, just as a lawyer. But I hope you aren't, and we don't want lawsuits. But I've been concerned that those who did not think, who thought their project should have got in and didn't, they're going to look for somebody to sue about it because they've spent a lot of money on it. And I'm not saying your project should have been in batch 1 or should not have. I have no idea. But let me ask this question, if you don't mind telling me. To get to the point that you were at, can you give me a rough amount of money that you had to spend as a company to get there? For that site that you're not talking about. If
Yeah,
that's too proprietary, don't.
No, I'm trying to do the math in my head. So not counting the $6.5 million security that we had to post, I would say it's in the millions, but I don't have the number off the top of my head. Just there's siting, there's due diligence, there's permitting, there's a lot of upfront work and engineering that happens to make sure that a site is viable.
Now, don't you think that for batch 1, a lot of the speculators are going to be out of the process for good, and that it's probably going to be a much more streamlined and efficient process going forward? Or
I guess,
I mean, I'm kind of seeing batch 0 as kind of being the one where they're trying to figure out how to do it, and it's probably going to work better after that. Do you see the same thing?
what I would say is, first and foremost, as others have echoed, ERCOT and PUCT did an amazing job. We participated in the stakeholder process, and they did an amazing job of putting something out there in a short period of time. What our concern is, as we sit today, we don't have visibility into how batch 1 is going to be executed, and we want to ensure that all stakeholders and policymakers, including the Utility Commission and ERCOT, are aware that there are gaps in the current process. So what we don't want to see happen is for us to get too enamored and fall in love with batch 0 and move into batch 1 without looking at some of the areas where this could be tightened up.
Okay. And my impression is, from the utilities standpoint, they've been facing the same big hurdles trying to figure out how to do this too. Yeah. And it's been a hard, difficult thing for them as well. But thank you both for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is really directed at Mr. Bell and Mr. Lasher. So, our first panel, which are our state experts on our grid, they're charged with providing the most economic, reliable electricity for all citizens of Texas, not just businesses, residential, the whole lot. All testified that we need more baseload built into our overall mix to achieve that objective. Do you guys agree with that? That expectation of the market and where we're headed?
I don't disagree with it, and let me break that down just a little bit. I don't want to mince words. I think the challenge is, I think there is an absolutely need for more dispatchable generation within this space. There's just the market signals are the challenge right now for the baseload projects and other projects that you're speaking of. Although we've seen a significant increase in the interconnection queue for generation as it relates to natural gas, certainly we can do better. If we're looking forward, and I think the reserve margin is expected to go negative by 2029, 2030. And so there's going to be, obviously with this demand, there's going to be some signals there that are provided by the market. I think the key takeaway for us is that whatever we do is within the constructs of the competitive market, the wholesale competitive market, and that we don't go outside the market to incentivize the generation, dispatchable generation. And I think products like DRS Plus, those sorts of things are within the constructs that could provide the incentives that we need.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Senator, first I would say my understanding is there will be a market panel coming up, and there will be another representative from the general associations that may be able to answer your question differently, better. It's been a minute since I played the role of system planner at ERCOT.
Okay.
But I think underneath, we have a faith in markets, but at the same time, it's incredibly important that the market be aligned with what the reliability need is. And I think one of the issues that we face today is that it takes a while to put in place some of the market changes that we know we need. So I would point to DRRS as an example of that. It's not implemented yet. It was in House Bill 1500, was it not? So it's 2 sessions old, and it has not yet been implemented. So we have market changes we know we need in order to provide the incentive for the resources we need that we're still waiting on.
Okay. My understanding, though, that DRRS is not necessarily going to, the expectation is not for it to significantly change the market signals for baseload. Would you disagree with that?
Well, so when we look at baseload versus peaker, and I think I think the technology has changed on peaker plants to the extent that those peaker plants can, we think that they're there to serve the intermittency of the system, which are in the renewable space. But really, they've been in the system for a long period of time prior to renewables to provide frequency, certainty, and those sorts of things. The technology has changed, and now they can not only ramp up very quickly, but they can run for a very long time, like baseload. And so you can get it's not up and down; it is up and sustained in the new peaker plants, and they're much more efficient. They're able to react with the market in a more efficient way. And so I think when we talk about baseload, there are obviously within, as we heard from the previous panel, there are some projects within the queue that are baseload and part of the Texas Energy Fund system. And so there is signal there for those projects. There's just not as much signal. And I think as we create the right signaling, you will see in the evolution of these projects in the queue.
So to be clear, that thermal dispatchable that you're talking about, which are still peakers, but they're a little more versatile than units were several years ago, are probably still not as economic as a cogen facility that runs all of the time. Is that a true characterization, or would you dispute that?
I'm not sure I know, quite frankly.
Okay.
But I can find out. And
all right. I think that would be good.
We have 2 other market panels
Yeah.
with experts on those panels coming up here.
Yeah, very good. It's a little bit discouraging from a legislator standpoint that we have a lot of organizations around the state of Texas that fight any type of change, and yet we hear the people that are tasked with making sure we have cost-effective, reliable electricity, not just now, but 25, 50 years from now. And we've got a lot of players in the market that fight any meaningful change. So I appreciate y'all's comments on that.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't agree more with Senator King regarding the rollout of, the PR, the lack of PR to the people. I mean, everybody is up in arms about data centers, right? And some of them rightfully so, especially like in my area in Corpus Christi, we have a imminent water issue. One of the big deals is how much water use. You guys on closed loop systems?
Yes, going forward in the state of Texas. We do an environmental risk assessment in every jurisdiction that we potentially build a data center in and determine the right mix of resources, be those from power or water uses. And in this way, we're most effectively leveraging the least impact to the community on a total basis.
Sir.
Senator, thank you for the question. Since our founding in 2011, Compass has never been water cooled. We've been air-cooled, and just recently, last year, we collaborated with Vertiv to invent an innovative closed-loop water cooling hybrid system that gets charged once and uses closed-loop cooling and zero water.
Wow, zero water.
Initial charge, which we don't use city water for, then after that it's zero water for the cooling loop.
Google, would you be willing to change your current systems to closed loop systems?
All of our new data centers are closed loop.
But the old ones?
Eventually, the goal is to move those also over to closed loop systems. Yes.
So, as you know, Governor Abbott put out a statement regarding data centers. It's your opportunity for the benefit of everyone watching today. I'm going to go through a few of these, and I want to know whether or not you'd be willing to not fight or even support some of these efforts. So that first one was closed loop systems, or you've already answered that, sir. What about generating your own power behind the meter?
Thank you. Google is doing this.
You're doing it.
So Compass supports bridge-to-grid power solutions, and what that means is we support self-generation or bring your own generation, provided that generation has a path to grid connection. We don't support permanently islanded behind-the-meter solutions because we don't think those are ultimately grid positive. In the previous panel, you heard about the need for dispatchable generation, the need for gas, and the scarcity of turbines, as well as what you didn't hear about is when you build a behind-the-meter solution, that plant is also fighting for the same scarce resources, turbines, fuel supply, pipelines, et cetera. What that plant does is it solves a short-term need at the expense of long-term potential problems. That facility does not help the grid. It doesn't help all ratepayers and customers. It can only serve the particular customer. If, let's say, you've got a 500 megawatt facility that has 500 megawatts of behind-the-meter generation that is not grid connected, and you run into a winter storm Fern or Uri or something like that, where the best that you're going to be able to do is ask that facility to reduce load, which many facilities can do with emergency backup generators anyway. But if that facility is only running at 200 megawatts that day, that's all you're going to get. If you're grid connected, you can have 300 megawatts of excess generation that's being put back in the grid. The other major advantage to that is that you also get the benefit of ancillary services, such as voltage and VAR support. So for that reason, we think a reasonable process, and those plants that are bringing their own generation should have reasonable rules on how that gets done. But ultimately, let's connect those generators and the associated infrastructure, which data centers can pay for, to the benefit of the entire grid.
So to be clear, that would include, if you would pay for that, that would include your transmission lines, and you would build more power than needed to not take from the grid. It would be to add to the grid. Is that fair?
Part of it is, I say that more power than needed maybe would have to be on a project by project basis. But as data center developers, as a Class A developer, Compass agrees that we should pay for our own way, and we have always paid for the infrastructure requirements needed in all of the markets where we develop and operate.
Okay, what about repealing the sales and use tax for data centers? That issue that y'all went on, talked a lot about in finance as far as not doing that, right?
Okay, so
you guys aren't you're still coming to Texas if they don't, right?
My background is I'm 25 years utility man. I don't know anything about finance. I'm not qualified to speak on that.
What about noise requirements? That's one
Absolutely. So in my capacity on the emission side of my role, we do look at our backup generation, and we look at our cooling systems, and we do noise studies for all of our data centers, and we comply with all requirements, even going above and beyond. There's an example in Northern Virginia where one of our data centers had a I'll say a noise frequency. It wasn't a decibel issue. We were below the decibel requirements of the local community. But there was one person who could hear a frequency, and her husband couldn't even hear it. And she came to us, and we did a thorough root cause investigation, and we worked with Vertiv, our cooling provider, and we adjusted the harmonics in the fan to reduce that frequency. And then we took that learning and we made that adjustment across the entire fleet.
Google, how do you guys feel?
Yes.
About that?
Well,
about all the stuff that we just talked about so far.
I'm going to join my colleague here on not being the tax expert in the room, but on site design and site planning, you know, one of the things we do is engage actively with the community around to try and have as minimal impact as possible to sometimes even the aesthetic, building up bridges and barriers so that we can hide some of the ugliness of a data center, if that's how the community feels, or comply with different sound ordinances such that, you know, being cognizant of the neighbors that are around us. Yes.
And I want to say, I don't remember if this is Governor Abbott or through PUC, requiring data centers that are not built in existing neighborhoods and they have reasonable setbacks from their property lines. Any of y'all have a problem with that?
I think in general, we want to make sure we have the right view shed and we abide by any building codes and requirements in a community that we develop. Again, sometimes it's a project-by-project basis because there's no one-size-fits-all. In some cases, there are things that we can do, like was said, to help with the view shed, and we'll comply as required by the local building codes.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it should be probably more local and site-specific. There are communities that are interested in having data centers in their jurisdiction for some of the tax benefits that Senator King points out, and I think the bigger question there is to make sure there is an open and transparent set of communication standards, which Google itself is, you know, we have heard the feedback, and we are aiming to be in Google first strategy with it. There's, you know.
Do any of y'all have any foreign investment dollars in your companies?
I'm sorry, Senator, I'm afraid I can't speak to that, but we could get back with you.
Let me ask it this way. Would you have a problem if we mandated that there could be no foreign investment dollars in Texas data centers? From maybe cleared up from adversarial countries.
Again, same thing I'll say, a broken record here. I'm not in a position, I don't know how our foreign investment, I'm not able to answer that question because it's not my area of expertise. However, if, Senator, if this is something you would like to explore further with Compass, we'd love to have this conversation with you.
Well, and the concern is from constituents, right? There's a massive amount of land purchased for these types of centers, correct? Right?
Yes.
Agreed?
It's site-specific, but yes.
Okay. But so the fear is, okay, should these change scope at some point? Or even the fact that now you've got a bunch of land bought up in Texas, certainly want to make sure we don't have foreign adversary dollars invested in it. I think that's a legitimate concern. Would you agree?
Yes, thank you, Senator. We understand your concern, and we'll offer to reach out and hear those from you.
Okay. But in all, you know, this is what we're hearing. I think from the state level, I think all the members, we generally agree we want less government, but in a situation like this, I think there needs to be some framework and allow, you know, your locals to decide whether or not they want this. Certainly there can be potential significant tax benefit here. I mean, we're talking real tax benefit, elimination of property taxes in a lot of areas. So I think that should be a decision that a lot of local people can make on their own, but there definitely needs to be some framework around this. What I do appreciate about what I've heard in recent context is that it almost feels like, and I'm hoping that y'all are going in that direction, where you're trying to police yourselves. Maybe technology is getting better. You're trying to roll out a better PR strategy and letting people know the benefits or potential benefits if they so decide they want them in their communities that these can potentially provide. Also understanding that it's likely hard to put the genie back in the bottle, right? So it's out whether or not we embrace it or reject it, it will get developed somewhere, right? And so having that understanding, but also putting some guardrails around it to make sure that our residents aren't taking the bill for this, that our resources aren't being drained for this, that all those very important protections are being safeguarded, I think is paramount that we ensure. And so I guess giving you the opportunity right now to make one final, do you agree with that?
So we, at Compass, we take a partnership approach in all of our development, including with the authorities having jurisdiction and the local communities that we develop in. We are, as I mentioned in my oral testimony, a Class A community first developer. If there's a community that does not want us there, we will respect their wishes. But in the communities where we do develop, we have a very good relationship with the communities, including in Red Oak, Texas, where we have developed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we will commit to a community-first approach, and that is the aim of what Google's. Yes, we will commit to I appreciate it. We'll commit to a community-first approach, and we are constantly improving on that. There is a growth factor that we are equally adjusting to in this space. Data center development is not new or novel, as I said, and in the communities we've been in expanding in, we are a trusted partner, but we understand that it is not, it is new or novel to many communities in which we are seeking to grow, and so we commit to taking a community-first strategy on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, just as a reminder, we do have a data center charge that we'll be having here in the future. Probably going to do some off-site work, maybe potentially. Who knows? Let's see. We have Senator Hagenboo and field trip.
Oh, thank
you. Recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Lasher.
Yes, sir.
You represent sort of traditional industry in some ways, right? Rather than the new data centers, that kind of thing.
That's correct, Senator.
So we talked earlier about resource adequacy and whether we need to do anything more or not to influence the market to build enough dispatchable energy in the mix of our overall grid. Tell me your point of view from your industry, whether you all feel like, because you're essentially the folks who are building some of this, right? Is that right? You represent some people who are actually build the generation plants.
People in our associations do self-provide generation to some of their facilities, but for the most part, we are one of the largest users of electricity off of the grid.
Any opinion on the need to make additional adjustments in the market?
Well, again, I would defer. We have a more eloquent panelist who's going to be speaking on these issues. And like I responded to Senator Sparks, I think the key issue is to align the reliability needs of the system with the market incentives of the system, and to then trust that the market will drive the investment that we need. Now, it can be a little bit ugly, and I think inherently we need to make sure that we are consistently questioning and adjusting the market and adapting the market to current needs. So at a high level.
Some people argue, and stability is what you need. Sometimes stop making changes when we in the private sector can figure that out, and that might be best. In other situations, we need to make additional adjustments. So, on that spectrum or that decision, you see, what do you think?
Personally, I think it's inherent that we continue to discuss changes and discuss what is needed and discuss how to move forward. But I do believe that generation investors do need that measured pace of change so that they have some assurance that they are investing into an environment that they understand.
Okay. All right. There's a place in politics for you in the future. You're very diplomatic. Yeah.
Appreciate that, Senator.
Yeah.
Thank you. I see no other lights. Thank y'all very much. The third panel is on our experts on market Cost allocation, excuse me. Bren Baker, Bill Barnes, Katie Coleman, Ryan Fakuri. Ray Fakuri. That's a hard name. There, have a seat, please. No, I had help. Welcome. Thank you all very much for your participation. Ms. Coleman, we'll start with you.
Thank you. And before I get started, I will be on the market design panel next
Yes.
as well. So I'm happy to answer those questions on that panel.
This panel is primarily cost allocation, right? So,
Yes.
We've been talking about that good portion, so we'd love to
Yes.
hear everybody's input.
Yeah, thank you. Katie Coleman, and I'm here today for the Texas Association of Manufacturers, Texas Chemistry Council, and the Texas Oil and Gas Association. So one thing I wanted to address as a sort of starting point on the 4CP issue, I know we've talked about this before, but especially for some of the newer members, I just wanted to remind everyone that our membership is primarily very high load factor. We do not turn off and avoid transmission costs. We can respond to transmission scarcity pricing signals with some of our load, which is what you want people to do. But we are not in the business of turning off and paying zero transmission costs. And in fact, the entities that do that shift costs to our customers. And because of our size, it probably harms us as much or more than it does residential customers. So just bear in mind that when we're talking about these policies, traditional manufacturers are affected by that avoidance behavior as well. On 4CP, our primary objective is to make sure that there is some relationship still to cost causation. The 12CP approach that the Commission is looking at will wait some periods that are off-peak. It'll make it much harder for people to avoid those costs, which I think we share that goal. I do want to be clear, though, that there are some potential hazards and unintended consequences of completely not recognizing cost causation. So for one thing, kind of as Mr. Barkley described, large sophisticated users do respond to those signals, and you do want some of that behavior because from a reliability standpoint, it's going to avoid taxing the system further when we're in scarcity. That if you don't provide that incentive, you are potentially going to have increased transmission costs that everybody pays and lower reliability. So what we're looking for on the 12CP issue is 12CP is fine, but we would like to see some weighting of the actual peak period so that you're preserving some of that incentive to respond while eliminating the ability to completely avoid transmission costs. We think that some of the issues around just general cost recovery from large versus small customers are better addressed through the minimum transmission rate. And that's something that we've been proposing and recommending for several months. We were glad to see a version of that in the Commission's rule. Our primary objective with that feature right now is to make sure that it is not drafted with a certain business model in mind that results in kind of punitive, unmanageable results for the industrial community. So the idea that it would be 100% of your interconnection for 20 plus years, that's going to be a pretty big deterrent to a manufacturer that's looking to site here, especially if you combine it with something like a financial security posting or an exit fee or something like that. It's going to mean we're going to have to post even more significant credit up front in order to come here. So we are willing to be subject to this, but we do have some parameters that we'd like to see. One is probably a shorter duration than 20 years. And then the other is we would like it to reflect the ramp rate that the customer requested and not the end state. So if we're going to ramp up over a period of 10 years, we would like to be held to that ramp rate, but not charge transmission on our, goal 10 years from now. The way industrial complexes are developed, Mr. Lasher touched on this earlier, we have to speculate, for lack of a better word, about what global markets are going to do 10 years in the future once we commit to a site. And having us pay for our end-use transmission on day one is just it's not digestible. It's not feasible for the industrial community. We're different from the computational loads in the data centers where speed to market is everything, and they're looking at fully ramping up in a matter of 2 or 3 years, not a decade. So there are some things that we've asked for to make it manageable for us. I did want to highlight one other item, which is, I don't think it's getting enough attention, the cost allocation updates that Chairman Gleeson referenced earlier. That's something that we've been asking for a long time, even though it ultimately means our customers will pay more. Because what's happening right now is between rate cases, our costs of transmission are actually going down because our allocation is not being updated. And then when the utility comes in for a rate case, our rates can sometimes like triple. We would rather have more stable, predictable rates, even if those are overall more money, than this sort of whipsaw effect that we have right now. But that's going to save residential customers a lot of money. It already is. In the cases where the utilities are coming in and updating those rates, you're seeing residential transmission cost decreases right now. So I just wanted to emphasize how impactful that change is in particular, and that it's something that we've been supporting.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman.
Thank you.
Mr. Baker? Ms. Baker, sorry. I apologize.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Bryn Baker with the Texas Energy Buyers Alliance. TXOGA represents about 200 companies with operations across the state, representing business sectors from every major sector, about $36 trillion in market cap. So manufacturers, retailers, hyperscalers, oil and gas companies. And we recognize that Texas has a truly generational opportunity to power the digital economy. Capturing that opportunity is fundamentally a race to build infrastructure while protecting affordability and reliability. So on the energy side, we know that electricity is cheaper when you keep the lowest cost resources on the system. Our members came to Texas because of the state's leadership in keeping energy costs low and the playing field level in the market. To further decrease costs, we recommend that ERCOT update its largely reactive transmission planning process, which causes energy to be trapped behind overloaded transmission lines, which adds congestion costs of about $2 billion per year on consumers. Evaluating these transmission investments over a longer time frame and considering the economic value that they bring builds confidence that we're building the right lines in the right places with the right technology while reducing congestion costs and enabling economic expansion. Similarly, getting power to consumers is equally important to generating it. Transmission enables economic power growth and gets new generation online. Based on business as usual, transmission costs are increasing by 3.5% annually without new large loads. So to reduce costs for residential and small businesses, I want to highlight 3 solutions. First, the simplest way to lower costs for consumers is to add more large customers to help pay for the system. Adding more consumers spreads those fixed costs across a wider base, which lowers costs for existing customers. Second, we also support this minimum transmission charge for new large loads, also known as a minimum billing demand, because it helps ensure large loads fully pay for the incremental cost of the transmission associated with serving them. So our large load customers are members, commit to paying those transmission costs. An independent study that we recently did found that setting that charge at 75 to 80% over 9 to 13 years would ensure that they do while reducing residential costs. We also found that setting the charge higher than 80%, as Katie mentioned, is potentially discriminatory and violates cost causation principles that this committee has advocated for multiple sessions, plus undermines grid reliability by reducing those incentives to participate in demand response when the grid is stressed. Perhaps more importantly, setting the charge too high for too long will slow these large load additions, which actually can increase costs on small customers. So we look forward to working with the Commission to determine a balanced approach and thinking of an MTC or minimum transmission charge as one of the tools in the toolkit. Third, we recommend advanced transmission technologies, or ATTs, which are software, hardware solutions that can essentially get 25 to 50% more out of the transmission system without requiring new rights-of-way. These tools unlock transmission capacity faster than new lines, and the Trump administration is specifically supporting these technologies, including a recent $3.2 billion loan to AEP Texas for advanced conductors. So we think these should be considered comprehensively in transmission planning, and we've urged ERCOT to host a workshop later this year on this issue. You'll also hear later today on 765 kV lines. On the record, TXOGA supports this critical infrastructure. It moves more power more efficiently and improves reliability while lowering costs and requires significantly less land than 345 kV, which means we get a higher performing system with less land, which is what is needed to reshore manufacturing, bring jobs to Texas, and keep the economy growing. So finally, a word on market design. The world is watching Texas energy market, and TXOGA members want to invest here because of the market fundamentals. We need to let recent reforms, including SB 6 DRRS, play out before determining whether additional interventions are needed. TIBA does not believe that proposals like DRS Plus will increase reliability, and we know they increase customer costs. Texas is one of the few places in the country that is building generation at the pace of economic growth because of the current market structure. Relatedly, new loads are driving construction of behind-the-meter generation. SB 6 allows Texas to access that capacity during grid emergencies, meaning private capital is already helping deploy resources that strengthen reliability. Texas needs all of the electricity that we can get, so we must protect the market fundamentals that brought us here and embrace the technologies and tools that can deliver more power more quickly, more affordably. Thank you, and I look forward to your
Mr. Fakori? Pull that real close.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Ray Fakori, Energy Policy Manager for Amazon Web Services. My footprint is I cover our eastern states for our energy policy work, which includes Texas, as well as our federal energy
We're
policy.
a southern state.
Yes, you are, and a special one at that. So really appreciate all of your warm welcome. I think one of the things that I just want to start off today by saying, not only do I appreciate y'all's time being here, I also appreciate the folks that have taken time out of their day to show up and make their voices heard. I think where we have fallen short, making you feel seen and understood, we'd like to make up for that and continue being customer obsessed and delivering some of the benefits to communities that welcome us. And so we just want to be able to say, thank you for your support over the years, and where we've kind of let you down, we look forward to rebuilding that trust with you. I also want to lean in a bit more to talk about what AWS has been doing for the last 20 years since we began operations in Virginia. What started off as, a side project to lease excess server space because we found that we had downtimes when folks weren't shopping around the Christmas holiday. We started figuring out ways in which we can let other customers access some of that server space. So what started off as this innovative idea has now become the backbone of the internet, where you are relying on, things like data centers to access your medical records, transfer money to loved ones, and even be able to find out whether you're arriving on time, which is sometimes a struggle these days when it comes to flying. But I think ultimately the thing that we want to do is we want to make sure that our costs to developing this infrastructure is not passed on to others, but in fact is something that we carry ourselves. And so we are committed to paying for a full cost of service from the infrastructure that we are required to build our facilities, as well as some of the generation that goes into deploying our resources. So I think for that, it's one of the reasons why we are looking at Texas very aggressively. We don't have a current footprint of data centers here at this time, but we are looking to begin investing in Texas. We have a long history, $100 billion of economic investment so far through our fulfillment centers. And so one of the things that we do look for when we start making these investments is a level playing field. As Bryn mentioned, I think large load tariffs are typically a good indicator of that level playing field. It ensures that that all other customers are also able to work in that same space, that large loads can invest and have a reasonable and predictable pathway to energization, and that for folks that aren't able to show up, that they have put up collateral so that that money could then be accessed if they do drop out and infrastructure is being built for them. And so I think one of the key things from our standpoint is that not only is a minimum demand charge an important piece of it, but a comprehensive package of all other provisions like capacity reallocation, an exit fee, contract term lengths, including a load ramp, are included as well to create some of that specificity that allows us to better plan, but also allows for the grid to better integrate our load as we are looking to connect in the system. So happy to talk a bit more about some of the work that we've been doing. I will say, we are no stranger to developing data centers. As I mentioned, 20 years in Virginia, where last year alone in the region, we contributed over $660 million in property taxes. That is a game changer for many communities to have that money coming in for a neighbor that, if all working well, is a responsible, good neighbor to have. So I think we just want to continue building on our good reputation and ensure that we're doing things the right way, the Texas way, and I look forward to any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Barnes?
Chair Schwertner, Vice Chair King, members, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. Bill Barnes representing NRG. NRG serves retail electric customers of all customer classes and also owns and operates generation resources. The electric industry is the backbone of modern society that supports our growing state and provides the essential energy and services required to power our lives, our communities, our jobs, our healthcare system, our schools and universities, and the entire electric industry is going through a major transformation, especially in Texas. NRG was a strong supporter of all aspects of Senate Bill 6 last session, and the policy framework it provides is more important than ever right now. The growth of large loads and data centers presents significant opportunity for Texas and is necessary to secure our place as a leader in our artificial intelligence, national security, and the digital future. But that growth must be managed in a way that preserves the availability, reliability, and affordability of electricity to all consumers. To reduce the impact on consumers, NRG is a strong supporter of grid-friendly bring-your-own generation or BYOG arrangements and flexible load arrangements, and reforming how transmission costs are funded as directed by Senate Bill 6. The transmission infrastructure required to support the coming growth is significant, and large loads should pay their fair share of it. To that end, reform of the current 4 coincident peak or 4CP transmission cost allocation methodology is necessary, and the PUCT has proposed to reduce the potential for cost shifting to residential consumers, which should be the goal. NRG supports increasing number of CPs from 4 to 12 and establishing a minimum demand charge for large customers. However, the minimum demand charge should be designed to differentiate between large load customers that bring new generation or co-locate and those that do not. NRG will provide recommendations to the PUCT on how to do so, which includes a phased reduction of the minimum demand charge over time. NRG is also aware of proposals to expand 4CP to all customers, which would take cost shifting to the extreme and financially disadvantage most residential customers. We are pleased that the PUCT avoided this inequitable policy decision in their proposed rule on cost allocation. Data centers should be rewarded for bringing new co-located dispatchable generation to Texas, which reduces the need for transmission infrastructure and increases the reliable operation of their sites. And more can be done to incentivize grid-friendly data center development through speed to power. Data centers should be allowed to energize along with their new co-located generation if they agree to not consume from the ERCOT grid until the transmission system can accommodate it, and allow their generation to export to the ERCOT grid if there is excess capacity. Also, allocation of transmission interconnection capacity in ERCOT's batch study should prioritize projects that bring new generation or can operate flexibly as a controllable load resource. These types of sites contribute to reliability and reduce the cost for consumers compared to sites that don't, and they should be recognized for it. In terms of resource adequacy and ensuring consumers have a reliable grid, besides promoting BYOG policies for data centers, NRG supports growing incentives for demand response programs and continuing to pursue market enhancements to support dispatchable generation, especially in the winter season. We are also currently building 3 new gas-fired power plants for ERCOT as part of the Texas Energy Fund, 2 combustion turbine plants, and a combined cycle plant, which will add another 1,500 megawatts to the ERCOT grid, the first of which was commissioned earlier this summer at our T.H. Wharton site in Northwest Houston. The PUCT and ERCOT have done exceptional work so far in implementing the components of Senate Bill 6 and reforming the large load interconnection process. We are far from done in preparing for our new reality, but we have a good start setting the course. The focus should now be on ensuring that communities and the public will continue to have a reliable and affordable electric system alongside this growth and opportunity. Thank you. I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Katie, I have 3 different questions for you. The first one is regarding, it's part of this charge, but you didn't testify on it, but the ERCOT board has 9 members who formed under Senate Bill 2, voting members, I guess. And there's been discussion about representation and potential need for changes. I know some of your members might have some opinion regarding having a more robust board. Can you opine on that? Just so it's an idea that's kind of floating around, and if stakeholders around Texas want to opine on it too, that it's alive, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yes, thank you for the question. So back when that change was made, we testified on this issue. I don't mean to criticize the ERCOT independent directors at all. I think they're very qualified. I think they try to do their job well. We've had great interactions with them. But fundamentally, they are independent. They're not in ERCOT trying to buy power or trying to operate in the market. And so they rely on briefings that they get to inform their opinions. And just a structural fact of the current independent board is there is disproportionate access to those members by ERCOT staff. And ERCOT staff has a particular perspective, which is reliability. And they tend to take positions that maybe there are counter arguments to those at times from people in the industry based on cost, based on practical impacts to market participants, things like that are not really ERCOT staff's focus. And so it is just really hard to give the members a full view of the effects of decisions that they make without having some of the stakeholders represented in the rooms when they're receiving these briefings. We had asked back when SB2 was passed that at least maybe consumers could have a position on the board. I think that could be a place to start. But we do think
is a member.
they are, but they're a non-voting ex officio. Okay, well, it's one spot, and it's
one out,
yes. And I think there are some perspectives of consumer participation in the market that OPUC doesn't, as a representative of residential, they are not exposed to. So we would be interested in having larger consumers represented as well. But I think it just would provide a more holistic view. And we would be open to other non-consumer stakeholders too. I just think it's hard sometimes to understand market impacts without speaking to the people who are affected. I will say the board has been doing these listening sessions where they're getting to know the stakeholders, and I think that that's been really helpful, but I still think there's a structural issue when you're not interacting with those stakeholders as these decisions are made.
Regarding the load forecasts and the new batch zero, and what's your thoughts on the base and the study and how much and the standards that have been utilized in it? Just, is there room for improvement there based upon the gentleman from Compass? And is our first go around just our first, and we need to go back to the drawing board regarding load forecasts?
I think this is going to be an iterative process. We all knew that when we were working through Senate Bill 6. I think what the batch process has demonstrated that we did not know at the time of Senate Bill 6 is how much money is at play in this secondary interconnection market and in this new business model. We thought that basically the queue was getting clogged with people looking for a free option, and that if you put some financial standards around it, it would be fixed, and that is not what has happened. And in fact, what I think the batch process really shows is that the people with the most money are the ones that won, and even people who weren't going to get a spot would go and partner with somebody to get their spot. And so it really rewarded the entities that have the most money. You've heard this from Warren earlier, but it's a tough environment for the traditional industrial community to compete in. We are much more cost sensitive. So one thing I think is becoming evident is one-size-fits-all rules for this interconnection activity just may not be workable if you want to continue to get traditional businesses here. But I do think there are going to have to be additional indicia of maturity besides just money going forward. I don't see a way around that because money just did not have the culling effect that we thought it was going to.
Right. I'll say the last question it's about incenting, mandating, and PCM types. The market panel is just next. So, Senator Sparks. You had a question?
Yeah, I had two quick questions. Ms. Baker, so just so that I understand, do you believe that the Texas market is out of balance as far as base load compared to intermittent power? Do you have an opinion on that?
I mean, I think the question of if we need to build more generation, there's two options right now, TEF and the market. And our view is that the market is working because we've just gone through an event where we showed that the lights stayed on and costs were lower than they would have been otherwise, keeping all of the resources at play. And if you look at what's in the generation interconnection queue, it's approaching 500 gigawatts. It's a diverse mix. And I think our view is let the market do its job and let some of these reforms play out. There is not a need to add additional interventions at this time.
Okay. Mr. Barnes, real quick. Yeah, you guys built both, or in the process of building both cogeneration and just normal gas turbine facilities. Can you give us a little bit of insight as to why you chose one over the other for the different projects?
Yeah, so you mentioned baseload a couple times. I just want to kind of get on the same page with you. When you say base load, what that makes me think of is a generation resources that has a specific operational characteristic, not necessarily a size. For
Correct.
example, a 200 megawatt small modular reactor is base load.
Base
in my
load,
opinion, right?
agreed. Yes, sir.
And so a large gas plant, combined cycle, will likely cycle most of the time because that's what the market needs, right? During night, we have wind, solar, prices will go low, so we need flexible dispatchable thermal generation. And so that is really what the market dictates. That is what the incentives are aligned for through the TEF, which, by the way, at this point, I don't think we would be building 3 new gas plants for the ERCOT market if it were not for the TEF, right? And those incentives from the TEF help offset the distortions in the market that we see from the renewables, right? So the decision really was, what do we see the characteristics of the ERCOT market? What does it need the most? And right now, it is really that peaking generation or generation that can turn on and turn off at certain times of the year. So that's really what drove the decision behind putting those 3 projects in the TEF.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep.
Could I just add very quickly that I think what I heard from the first panel is that those shoulder times, and particularly in the evening, is what's most critical, which is well suited to generation that can dispatch quickly. But we're also very excited about the nuclear agency in terms of bringing more nuclear on as baseload.
Okay, but currently our market is not sending the signals even to bring nuclear, is what I heard from the panel and my discussions with them. And that's the concern with this idea of let's get past thinking about what we're doing right now and 2 years from now, and let's think about what we're going to do 10, 30, 50 years from now. So I think that's the distinguishment, but thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hagenbuch.
This is for Mr. I'm sorry, I'm going to Corey. Ray. How about I just do that, Ray? Ray and Mr. Barnes, Bill. You told. I want to go through a couple things you talked about and then ask you a question here. So Ray, you talked about you agreed with the tariffs, the exit fees, all those things that your industry is willing to pay, I guess. And then Bill, you talked about those who would bring generation along with them, right? So, and this is primarily for Ray, but both of you is. So it sounds to me like there's you're willing to pay a higher price and provide these different things. You're more interested in just have a clear criteria. If that's what your industry would probably prefer, is tell us real clearly what you need, and you can ask for a lot, and we're probably willing to provide it. And Bill, you're saying that you think we should advantage those who are willing to provide more, and specifically additional power. So comment on that for me.
Sure, thanks, Senator. So I think one of the things that we prioritize first and foremost when it comes to a large load tariff is a non-discriminatory tariff, which is set at a megawatt threshold and not necessarily specific to a type of customer. And we've seen how in some states like Ohio that have come out with a data center exclusive tariff that charges one customer type differently than others, that tariff ended up in court and it was being challenged. So that is a bit of a struggle from our perspective, is seeing just a discriminatory tariff of that nature. Now, there isn't one particular provision in a tariff that makes something good or bad, but a series of principles that we do align around, which is a reasonable minimum demand charge to ensure that the money that we would be paying throughout the life of a contract gets paid out front, provides utilities with the information that they need and the financing that they need to feel comfortable building the infrastructure that's necessary without shifting those costs. And then ensuring that if you do want to go through this process at the commission, that's something that we can have a full conversation around what requirements are also included, whether it's incentives, voluntary measures to help accelerate the deployment of certain types of energy generation. But I think one of the struggles that we've seen in something that is blanket, that says you must bring generation with you, is that not every load pocket requires more generation to be the solve for what is happening in that region, right? You have some regions in Texas that might have more generation than the amount of power that's being used, and you have to burn off power there, and vice versa. So I think one of the things that we want to be able to do is to say, in the situations where it calls for certain types of investments, we're willing to consider those options and help where necessary. But something that would be a blanket, you must in order to connect, would be a bit of a struggle from our perspective.
So I get it. So you don't want a must. You don't want any differentiation between types of load, and I understand that from your perspective. What about sort of more of a market-based perspective of you get an advantage if you're willing to bring not only enough power for yourself but to add to the grid? What do you think about that? Would you be willing to your industry open-minded to that?
We'd certainly be open to considering that. I think in certain states we've actually gone as far as to say, well, we'll build the substation infrastructure and some of the transmission infrastructure ourselves. And that would help ease costs on other customers by carrying those costs on ourselves and then turning that asset over. I think that also helps a developer look more real, right? If they are willing to front not only the cost, but building of the infrastructure. And so that certainly is an opportunity for us. And I'll also point you, Senator, just to some of the states that have adopted these large load tariffs like Georgia, Indiana. They've been able to actually go in for rate freezes and decreases once they've adopted these rules. So I think there's some good precedent out there.
For consumers.
For consumers, that's right.
Yeah.
So they're able to use the funding that's coming in from your large load to bring down the overall rates for other customers.
Yeah, I've heard that in Indiana as well. So that seems like both of you and Mr. Barnes. I mean, that seems like that there's sort of a price elasticity here, where these data center AI folks have deep enough pockets where they're willing to make the investment if we ask for it, and that's got to could be very good for Texas residents, consumers.
That's exactly what we're suggesting is we have this kind of golden opportunity here that we should seize, and as Senator Sparks has mentioned a few times, right, the current market structure, which is, we've struggled with resource adequacy since its inception, particularly with incentivizing dispatchable thermal generation. And that's mainly because we have a competitive wholesale market, energy and ancillary service market, that operates and is heavily influenced by factors outside of it, such as renewable tax credits, which we look at last week, that was a great outcome for Texas. We have an oversupply of wind, solar, and batteries. We set a record peak demand, 20 gigs of excess supply. The average price for last week was $38. The average on-peak price for the day when we set the record was $57. So that's great for the consumers of Texas. For an investor in a dispatchable thermal plant, that's a retirement signal, right? And so the challenge we're facing right now is the ERCOT market, wholesale market right now, is sending a signal that we're oversupplied right now. But in 3 years, that could be very different, will be very different. And in the winter, it could be very different. So it works really well in the summer. We have this dance where solar ramps up, it ramps down, batteries come on, and then when batteries ramp down, you start to see thermal come up. The highest prices that occurred last week were at 11 p.m., and that's because that's when the batteries started to ramp down after the solar ramped down, and thermal started to kick in. So the question is, what do we do in terms of long-term resource adequacy? We have this opportunity here where we can provide a carrot, not a mandate,
right,
but a carrot, an incentive. If you want to build a large load in Texas, if you're going to design your site in a way that is more reliable for the consumers of Texas, then you should have an incentive. That means maybe you get access to the transmission capacity before everyone else. We think that's a great idea.
I think it's an interesting idea. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Foucault, how many data centers are here in Texas with Amazon?
So we currently don't have a footprint in Texas on our data center build-out.
Are y'all signatories of the President Trump's ratepayer protection pledge?
Yeah, we were one of the original signatories of that ratepayer protection pledge.
You use the word tariff when you're talking about the interconnection charge or fee. I think there was a number of different terms that you utilized, but you use a tariff repeatedly. Is there a legal reason you're doing that?
That's just the standard definition of utility practice to call it a certain type of tariff. That's right.
In Ohio, is it in a state court or is it in a federal court?
It's in state court.
Okay. Thank y'all. Appreciate the time. Appreciate it. Fourth panel is going to be on market design. Ms. Coleman, you can stay right there. Thank you very much. We arranged this all around you. Walt, Baum, Julia Harvey, and Jeff McDonald. So this is heavy on market design questions. These are experts and have a lot of history on market design. So if you all have market design questions, these are the people. Jeff McDonald is to go first on this panel. I'm being advised. I'm being directed. Mr. McDonald, welcome, sir. You are with Director of Independent Market Monitor. Oh, you're the Market Monitor? Of course, yes. In Potomac, right? Yes. Welcome, sir. You're going to tell us how our market's not free.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Yes.
Welcome.
No such thing as a free
Hang on 1 second. Let's get a little quiet in the room. Mr. McDonald, you recognized?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chairman.
Pull that up closer and speak real loud.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for the chance to come talk with you today. I am Jeff McDonald. I am the Director of the Independent Market Monitor for the ERCOT markets and also Vice President at Potomac Economics. And
yeah, you gotta speak. Do we have IT that can help us raise volumes on those? But go ahead.
I can get even closer.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just and obviously happy to answer any questions you have throughout the panel. There were two things I want to talk about, and they've been talked about a bit today already. So I'll keep it a little bit brief. The first one is the choice of market design, and there's been a lot of conversation so far in the other panels about some of the details of the wholesale market in Texas. Texas has chosen an energy-only market. That means all the signal and revenue for new investment, for new generation, comes out of the day-ahead and real-time energy market and ancillary services. And there's a shortage pricing mechanism built into that to raise the prices up, to juice that signal for new investment when reliability comes more threatened because things get shorter. That's the Texas model. There are two other models, and there may be others beyond the three, but there are primarily three models where you have some established principles and expectations for what to expect in terms of that market's ability to provide resource adequacy for your footprint. And one of the things we've noticed in my group over the last several years is there have been side programs, very thoughtful and intentionally designed side programs to bolster reliability efforts in different pockets of the wholesale market. And one of the things that does in the energy-only market is it reduces that energy-only market's ability to signal shortages. So these side programs like ERS, FFS, and there are some other programs also, what they do is they pay out of market for a reliability service that takes the place. It competes against in-market production, which winds up lowering the price. I'm only telling you this because the Texas model actually relies on price signals to show up in market in order to provide the revenue to incent new investment. There's two other models. I won't go into them unless you would like me to, but I wanted to highlight that as one thing. If you're going to rely on a market to provide a reliability service and a resource adequacy service for you, you have to understand the properties of that market and not adopt programs that undermine its ability to do its job for you. So that's point one. The second point that I wanted to bring up was sort of my take on how to interpret load projections in the ERCOT system. And some of what I had to say might seem a little contrary to what you've already heard today. But first I want to commend ERCOT and the PUC in further adding robustness to the midterm load forecast process. That load forecast has come down into a much more reasonable range as they've added additional realities into the modeling that make it a better projection. But there are some things that are very difficult to model. One of them is, as Pablo mentioned earlier today, 90% of the new load growth or projected load growth is from data centers, and most of that is associated with AI. The AI business model and the AI revenue model in particular is still sort of in its infancy compared to other industries. And we've seen, for those who've been paying attention, we see in the news things going on where large AI companies, competitors actually are raising their prices because they were too low and they weren't covering their costs. And then you see a lot of big users of AI mentioning publicly that they've asked their staff to scale back on AI usage. So that's one thing. There's community resistance to AI data centers being installed locally, and there are also business cycles. And so those are all things that would bring down what you would expect to actually happen in actuality for new data center installation. As you know, and I think Pablo said it earlier, that projection that they have could be considered an upper bound, and it might be considerably lower than that, what we wind up seeing actually installed and go commercial. Thank you.
Thank you. The capital expenditure outlays of those major hyperscalers doesn't show that point yet. Ms. Harvey?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Julia Harvey on behalf of Texas Electric Cooperatives, statewide association representing the electric co-ops operating in Texas, and we're not-for-profit, member-owned utilities formed to provide electricity in areas not well served by conventional markets so that rural people are never again viewed as an afterthought in the electric system. And so we operate around that motivation and think we have a unique perspective about it. First, just briefly want to thank the legislature for the reforms enacted since Winter Storm Uri that have made our system more resilient. We're also thankful for Senate Bill 6 and the new tools we have to balance growth while protecting our end users. There's been and will be a lot of focus today on transmission planning and cost allocation, and that is rightly being scrutinized. But the majority of an electric bill is still composed of power supply costs. So I want to highlight some of those wholesale market dynamics that may impact that cost. So as Jeff said, it's an energy-only market that is premised on shortage pricing in real time. That informs long-term investment. And the pricing hasn't manifested in the last 3 years, and that's because, among other reasons, supply has outpaced demand. Now, looking forward, and to provide kind of a contrary view to what Jeff said, those dynamics could change quite significantly if even a fraction of the load currently forecast materializes. We may be in a supply deficit in the reliability assessment and in practice, so we'll be dependent on large load curtailments to maintain reliability. Fortunately, Senate Bill 6 gave us mechanisms to accomplish that. But under those rules, the curtailments will result in a price adjustment that could produce a high price, and that could occur with some frequency. And it should be expected if we add more load than we can serve. So even though we have protections in our scarcity pricing mechanism, that circuit breaker, where the maximum price is reduced under certain revenue conditions, we can still see circumstances where we're at the revenue cap with the addition of batch zero load. And so the market is poised to potentially provide a pretty strong signal for new investment. Now, as has been said, there's still a major question mark around the realization rate of these large loads, but it would be helpful when we get to the final batch baseload forecast to have more clarity on how the curtailment rules and the pricing will be understood in the reliability assessment. And there's also the requirement in Senate Bill 3 from the 87th session to review the scarcity pricing rules every 5 years, beginning this year, so we could evaluate those rules as they relate to load shed of large loads to see if they still make sense in this hyper-growth environment. Now, we wouldn't go so far as to constrain future load additions based on potential high prices, but it is an opportunity to kind of better understand these price impacts and rethink how this growth should be considered in terms of resource adequacy, because the large incremental additions don't fit as well in the conventional one event in 10-year framework. By design, the curtailments will happen more frequently than that. So we just ask for some caution in interpreting a deficiency in the reliability assessment. It could imply a lot of new capacity is needed to meet that standard, and we don't want to end up imposing, unnecessary resource adequacy costs on co-op end users. And with that, happy to answer questions. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Baum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, my name is Walt Baum, and I'm here today representing Powering Texans and Texas Competitive Power Advocates. We're the leading thermal dispatchable generators in the state. Y'all have talked a lot about how much the grid has changed in a short amount of time. I've been doing this a long time. I'm real proud of how the grid has acted so far this summer. There's still a lot of work to be done to make sure that it's that reliable all 12 months out of the year, but the work that y'all have done largely coming through this committee. From Senate Bill 3 in 21 and 1500 in 23 and Senate Bill 6 in 25 have made the grid stronger. As you heard the chairman and Pablo talking earlier, there are more gas plants coming and on the way. We've put on 1,500 new megawatts of gas since last summer. We know there's at least 4,000 megawatts more that are being done through the TEF. And, as we've talked today, there's more in the queue coming. So we are beginning to see, more movement in the gas market. Conditions are improving some, but we share y'all's goal, everybody on this committee's goal that you've expressed today of trying to make sure that there's, that we can continue to get more dispatchable thermal generation on the grid. We think that's why it's so important that ERCOT get their load forecast right, and that's what's going to send the signals. Knowing when we get batch zero, and we think ERCOT and PUC has done a huge amount of work, getting it done where it's done before. But when we get the batch zero out there and know who it's going to be, that is going to help spur new development, because we're going to know that these projects are real. And that's going to start getting new long-term purchase power agreements signed and new generation being built. So we do think that completing the batch zero process is crucial to show companies that responsible projects will happen. As you heard earlier, I think Senator King was mentioning, our current gas fleet, we're running at about 40 to 60% capacity on an average day. So we do have a lot of existing steel in the ground to meet that coming load already, but we're always going to need to incent ways to do more. We've talked a lot about, how we have an energy only plus ancillary services market. Ancillary services prices are down in recent years due to a lot of batteries and other changes. So that is where you used to have gas plants earning a significant amount of revenues from them. Now they're not earning as much. That's one of the areas where we think PUC and ERCOT can make some pretty quick changes. On DRS, that's in front of them right now. That's a change that we think can be done fairly quickly. Senator, you mentioned expanding DRS to make it maybe 6 hours. We do think DRS should be helpful for reliability, and reliability all year round. I'll do you one better. We agree with your 6 hour, and I think you should make it 2 days or longer in the 3 winter months, where you need the reliable dispatchable generations out there more. And we think that's a change that PUC and ERCOT can do pretty quick, without waiting for legislation. We want to make sure that in any incentives to build new gas, we're also making sure that we're retaining our existing gas fleet. That's key to a lot of what we're talking about too. We do support fair transmission cost allocation, as was talked about earlier. We do think that transmission is necessary to keep the state growing. It's not a one or the other. We do think the need for the Permian the Permian Basin project is well established, and batch zero, which we need to get the load growth coming, is based on a lot of these lines being built. So we're worried that any step back from that could put a hold of on new development. And just to sum up, like I said, we're going to need, and we're open to ideas to build new and retain existing gas generation. But we need certainty in the market, and we need batch zero to get done, which will drive new growth. So happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman.
Thank you, Chairman and members. Katie Coleman again for Texas Oil and Gas Association, Texas Chemistry Council, and the Texas Association of Manufacturers. I think a theme that you're going to hear is rationalizing these load growth numbers is really the key to getting new generation investment. There is a lot of interest in investment right now in this market. You've heard the numbers. There's like 60 to 70 new gigawatts of gas in the queue, but everybody is waiting to see what these numbers look like and what load is actually going to get interconnected. That's going to be the strongest signal to build in this market. I will note there are ongoing challenges with the generation supply chain, with getting parts to build generators. Turbines in particular are on very long lead time right now. So I think one of the issues that we're potentially facing is a timing issue. This load wants to interconnect faster than people can get parts for the generation. So you're seeing a lot of interest from people who can access those parts, but there is a potential for a gap while people who want to build are waiting to get access to those parts. During that interim period, some of the demand response tools that you all created under Senate Bill 6 are going to be very important. Other existing demand response programs that we have in the market are going to be very important. We would echo the requests for regulatory certainty and giving the market a chance to digest some of the major changes that have been made over the past 5 years. We're still implementing some of those things like DRRS. The market has not fully digested what those look like. We're not seeing the response to those yet because they haven't been implemented. What we've seen time and time again over the history of this market is the minute that we start having conversations about major sweeping market design changes, all investment grinds to a halt. The investment community sits to wait and see what happens. So we think the best thing to do here right now would be stay the course. That's not to say we can't make any changes, but we would try to keep them within kind of the existing construct that we have today for regulatory certainty purposes. You all know we have been staunch opponents of capacity markets, whatever they're called and whatever kind of lipstick is put on them. And we continue to believe that our market design is much better suited to meet these unique conditions and this unprecedented growth than any other market design. If we had a capacity construct, all of the consternation we're all having about are these numbers real and how much regulated ratepayer money should we put toward this investment, those discussions we're having on the transmission side, we would be having those same conversations on the generation side. But in our market design, that risk is on private investors. It's on Walt's members to decide what do they think can be justified, and that has served our market well. It's provided better reliability at a lower cost than other markets. I would point to what's going on in PJM. I'm sure many of you have read those headlines. I think it could be described as a boondoggle right now. It is costing ratepayers lots and lots and lots of money, and they're not getting the reliability that they're paying for. And I would caution against looking at any of those types of models here. It's just not, it's not working elsewhere, and it's not going to work here. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I know there's some specific proposals that have been thrown out there like DRS plus, LSC obligation. If people have questions on those specific topics, I'm happy to go into it further. But generally, I think we're interested to see the results of the reliability assessment. We're going to provide constructive feedback on things that could improve those investment signals. I think we're open to changes to the ancillary service demand curves, open to changes in the performance characteristics for the services, things like that can really target performance and actually meaningfully improve reliability for customers. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, from several of y'all, I'm hearing stay the course. Regarding letting changes work, and some of the uncertainty regarding not knowing truly what the load is, not knowing the resource adequacy study coming up next year. The one issue that's been batted around is the increased use of curtailment with large load that's going to be necessary to potentially manage load that's quite large or potentially quite large in the next number of years. Mr. Vegas said that. That was part of Senate Bill 6, Senator King's bill, and that happens on EEA 2. If you were to move that back to just before you get into EEA, that would change the price signal of what's being priced into the market, and so it would lower overall revenue in the market, I assume, correct? So it's a market distortion, like all things are. But it would help us manage our grid better in some respect because ERCOT would have the ability to effectuate changes from a grid management standpoint very quickly. before they got into EA2. Any comments on that issue regarding whether or not it should be considered, and at what level if we were going to change it?
So the EEA2 curtailments are the sites that have at least 50% backup generation. So I would just note that most of the time they are going to have an alternative power source. That's not typically my client, so I'm not going to speak to how those companies would react to that. I will say that EEA2 can be a tight period before you're going into EEA3, and I
It
think
was in
that's
the area, if I remember correctly.
and other events. So I think that is a fair point to make. I did want to point out on that curtailment feature, and then also Jeff mentioned a couple other things that I sort of think of as resiliency tools, like ERS, the fuel service. For many of those, we do have a feature today that actually backs those megawatts out of the energy stack and reprices as if they weren't there. And so we do actually hold the market harmless against those things that could be considered interventions, like the early curtailment of the data center load. So it in theory, should not dampen investment signals. So I just wanted to note that.
Julie?
And thank you, Chairman. I'll just add briefly, again, yeah, we do expect more reliance on curtailment of large loads. If you look at the latest CDR, which is going to change, of course, but there's no scenario with a positive reserve margin that doesn't include SB 6 curtailment rules in it. So we do think that'll be more frequent aspect of our operations. The load that's curtailed, that involves the 50% backup generation. I think in statute, it says it shall be repriced as if it were load shed. So that may imply a higher price or even a price at the cap in that scenario.
At the cap, wow. I didn't know that was in there. That's interesting. My other question was regarding incenting further with DRS plus some sort of mandate. We've heard ideas regarding certain loads that bring their own power that they should be kind of pushed to the front of the line, and then throttling of the interconnection for certain types of load, computation type load. And then just the kind of rehashing the E3 PCM load service. All these things I feel y'all probably think are not necessary at this time, or maybe we should do them all. I'm kidding. Who wants to start with that one? That was a wide open question. Katie, you're good at wide open questions.
So I think, just going back to sort of first principles in this market, we can't make anybody build anything. So when you're talking about incentives, often you're talking about artificially injecting money into the market, which will be borne by customers, and hoping people do what you want in response to that. A lot of time they don't. A lot of time they just pocket the money and say, thank you, and customers are paying more money and we haven't achieved anything. So that's really what we want to avoid. I do think you're seeing more interest in dispatchable. You're seeing signals for dispatchable. There are areas of the state still where it's going to be very, very challenging to build dispatchable generation because of the direct local competition with renewables. But generally, I think we are seeing a more balanced resource mix. But I do think there are some changes that you can make to DRRS, some other changes that can be made that would help incentivize that. I think we would just not want anything that is y'all know my phrase here, a government mandated wealth transfer, some, additional price that customers have to pay that's just made up or tied to cost of new entry. I don't think that's a good idea. And I think it is challenging if, take the current supply chain constraints on the thermal investment. If you condition adding any new generation on adding thermal generation, but the market can't bring that right now because of the supply chain constraints, then you're just not going to get anything. So I think there can be a lot of unintended consequences the more you intervene. So I don't know if I answered the question, but those are some of our thoughts.
Thank you. We batted around 4 years ago this idea of mandating with Berkshire plan, right? 10 gigs. Specifically located, cited in areas that have congestion, West Texas, other areas, and that we would give them a capitated payment. And there's some ideas that mirror that, that have been pushed forth recently, that we need to build it in certain locations because that's where the load is, et cetera. That would be supported by a capitated payment, essentially. What's the difference between the Berkshire plan and what was been recently proposed? Have you looked at the TPPF policy paper regarding that?
Go ahead.
You want to articulate?
I mean, I think for this West Texas issue, I've heard various permutations of things that do sound a lot like a regulated revenue stream for generators in a certain area. I think, and Walt can speak to this, but I think the risk there is you're combining a regulated construct and a deregulated market, and you're going to potentially undercut
the market.
Yes, you're going to distort the market. And so while it might be expedient in the short term, I think it's going to have long-term consequences, such as generators are, if they know that the state will do that, they're often going to be unwilling to invest further while they wait for the state to give them more money. From the consumer standpoint, if you're in a regulated model where, you know, some centralized authority is dictating what gets built, we also get generation built and the energy it produces at cost of service. And that's reviewed by a regulator. And so either concept works, a deregulated market where it's an energy-based clearing price, or a vertically integrated market. But the hybrid is kind of the worst of both worlds for customers. You're not getting the ratepayer protections. You're not getting anything at cost, but you're undermining the competitive market. So that's, you know, we've had concerns with that approach.
Mr. McDonald, you have any comment on that being the market monitor?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. I agree with Katie that a hybrid approach is horrible because you're still relying first on the market to produce for you, and it's not producing because you're undermining it, and so you feel like you have to keep coming in and filling that gap. I did want to comment on something earlier, so that Katie was exactly right. The ERCOT does have a price correction for, or a adder that it puts in for certain out-of-market activities like FFS and ERS. One of the things we found is that the way that's calculated, and there's an improvement coming actually to that soon, and it gets you a part of the way, but the calculation of that doesn't take into effect how those actions affect the market over the near term from when they're taken. They're much more short term in their sort of aggregation of it, and so we've been working on how to sort of work through how to fill that up so it's more fully compensating the market for the operator action that was taken. If I could have another second, I did want to comment on your moving off of EAA2 for the demand. You know, in my perspective, ERCOT needs to allow prices to hit relative shortage in order to get the revenue in. And if we start exercising load reductions at a sooner time, and EEA2 is still not at EA3 where load curtailment is mandatory, but ERCOT's in a really weird spot. Texas is in a weird spot. This tension.
We're nervous about the growth. Have you figured that out yet?
Yeah, and that was
We are.
I did, and that was why I led off with a couple of examples of how I think growth will be lower than it's projected.
I don't agree with you on that assumption. I really don't.
I picked up on that in the other
comment.
Yeah, so I understand I might be alone there. But and I'm not saying that it.
But you want a market to work. I get it.
I want your market to work.
You're a good monitor.
To what?
Senator King.
A good monitor.
Well, that's why he is.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you. I don't mean to be below that. It's okay. Good comment.
So, you know, one of the principles of life and economics is you always get more of what you subsidize and less of what you tax. And so the subsidies that were on wind and solar, and there's a great place for wind and solar, but it sped up their entry so that wasn't the market deciding how fast they should come in, and it sped them up and kind of messed up our market design, right?
Yes.
So the question being debated, I think, at least from my perspective, is an energy-only market a good design? It's how do you get it balanced back out and make up for what the subsidies brought in too quickly. So how do you do that, but not go to a capacity market?
Yeah, so that's actually a fantastic question.
I thought so, thank you. I actually wrote down the notes. Yeah.
So first I'd like to note the shortage pricing model that Texas has, it rewards contribution, it rewards performance. So when things are short, the price goes up, and those that are producing during that time are going to be the winners. They're going to be the generators that get the higher price. I think wind and solar solar is less dispatchable, so it's either on or it's not, so it's not going to be responding to a higher price. It will get the higher price, but it can't get more of it. Wind, it'll depend on if the wind's blowing. But that model still is going to favor flexible generation. You've got battery in the mix, which is very flexible but doesn't have a great duration. So the big winner in the shortage pricing space is flexible, dispatchable, gas-fired generation typically. So that model favors those types of resources for their ability to produce value when it's needed. There are other ways that you could go about sort of, in a sense, undoing the subsidy that brought these renewable resources in, faster, if at all. I mean, some of them may have not been economic at all to come in, and that would be a matter of. And I've done a little reading on this. I haven't done it myself, but you can back out and create a minimum price rule for those resources where they can't offer in at zero because they were subsidized. You calculate what their subsidy would have been.
Sounds like a market distortion.
It is. It's interesting because it's trying to de-distort the market from. I mean, these resources are zero variable cost resources, but they weren't economic to bring in without subsidy anyway, and so they got.
Yeah, but
here.
we would never get through a rulemaking that decided what they should be, though.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to let you know that there is one way to do that.
So, anybody else got any other ideas on how you do it without going to a capacity market? I don't want a capacity market. I'm just saying, how do you do it?
Yeah. Just briefly, I think in part that was the intent of DRRS, was to provide a dedicated revenue stream to dispatchable resources. And the open question there is what duration should be in the requirements such that it would open it up to different resource types or with a shorter duration, or whether it's more appropriate to extend that to support the types of generators that can operate through the night during the winter.
I think I agree with Julie. I think there's I think y'all have given the PUC and ERCOT flexibility to change a lot of levers to fix the market without passing new legislation. And and DRRS, you told them to do, but how they put it together is still being implemented. There are once we get the reliability standard, they have the ability to make new ancillary services, change the demand curves, change ORDC. So I do think there's a lot of short-term things that you can do to try and incent and put money back in the market for thermal dispatchable generators. Back on the question on TPPF report.
Let me interrupt you.
Go ahead.
So why can't you just, nothing simple, and this is probably a dumb idea, but why can't you just establish a standard of what we believe we need in the state in dispatchable electricity, and we're telling companies they can't interconnect to the grid unless they do certain things we tell them to do. ERCOT and PUC are doing that. Why can't they also just say we're not going to allow any more intermittent to interconnect into the grid, or allow it in at a much, much slower pace until dispatchable catches up with what that engineering standard says is the right amount of dispatchable we have to have? In other words, why can't you say that until we get up to that certain I don't know what it is, it's 60% or 70 or 80% supposed to be dispatchable, whatever it is, until we get up to that you're going to set some limits on how much new renewable can interconnect. And the money then is all going to go to dispatchable because the demand is still going to be there. Why can't you do something that simple? Katie's giving me one of those looks.
I think conceptually we don't have an issue with what you're talking about. I think it's it might take a long time to get implemented. And I like was said earlier, I don't want to do anything to pause development for 3 or 4 years while we're implementing something new. But the
Well, I mean,
concept
if you
makes
came
a lot of
out tomorrow and said that going forward, 75% of all interconnections to the grid and generation have to be dispatchable, people would quit building wind and solar, and they would start going and building dispatchable because the demand is there, the price signals are there that we need more electricity. So it wouldn't take that long. All that stuff you see in the queue right now, about 3/4 of it would go away. And all you'd have left is dispatchable.
I kind of like it.
Trying to be a capitalist.
She grabbed that because she wanted to like retort to you so bad. So
No,
I'm very
and
interested to hear.
we've had this conversation a bunch of times, and I know you've had bills on this, and this is, an idea that's been discussed a lot. We have not really taken a position on it. I would say the one concern is just if for some reason you're not going to get dispatchable built, the outcome of that is you're not going to get anything else built in the meantime. So it's just a risk, but it's not an issue that we've engaged on. I was going to address a different topic, which is, the ancillary service revenue, including DRS, that cannot be provided by renewables. And so that's something that we have used as a tool to try to direct revenues to dispatchable generation. We're still implementing that. I do think there will be benefits from that. While it's going to take some time for the effects to go away, we did eliminate the renewable portfolio standard at the state level. That doesn't exist anymore, and the federal tax subsidies are being sunsetted. So I do think you're going to see some reaction
They're only
to
being
that.
subsetted for new projects. All the ones are still getting them that are there.
That's true, yes.
And this model would actually make it more valuable if you own a solar or renewable plant right now, because you're going to have Googles of the world wanting to compete for whether they can get your ESG pricing.
Yes, and I'm not saying these solve everything, but just some other things that are going to help in the future rebalance things without, a major change. And then the third point that I wanted to make is we do price reliability here. So if you perform when the sun isn't shining and the wind drops off, you get rewarded. That is kind of fundamental to our market design. But one thing I think people don't fully understand is we don't have to have that happen for those resources to get rewarded because people hedge. People who don't want to be exposed to that price and don't want to turn off will hedge, and that creates a premium that gets paid to the resources that can perform. So just looking at whether those events actually occur or not, there is money that exchanges hands based on people who don't want to be exposed to that.
If you just look at the queue today for what's in the queue for construction, there's no way dispatchable is ever going to catch up to where it needs to be.
There's no way
never
right now
happen.
it's going to be the same as renewables right now. I mean, there are still market preferences for renewables, even if the government does nothing. It's just a fact.
That's what I mean. If you look at what's in the queue, that's in the queue knowing that the subsidies were being desubsidized. And so, but yet you've still got all this stuff in the queue. So you're still going to continue with this market distortion until you finally say, okay, we've decided as a state, from an engineering perspective, that 75 or 60% dispatchable is what we need to have a good, solid, reliable, competitive grid. And so we're setting that, and we're not going to allow, and we're going to put limits on how much non-dispatchable can interconnect, just like we're telling these big companies that they can't interconnect. We regulate that. I just don't understand why we don't do it on the other side of the ledger. And I'll quit talking now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm not for sure any other states do that, but that's interesting. I put a governor on the interconnection. We'll explore it further.
We do both sides of the ledger.
Let's see. We have Sparks, Menendez, and Senator Colbert. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator King, I appreciate that discussion. But, we've talked all day today that, gosh, everything's in great shape. You know, we're seeing new peaks and we're meeting those. We hadn't really talked about the price to our residential customers, right? My understanding is we're middle of the road. You know, we can argue whether we're 25th or 27th or 23rd out of 50 states as far as residential prices. We're the state of Texas. We're the most energy-rich state in the lower 48. Why are we where we are? Why aren't we in, say, the top 5? And what are some ideas that we could do to get our residential customers higher in that ranking?
So one of the things that hasn't been talked about today, there's a lot of focus on, my utility friends are about to kill me and I'm sorry, but there's been a lot of focus on transmission rates. For residential bills, that's only 30% of their wires charge. Distribution for most of them is 60 to 70%. So you can make meaningful changes on transmission rates, and it's a relatively small portion of the bill today.
Distribution being getting from the big wires down to the house.
Yes. And, you know, for residential customers, they use the entire system. They use down to the lowest voltage. So they have to use, you know, the lowest voltage, the intermediate system, the high voltage system. There's been, I will say, I think since Uri, there were a lot of directives to the utilities to increase reliability. There were cost recovery tools meant to incentivize that. Everybody kind of reacted to Uri in a certain way, but there are cost consequences to that. And I think you're seeing that in the distribution portion of residential rates right now. So that's an area where I think there could be improvement going forward.
And, you know, I'd say, you know, the generation part of your bill, at least over the last 5 years, has stayed flat. You know, the generation component, it has really been the poles and wires that has been so far leading increases. I would also say when, you know, I think it's the Energy Information Administration that is the one that ranks where Texas retail rates are right now. And I think they are the ones that are currently saying Texas residential customers are, you know, pay an average of 16.1 cents. I looked last night at offers available in Midland, and if I'm a customer right now shopping for electricity, I can pay anywhere between 11.5 cents and 12 cents and 13 cents. And so I think those figures that are out there from Energy Administration don't accurately reflect what residential customers who are shopping around, you know, especially like you do, Senator Hinojosa. So when you look on Power to Choose, you see a big variances of the prices. So I'm always, you know, a little bit skeptical of people who say, here's the average rate that residential customers who shop around in Texas, even the residentials, can pay some of the lower rates in the country.
And just briefly to add, Senator, would agree with the comments that a good portion of the bill are composed of wires and poles. And for our members, we've seen the transmission portion increase by, I think, about 30% in the last 5 years. So that is increasing. And so the cost allocation that we're embarking on is quite important to us. Just to note, to add on to Walt's comment, we compare the rates in co-op areas to the competitive areas, and they're pretty much on par, if not slightly below. So just wanted to make sure we added that.
Good job, guys. Thanks. Yeah. One more question on the. So when you talk about you know, these larger loads, these companies, and I think you guys have quite a few customers that do this, where they will contract power agreements with, say, wind farms and that kind of stuff, right? Is that true? Can someone kind of walk me through, you know, a large load contracting with a wind farm or a solar farm? Well, what does that look like? And in the grand scheme of adding electricity to the grid, that power still goes on the grid, but we have an agreement, right, between that that group that's very low cost and the power I'm using today. Is that right?
So large customers can do a long-term purchase power agreement with a wind or solar developer. A lot of times it is aimed at getting the renewable energy credits and not necessarily driven by the energy. They usually pay a fixed price for all of the megawatts of energy that are produced. For the customers that are located here, if that generation doesn't show up, they're then still exposed to the market. So from a pricing standpoint, they do often still have to hedge to make sure that they're not cost exposed. So just because they have a renewable PPA doesn't mean that they aren't also paying to support reliable resources as well, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. It means that they're exposed as well. They may be contracting primarily for, to improve their ESG score, but they're at risk, and so they have to factor that into their business model to go out and hedge. Are they, when you say hedge, are they contracting with a dispatchable power provider? What does that look like?
So I hesitate to get into this, but
Okay.
the ERCOT market is not really as simple as I think it.
It's not simple at
So
all.
it's not typically that they go out and write a check to one of Walt's members. It's usually a middleman involved, a bank or, some type of power marketer where that entity says, I'll guarantee you power at this amount. And then they go out and source it. And it may be from any number of dispatchable generators. It may be that they're just taking the risk of the hedge hitting or not. It's one of the great things about our market is that it is not a direct physical PPA type market. It creates a lot of room for people who are willing to take financial risk. It creates a lot of liquidity and optionality in the market. But that's typically how it works. If they think there's a risk they're going to get exposed to those high prices and they need to continue running, they'll go get a hedge, which ultimately does go to units that can perform.
Yeah, it's basically a paper hedge, but somebody has to back
It's
it
a
up.
financial hedge, but ultimately, yes, there's a resource that has to perform on that.
Okay.
I will say that, and when we were talking about ways to put more money in the market for thermal dispatchable generators, gas of all time, of all different kinds, long-term purchase power agreements are a way that they can do that too. I mean, I know we heard a little bit different from some of the data centers up here earlier, but my company's report that, we hear from lots of large load customers that want a 20-year purchase power agreement with a thermal dispatchable gas generator. And those are helping put additional revenue in the market. And as we get more data centers that we know for sure are coming, that's going to make it easier to continue to build new gas plants too.
Okay.
And also the co-locating a plant or a data center at an existing generator. That was a big part of Senate Bill 6. Chairman Gleeson talked about it earlier. That is where ERCOT's go. We would encourage the state to utilize more of that. That's a way that a data center can come into the market, build right next to an existing gas or nuclear plant. That helps keep that plant online for the next 20 years. And ERCOT has the most flexibility for these plants. Those are the ones that ERCOT can, with 30 minutes notice, require them to jump offline. So that's an important way to continue to grow the market too.
So how do we incentivize that? Because you're right. We learned just a few months ago, large energy oil and gas company is citing somewhere between 2 and 6 gigawatts out in far west Texas, but it's not going to be on the grid. And so you see that's large base load, so it's commercial for them. This is also one of the groups that, continues to fight any market reform, typically, to help us incentivize baseload, but yet they're willing to do that themselves off the grid. That's the part that I continue to struggle with. And you're right, that could be very helpful, but it doesn't appear that our current market is sending those price signals to do that.
I do on the co-location of existing generation. I do think we are seeing a lot of those projects begin to happen, and I hope we're more. But in terms of we are still open to ideas to put more money in the market for thermal dispatchable, and open to continue to talk.
All right, thank you.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Walt, at the beginning of your testimony, you mentioned that there were how many new thermal megawatts, gigawatts coming online?
We've about 1,500 megawatts have come online since last summer.
Yeah.
We know there's over 4,000 that'll come online between now and 29 as part of the energy fund. And we know there's probably several other facilities that are close. There have been some, as was mentioned earlier, that said, I'm not doing an energy fund loan, but I'm still going to build my plant. So I think it's over those numbers I said.
And you're telling us, you've been mentioning that you believe that these data centers are a good market signal. Is that what you or Katie, one of the two of y'all said that, right?
Yeah, both of us did.
So I think it feels as if there's just a lack of patience up here in terms of, because I'm hearing some of y'all talk about just, it's working, but people aren't going to build anything. We can't force anybody to build something, I think you mentioned earlier. And then the other question is, I heard our colleague, Senator King, talk about, well, if we did this, but what if the parts aren't there, the turbines aren't there? So then you mentioned that maybe nothing gets built if you do that.
It's a risk.
It's a risk, right? So to your idea of co-location, maybe we make that a part of the batch zero eligibility. We get involved in the batch next round of batch zero. We get involved with some sort of goals that we'd like to see happen, because that would reduce the amount for transmission lines and stuff like that.
So Mr. Barnes touched on this earlier, but I think it's a good point that has sort of broad consensus in the market. At the end of the batch process, they added a new feature where if you are bringing generation, you can interconnect a larger load than the grid would otherwise support if you agree to limit your withdrawals from the grid by serving it with your own generation. For people who are valuing speed to market, that's a huge incentive for people to bring on-site generation. There's a couple other ways that you could incentivize that behavior. We've been talking about the minimum transmission charge. You could tie that minimum transmission charge to whatever amount of grid capacity that site says that they're going to use, and if they're not going to use more than that, we're not going to plan for it. They don't have to pay for it. That's a pretty efficient outcome. If somebody gets interconnected and then brings generation later, you could give them a break on the minimum rate, recognizing that they're going to self-serve. So there's lots of things that you can do that I think would really move the needle on a business model that these companies are exploring anyway. What we've seen historically is that because of the economies of scale, often if a investor is going to support a unit to serve a co-located load, they will often oversize it. And that's what we've seen in private use networks, back to market deregulation, they tend to be oversized and actually export to the grid. So that's a well-trod business model.
And all of us in this room, Katie, everybody on the dais here knows who you represent, but just for people watching or people new here, who are the folks you're representing? They pay the bills, right? They're paying bills at a commercial rate.
They're very large consumers, not as big as the data centers. We used to be the big boys, but they're all of the largest employers and manufacturers and industrials. And we have semiconductor fabs, petrochemicals, refineries, everything.
So if I hear you correctly, all your members want a reliable grid, but they want it at the most affordable price. Is that correct?
Reliability first, but we want it to be achieved in the most cost-effective way, yes.
So the reason I bring this up is because sometimes you said, you've made a lot of changes, let the market work, let it play out, because it feels like there's such a desire to bring up the numbers. There's a frustration with the number of renewables versus thermal that it's almost like we're trying to tinker with something that we've already been tinkering with for a while. And your concern is that it could come at a price.
I will say that since we deregulated, even those who are staunchly pro-market and support low government intervention, there is like a compulsion to mess with the market. We've just seen it for 25 years. I think there's a discomfort with not being able to control it.
Yeah.
But I think time and time again, free market principles have prevailed and shown that it provides better reliability with a better cost outcome for consumers.
And I think Mr. McDonald got it right, where you said something to the effect that it feels as if, as in our efforts to distort the or to take out the market the distortions from the feds or the tax credits for the renewables, that we could actually be distorting the market by trying to correct the things and incentivize the thermals. Did I hear you correct?
Sort of. I mean, I was actually justifying taking that approach because the distortions already happened.
Right.
And so the approach that I described would be trying to de-distort.
Right. The problem, though, with that, and the risk is that in a vacuum it might work, but if you can't control all the variables, then you can distort towards thermal, but if the ingredients aren't there to make it happen, you can't force people to build it. And Ms. Harvey, you were electric co-ops, typically ranchers, farmers. Who are the members of the electric co-ops?
Yes, sir. There's 78 co-ops in the state and mostly in the low-density rural areas.
So you also hope that we don't do anything to make the cost of electricity or generation go up in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, we would agree with that. Very sensitive to cost impacts on our members. We do need a sustainable market that ensures reliable generation, and we know that costs money, but we're sensitive to additional programs or, anything that would, increase the bill.
If I heard you correctly earlier, you felt as if that we already had incentives in place.
I think, thank you for the question. We can see potentially with the load growth that there will be very strong incentives coming in the market because the forecast load is more than the supply available. And so we will see potentially very high prices.
And then you also mentioned you could see curtailing come into place, right? You saw the danger for that.
Certainly, yes. It's maybe not even a danger, but just part of the design.
Well, my concern is that we get to the point where we get so thin on the available power that we can't attract new industrial users. That we've committed so much to data centers that we can't have new Samsungs or Toyotas or that. And that I think is a huge concern that we should, as we try to compete with other states, we need to be careful how we go about things. And no matter how much we want to force new generation, if the tools aren't there, it's not there. We've tried giving them money, and we didn't even get all of that low credit money out the door. They gave it back. So I'm just trying to figure out. We're going to need ideas, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Colkhurst and then Senator Sparks.
Yeah, just to follow up on the de-distort, that was one of the things that I was going to remind us all of when you go back to, I like charts, you go back to this chart and you look at the purple being gas, thermal base, it's just flat, right? I mean, it's just flat, right? And you see where all the growth is, right? And so it was distorted. I mean, we would never have had all these renewables had it not been for the tax credits. We added to that problem with the Chapter 313 agreements in the state of Texas. Thank goodness we have made those changes, necessary changes, but too late, too little. So when we talk about de-distort, that's kind of up here what I wrestle with. A distorted market that is, it has all of the future capacity looking at like almost renewables. What we got in the Texas Energy Fund was really peakers. Am I wrong on that? I mean, like for the most part, what percentage are peakers?
You've had both peakers, and you have definitely had more peakers,
Right.
peaker gas.
And why did we have more peakers? To Julia's point was the pricing. It's so the market responded to what we put out there, right? Okay, we said, hey, low interest loans. You don't have to worry about what was all that stuff, DEI and all what bankers. What's?
Oh, ESG.
ESG, thank you. How could I forget that? ESG, right? You don't have to worry. Actually, we're your bank and we'll believe in ESG, right? And so you could get the loans because there was a time when you couldn't get the loans if you didn't have the right, I remember in state affairs, you didn't tweet the right thing. You couldn't get a loan, right? So we went through this terrible period of time, which would start in about 2008 and move on up through here, right? That distorted this market. So I would say to Senator King's idea, sometimes distortion deserves distortion. Now, the only thing that I can say to remedy the main problem I have here, and Katie, I'm looking at you, is y'all love that cheap power. That cheap power is delivered to you courtesy of the United States taxpayer with the tax credits, right? I mean, let's all be honest. They would have never been built. So it suppressed the cost of that because of how the incentives worked. But having said that, is the turbine issue is the biggest issue I see. Where are they made? Anybody know?
They are bringing some. I mean, they are. There are not very many turbine manufacturers. There are new ones coming on. I know there have been in the last 6 months a couple of new companies saying, I'm building new turbines here in the United States. I don't think any of them are up and running, but it's
So do you know that
supply is leading
timeline,
to
Walt?
more demand.
Do you know that?
I think they will be up and running in the next couple of years. The supply chain is still an issue, but I think it's starting to get better.
And I think the current administration is certainly
Yes.
signaling, right,
Yep.
for the market. And so I would just add to this, Mr. Chairman, there have been some fabulous ideas thrown out today. And I think what our goal has to be is how do we balance the desires of us as lawmakers out here listening to the people. So the pink granite building, most of us are going to leave sometime probably tomorrow morning in the wee hours of the morning. And we're going to go back and we hear from them. And we know that they don't like solar farms and they don't like wind farms. And they certainly don't in Senate District 18 like battery farms. And so in all of y'all's conversations, I keep hearing solar and wind to a lesser degree. I think that's phasing out, right? But on the battery side, and I want to ask this because everyone's kind of like not really talking about it. Oh, it can kind of help us for 2 hours or whatever. But have any of y'all seen those operations? You ever go out there? You ever look at them? Well, let me describe them to you. Okay? I'm going to go back to Austin County. Okay? Y'all travel with me to Austin County. I was at a Tony's restaurant. I was having a little meeting, and it got a little heated in there. And that was a little out of character. I mean, I don't know. Y'all can check the Boat of Rolls. They kind of like me in Austin County, right? And so this lady begged me to go see this battery farm. She begged me. It was 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. And I said to my staffer, I said, hey, Andrea, let's go. So we go down this farm to market road, and then we go off in this county road. And I'm telling you, before I got there, I saw the glow. I said, wow, what is that in the middle of rural Austin County? Then we drove there, and there was one guy in a pickup truck, and he's got his pickup truck driving. I mean, like not driving, it's just running. And he's just sitting there, and I think, man, I'm a little nervous. I mean, what's he going to do to me? I just want to look, and I videoed for it all for y'all if y'all want to see it. I want y'all to know what this battery farm looked like. It was on a dirt base. I mean, it was like dirt. I could probably run the bulldozer that built their pad site, okay? And it was just like, I was like, I know I've used the word jackleg. That was the biggest jackleg rigged thing I've ever seen in my life. Of course, it was right near a power line. So it was just pulling off that energy when it was cheap. And it was just sitting there waiting for it. I like to say that if we have enough of them, they're going to create the scarcity pricing. And then they're going to sell it back to us at a higher price. Now, I don't know about all of y'all, but all of this is distorted everything. So I'm just going to get back to my regular, we are an energy state. We have got, God blessed us with oil and gas. And I just think that we should be building that and getting reliability. But Katie, I understand something. It was explained to me yesterday by someone in the market that really knows what's going on. Y'all love that cheap price, okay?
So just for the record, we opposed the federal tax credits. We opposed the state RPS.
Well, y'all were unsuccessful.
We opposed, I know, we opposed some of the current cost exclusions for batteries. We have a long history of opposing any out-of-market subsidies for anybody. We did not win on a lot of those issues. And so, you know, trying to turn the ship sometimes can be really difficult. But we generally do not like market interventions, period, even when they theoretically are going to save us some money.
So Senator Menendez, he made some excellent points there. But what I will wrap it up, Mr. Chairman, to say is that we're going to go into the next panels and we're going to listen to about 200 people. Kind of echo
7 hours worth, members.
7 hours worth.
I'm actually
What I
very
said.
excited to hear them testify, and we're going to be here until we're done.
We're not going to cut off anything.
No, we're not cutting off. I know there were individuals
Other than your
concerned
2
about-
minutes.
Other than 2 minutes, we will cut you off for 2 minutes, but you are going to have a chance to testify.
But what I think I would conclude by saying is the complexity, if somebody was just listening online or sitting out there listening, and we are in a rare position that we've sent market signals through different bills, 2 and 3 and 1500 and SB 6. And the one that disappointed me the most was the Texas Energy Fund, where I thought we were going to get a bunch of cogen and a lot of base load. But I look at the charts and I look at what Pablo Vegas and what Chairman Gleeson have provided for me, and I see that flat line. It's a teal blue line. I just see it flatlined. I don't see it going up. And the peakers, which are useful because we needed them because we didn't want another Uri, is not. I just didn't expect the number. And it's all because of what Julia said. It was the pricing. It was the incentive. It's how the market, would you agree, Mr. Monitor? It is how the market responded.
Yes.
And so I think our challenge here on this committee and with our colleagues is to look at what ERCOT gave us in the projections. And this page is sobering. These are out to 2033. And this is gas, and this is solar, and this is battery. Like on the pad sites that I could be the bulldoze driver on, okay? Creating more scarcity pricing, potentially. So I just think we have some challenges. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah, great points. Our generation fleet, every asset type has a unique characteristics of how they perform and their costs associated with them relative to credits, et cetera, and their need, true need. Like batteries, for instance, are critical when it comes to frequency modulation, right? I mean, they're the first things to turn off. Base load's great, but natural gas plants have changed the peakers relative to how long they can function. Solar, some people advocate for solar and wind for their attributes. So we need to find the right mix, and we need to make sure we have enough of it, and we need to make sure we have a reliable and resilient grid that is as affordable as possible. So let's see. Sharon Sparks.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sharon Sparks.
Quickly. So I did do a little bit of Googling, and I believe this to be true, that your cogeneration facility is going to be your most economic gas-powered facility.
You brought this up earlier, and I meant to come back to it.
Yes.
Yes. So it's a trade-off. Cogeneration facilities, typically it costs more to build. The upfront costs are greater, but when they run, they are cheaper. So to hit that intersection of investability, you need a certain run time. And often today, based on the current fleet and the way it's the renewables, but it is also just the way our load profile looks in ERCOT. We are a peaky system. It's hard to justify that because what you really need is something that fills in gaps. Peakers are a higher operating cost, but a lower upfront capital cost. And so if people are not sure how often something's going to run, they're more likely to invest in a peaker that fills those gaps. Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yep, that's really good information. You know, when we're trying to decide what is it, if we are trying to incentivize, why and what should we be incentivizing, then we can figure out, is there a proper way to do that? Real quickly, Ms. Harvey, our co-ops have all different kinds of power generation, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, we have a diverse interest.
You've got wind, typically you've got solar, you've got gas-fired, but you guys are required to make sure you get that electricity to your customers, correct?
Yes, we would make an investment decision around generation to serve our members.
Yes.
To meet that need, yes.
Okay. So, but in our ERCOT market, and you know, we talked, just kind of had to clarify this one because we're talking about distortions and not doing more things to distort. We have a lot of intermittent providers that there's not really a penalty if they don't bring that power as they had scheduled the previous day. Is that true?
I think if they've scheduled it and then they're not fulfilling the obligation, they would face a penalty. Yeah.
Can somebody clarify that for us?
You generally have to, if you commit to sell something and then you don't, you have to replace it at whatever the prevailing market price is. And so if you do that, for example, these are most of the entities that were in financial distress during Winter Storm Uri, is people who committed to sell power and then their plant couldn't perform and they had to replace it. So the market naturally incentivizes that if you sell power forward.
But that's true for your wind and your solar providers?
That's a little more complicated.
Okay. All right. Maybe we don't need to get into that today. But it's safe to say that our market continues to be distorted. And so, I mean, it's our job, members, to figure out what do we do long term to make sure that we're not just taking care of our big loads, that we're taking care of everybody in the most cost-effective way, kind of like Pablo talked about this morning. And so, anyway, yeah, I would like to kind of get that clarity at some point, how that really works, because I think that factors into what might need to happen. So, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Senator. Senator King? Oh, beautiful. Okay, very good. Members, that concludes this panel. Thank you all very much. I appreciate the information. This was an excellent panel about the state of the Texas electric grid. Again, going back to my original comments, I do think we have a very vibrant, thriving, and dynamic economy increasingly powered by electricity. And some of the successes that we've enjoyed over really decades because of affordability